Welcome back to the Americas RMR for the Perfect World Major that will be happening in Shanghai. There's a lot going on, Jason. We've just had the biggest upset so far after our one game of play. It's Team Liquid losing to Wildcard.
So far.
Yeah, how do you feel now? You've had like 10 minutes to process that. You all good?
Have I had that's a very fast 10 minutes. No, I haven't really processed it yet.
No.
I was focused on getting some coffee.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie to you. Yeah. Weird. It still feels weird.
Certainly still weird, and plenty of more weird things to happen later today. It's America's Counter-Strike after all, but you know, we're thinking about one team in particular that maybe have been on a bit of a tough run, and that has been Pain Gaming, right? This is a team that have had some positive results and positive steps forward this year, and maybe recently haven't had necessarily the best runs. They're going up against Nouns, another matchup where you would say there's a clear favorite. Pain really should be winning this game in this opening game, but who knows with the upset we've already seen go down today.
Yeah, I think there's some interesting talking points. I mean, obviously, if Big U Zera plays anything at this major like he did at the Copenhagen major, where he almost single-handedly carried Pain into the playoffs, this could be a pretty solid affair. Obviously, with Pain, every time I watch him, like I feel like I just have so much confidence that Big U Zera is going to be there and going to be playing well. I want to see Snow. I want to see him like have like a big game. You know, I really want to see him kind of step up into a tournament like this and have a good performance, because he has been very hyped up and he's very, very young. So I'm trying not to, like, you know, speed up the process and like expect too much too soon, but I would like to see some flashes of that potential that has made him such a talking point within the Brazilian scene.
I think flashes is exactly what we have seen at points from him, though.
Sure.
You know, I think that's all that we've seen from him. Is there seems like in a series you're going to get a couple of great rounds out of him, a moment that'll make him start doing that classic scream, right, when he's screaming across at his opponents, but not necessarily had consistent success in some.
I think part of that is he's kind of suffering from like that rookie syndrome, where he's kind of come into this team as a player with potential, but hasn't really established himself enough yet to be able to demand things. When he was on teams that was getting him noticed, you know, earlier, you know, and as he kind of came up and was very young, he was playing more dynamic positions. He was playing a lot of rotating positions, playing a lot of versatile positions. Now he's come into this roster as, you know, the rookie, and like the hazing ritual is you don't get to pick your spots, and he's playing a lot of anchor positions now, so he's a little bit more stationary,
like
maybe
Malbs
out of his
yeah.
Well, Malbs at least has delivered to the point where, you know, it's not going to happen at this point, but in future rosters, you know, if the Nico move to Falcons actually does go through, which all indications seems it's likely, then Malbs is going to be able to take over those positions. He'll have kind of his pick of the litter, and he's earned that, right? Snow hasn't quite gotten there yet.
Yeah, and I think it is on average you're not going to see players be able to keep up that kind of performance from their previous roles into anchor roles. You are going to see on average like a drop off, right? And I think it's almost oh my god, that is a mustache.
It's a very powerful mustache.
Wow.
I saw it on Twitter yesterday, and I was very, very confused.
Rush just makes me jealous, man.
That's a very strong mustache, indeed. I believe it's a Movember stash, so shout out to Rush for that.
We've seen Twist. His didn't really work out for him.
No, there's a couple of Canadians out there whose mustaches really aren't up to par with the American
Connor's
mustaches.
in particular.
That
would be scrawny for everybody watching at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, his in particular. I'd love to grow a mustache, though.
You need to take whatever you can get.
I can't partake in Movember. It's not something I'm physically capable of.
It's
but you, Jason, you could do it. You could do a whole lot of things with your facial hair.
But it's not needed. The world doesn't.
I feel like you could like start doing like the little twisty mustache.
I'm not hipster enough for that.
And but it would look cool. You could sit there back at the old-fashioned hipster mustache.
You know it wouldn't look cool, Dinko.
You could pull it off.
Can I bring it back to Counter-Strike really quick? Because I think one of the other talking points with...
Sure thing.
I like how I asked your permission. Like, can we get off mustaches?
You're okay with that.
Nouns coach, Adren, is an interesting angle to go to with this team.
I prefer this Let's go to that.
Well, I prefer a 2v2.
Yeah, 2v2 straight away. Carson,
take it away, Dinko.
He's still around. 55 HP, getting taken out by George. And Kawa is now cowering on 1v2. He's got these dual Berettas ready to go. Gunslinging his way forward in behind the generators. And they're going to slip away from his eyeballs. They've actually got around the corner. So now it's a bit of a problem. Kawa is unable to do too much about it at this kind of range. With no kit in his back, no utility. I really was just thrown in the mix to this, Jason, and eyeballs is the best.
Eyeballs was what you brought out to the table,
To the table. So none of those left on the server. Nouns win the pistol, and I hear ends.
It's a.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I did. I wanted to keep going. I was ready. I was ready for the party. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Back to mustaches.
Nouns have the pistols. Yeah. How much did How many kills did Mr. Mustache get? 1. All right.
A kill. Yeah, he got a kill.
Junior, of course, known for his time in Furia.
I can't even look at you when you say that. Yeah, that's true. He was known for that. Sadly for him. Also, you may know him from his days in EG. Don't really know which could be considered better, but that's for him to decide.
Yeah.
Triumph.
Yeah. Have fun, Snow.
Yeah, snow melts away.
All right. Take a round off. Eyeballs, melting snow.
Hey, that was better. I'm getting progressively better as he's.
It was a little bit better, yeah.
Well, here's a buy for Paid Gaming, and finally we're getting into that. So let's see what they can do with it. Vertigo, though, we didn't get like a chance to talk about the map, but I think Vertigo is such a great map for Pain. It does feel like this should work out pretty well for them. If you get a Vertigo in a best of 1.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't really know enough about their Vertigo to just straight up say that this would be a good map for them, but I don't know. It feels like such a weird map right now in the pool because nobody likes it.
Yeah, so no
I'm like actually surprised when I see this map being played.
Well, NQZ on the sniper. Got that out early, and that's going to be Big Azera to drop Carson. Still doing that thing where you do your name backwards.
Well, he's locked in now.
Yeah, he is locked in.
Can't ever change it.
Another classic would have been like Cutler, right? He had it backwards.
Reltuck, yeah.
That's always confused me. 1v1 in terms of kills back and forth. Now, and settling into the 4v4, they'll go back over.
Meandering slowly.
Yeah, through the connector to the bottom of B.
It's only Snow. Lux is starting to shift over with him, but he's got no flashbangs that you can chuck into the air. Snow's calling for support now. Oh, smoke might have been perfectly timed, but a really nice trade. Flashes were dropped in CT spawn, so those are chucked in and slows down the attack. Lux now has got backup with him, but sitting over at Gen, he's feeling like he doesn't have a whole lot of room to work with, and now they've crossed over into the site.
Bomb planet, Lux dead. Junior making sure that it's a double kill from his Galil, and he'll drop down and play the post plant on his own. 1v1 against NQZ. Tapping that defuse to draw Junior back up into the sky. Sees the head, but NQZ seizes the chance. Finally around for Pain Gaming. It's off the back of the sniper of NQZ. Valiant effort from Junior on the way out, though. Just couldn't secure that final kill.
I mean, that's unlucky timing with his jump up, right? Like, you feel like he would probably have a good crack at the AWP, but the fact that he's in midair means he can't take advantage of the position whatsoever. I'll tell you what, though, Pain's not out of it just yet. It comes down to only the AWP surviving, so the buy is still going to be very labored. Not a bad job whatsoever from Nouns in this 2v3 to get into the site, get a plant. It's unfortunate they can't win out in the clutch, but they've got a chance to cause a harsh reset here. MP9 on the board, FAMAS on the board. It ain't pretty.
Cowes steps Carson around the corner, and nice and easy for Cowes. He'll go into that peak and draw the advantage inside of Pain Gaming, but look at Rush applying pressure on the backside player of Snow. He has to use utility to keep himself alive. A nice shot from the rotating player of Lux, and he will fall quite quickly after. Snow's just hoping that this MP9 can prove pretty effective. He's eventually taken down by George, and it's an absolute bloodbath inside of the B bomb site, but one that's even for now. And Cowes, how has he not got away with a single kill? Fortunately, the rest of Pain stepping up, and CJ the King left in the 1v2. He's got a chance here. He does damage on towards NQZ. Now they know where he is. They don't want to give him a chance, so he's going to plant that bomb down on default, at least securing extra money for Nouns. 1v2 for Pain. Let's see if they can pull it off. Smoke available. No kid on the 2 remaining players, Jason. That could be a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, it absolutely could be. They're playing it patient. They want to see if they can see where he moves himself into. Headshot angle for CJ.
Staying in the open and headshotted by Big Uzera. It's a long way down. He'll begin his fall, but 2v2.
I give the dive 10 points, though.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
A nice little flip, a good rotation, solid form.
Dude, speaking of diving, I had this weird comparison that I can draw to counter.
Okay.
So there's this sort of outdoor freestyle diving that you can do, and the most famous people in the world at doing it are from an organization called 00 Nation, who then had a Counter-Strike team.
Yes. Is it the same organization?
Yes, the same one.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, there
I
you
didn't
go.
realize it, but
you stuck the landing on that one.
But they bought the team. So they made a Counter-Strike team, but I found them actually accidentally on YouTube doing the diving. It looks pretty sick. I can't remember what it's called, but I'll look it up and let you guys know.
Please do. I'm gonna hold my breath.
That's good for diving. Death dive.
Death dive.
Teaching a Fortnite pro how to death dive.
Sounds awesome.
Maybe don't try that one at home, guys.
All right.
It's
well, a
called
little.
odds, which in Norwegian means death.
Okay. All right, mollied. No, nothing lands on Snow. They don't molly this position, but they now know his location. But this kind of stops them from progressing with confidence, knowing that he can just peek out with impunity. And there's NQZ. The AWP has been fantastic in support of this B-bomb site, and it buys Snow time to reposition.
Now, CJ can't really do too much about the outcome of this round. It's all about NQZ, and that AWP steps up. A big scream from NQZ as well. He knows what he's just done. He knows the impact he's got. 6-2 start with the AW. And this is exactly what Pain were hoping for. You know, you have a little bit of a slow start, sure, with the pistols, but as soon as the guns came out, it has been rather dominant for Pain Gaming. Even if they have to retake the B-bomb site, it just feels like they're in control.
I mean, you have to give so much credit to NQZ right now. He's the main reason why Pain's been able to establish this economy really, really early on in this half. And now let's see if they can run away with it. But you think the 1v1 clutch, that round that we just saw, the one previous as well, supporting the B-bomb site, now he's got an opening pick against pistols. NQZ's making his presence known with the AWP early, and that does not bode well for Nouns. Playing against an AWP with a hot hand, who can be anywhere on the map, that's going to be a scary prospect.
One they're going to have to figure out. Money's back in the bank here for Nouns. They'll have $4,000 average now. They get the 8Ks out. Junior would love to get his hands on a sniper soon, I'd imagine, but not really given the resources to do so. And Pain Gaming in search of a 5-2 scoreline straight away. And now they go for timeout. I was wondering if that was going to come in now or if they conceded this round. So they want to make sure that they do not concede this by calling a timeout early.
Well, while we've got this time, I'll give a shout out over to the A stream because the Legacy Furia match is still going on in triple overtime at the moment. So potentially 2 big upsets over the #1 and #2 seeds.
Right, okay. Damn. We've got, yeah, that could really shake things up in the RMR, couldn't it? You know, you have Furia losing, Liquid losing in their opening games.
Yeah.
That would be tough.
Imagine a Furia Liquid elimination game.
I can imagine it.
I just want to imagine it right out of the gate.
Imagining... Yeah, that would be heartbreaking.
That would be actually the worst possible outcome for the Americas region, I feel like.
Yeah, we actually have the 2 of your most popular teams.
It's like, oh shit, we had 7 spots. This really backfired.
You know, I think there's going to be some brutal upsets in the EU RMR as well. Like they don't have that last chance.
There always are.
They don't have that last chance anymore, you know? So
yeah, true.
It's going to be crazy. Well, Carson. He's firing his Molotov up in towards short. He's got Rush playing through mid, and eyes on this from Lux, who moves into the open. Oh, Rush is going to be so frustrated he didn't get that, but fortunately CJ able to trade.
Oh, Snow isolated. You better get some backup. NQZ's AWP is here. We know it's been good, but Snow doesn't need it. Not this round. Finally taken down. And NQZ's got to manage 2 choke points. Good find, and now it's just Junior.
He does so well to stay committed towards the construction, expecting that to be the first fight. Had eyes on it. Now Junior slips into a 1v2. This is not an unwinnable 1v2. This is a pretty decent chance for Junior to be able to pull this off. Bomb goes down in the site. Big Uzera and NQZ coming back in. They have plenty of utility to go for this, and time. So Junior's just hoping he can catch a fight. If he can turn this into a 1v1, but he's got wrapped up those stairs, and it was all about just staying alive for NQZ Construction, allow Big Uzera to walk up through the stairway, and Junior just wasn't ready for that kind of fight.
He got so tunnel visioned, like he didn't even really consider the flank at any point. And if you're just going to kind of turn a blind eye to that for that long, you have to get more aggressive. But I have to say, so intelligent, or such an intelligent play out of NQZ. Gets his kill, backs off entirely, realizing that flank is coming in from Big Uzera, and just plays it safe to survive to make sure Junior's got to be worried about 2 different angles. Nice easy cleanup for Big Uzera from the back, and it's a 5-2 lead for the Brazilians.
Yeah, that was off the back of a timeout as well for Nouns. And now they're just reset back to a pretty weak buy. Tech9s, Mac10, Galil. This has the opportunity to end up in a very one-sided half for Pain Gaming. We're seeing the early signs of that. CJ making his way out first with the Galil. Lux just waiting at construction with his M4. He could unleash hell upon these Nouns players as they come around the corner. Gotta wait on the util though. Here it comes. Molotov too deep, flash decent. Lux unable to make the most of it, so he drops back to safety. CJ's wrapping around CT spawn. And in fact, he could go to A.
Ooh.
This is a cool move. But Cowboys is now alerted to this possibility, and he'll line up too. Just like that, the dream is dead for the Nouns, and a nice idea, but it doesn't work out.
It's a cool idea, but I feel like every time, even in the previous iterations of Vertigo, it's like that kind of a play, that kind of an attempt to wrap around through CT spawn is cool. And it feels like it should be more effective, but it's such a long route that it buys so much time for the defenders to kind of figure out what's going on and be in position and be prepared for the fight that's coming. For those viewers perhaps a little bit newer to Counter-Strike as well, there is some nice hardware in the server at the moment. We have former major champion Rush, obviously, the 2018 Boston Major.
What a legend.
That ain't bad.
Yeah. He's been on a lot of North American teams. You know what I like about him?
He's a really, really good, like, glue guy kind of a player.
Yeah, exactly. But what I like that he's stuck around. You know, he's seen the heights of Counter-Strike. He's become a major champion. He still plays for Nouns now, you know, and he's willing to stay committed to that, the project and the region. And they've got themselves into the site here with the early advantage. Nouns smokes up, keeping a couple of these Pain players at bay.
This actually, if Cowboys can't create an opportunity, this might have to be a save.
But he could.
He's been kept quiet. They have no idea. There's one, but I don't know if he can double up. It might have been too early to pull that trigger, and it pulls the rest of his teammates into a retake, and now they're dropping weapons.
Going through the smoke, Snow not able to make the most of it. 1v3, NQZ, as much as he's been a beast, this one is not a round win. So finally an end to that streak, an end to the 6 rounds in a row that Pain Gaming were able to dish out, and Nouns for the first time get a bye round win.
Really good round from Rush. Double kill, provided the opening, took all the space.
I don't know if you can take enough damage to the nade didn't go through.
No, it didn't even get close, actually.
He didn't go through.
I was like, why is Dinko getting hyped up? That thing is going straight into the wall.
Yeah, I had too much faith in him, man.
You really did.
I really just thought he was going to sink that three-pointer, but he didn't.
That thing is going to brick.
It did. Well, the problem is there was still a lot of damage done to Nouns. They lost quite a few members, but
they just have so much money.
They just have money now with the loss bonus, so they can just keep building.
Then NQZ's got 11 grand.
Yeah, that helps. 10-2, $11,000 still in the bank, and a full buy with an AWP. Pretty good economic situation for NQZ. Well, best case scenario now for Pain is they round out the last 3 rounds of this half. Nouns with that round win, give themselves an opportunity to build back into this game again. Starting to get a little worrying for them once they lost 6 rounds in a row. Big Uzera committed down short. Still the ugliest view model in Counter-Strike. It's so gross.
We're never going to let him live it down.
So what's the point of buying this beautiful skin? Ugh. He's just waiting. And eventually, he's going to push forward right in towards Junior, who opens things up with an opening kill for Nouns.
I think he was expecting a faster pace that Nouns have been running with for a lot of this half.
This.
Yeah, this is a lot of nice space in middle. They're quiet about it. Good transfer down. Lux on top of it. But George is coming up next, and you didn't see that coming. Head ripped off, and the B defenders have to push forward into the site, but it's NQZ again.
Oh, he's just so comfortable dealing with fights on two fronts, being able to get back to deal with construction and then get his eyes set on the B play. And NQZ, you just can't get past the turret. He is just so good today. NQZ with another 3K, 13-2. Pain Gaming's offer is the star of the show.
Pain was just 2 steps ahead that round. I think they saw how passively the A default players were playing when Big Uzera got killed, and they were like, you know what? That's something they're going to try and exploit a rotation, right? Like let's shift back. They actually had 3 players: Lux watching the boost up, NQZ and Snow inside the bomb site, and Nouns never expected that much defense. 4-round deficit, and money is right on the edge. Rush, and I believe Carson have the cash to buy, but everyone else a little bit busted. This AWP has been a nuisance all half long. And the problem is, and this might influence the decision to either go down to a half buy for this round or full buy, is if the AWP is an issue and you try and force it here and you don't have the utility to take him off angles, he's still just going to rain down death on you. 13-2 for NQZ. And this is the force up. They're sorely missing flashbangs. One of them on Carson. That's it.
Here goes NQZ. At least the early shot does not ring out to death for a Nouns player, and they get information as to where the AWP started, but I like this boost. Cowboy's thrown up on top of his teammate's head. This has got to kill. This has got at least one, and if he was a little bit more patient on the trigger, he probably gets a second out of that, but he's got a chance of that regardless as he goes into the short fight. It's George to topple, and Cowboys is doing some great work in this round, so Nouns immediately just getting destroyed. There's no competition in this round. It is over.
I would love to be able to lie to you and build up an exciting story, but I just can't.
It's just not there, Jason. There's no foundation to build off. It is swampy mud. It is 8-3. NQZ has screamed every single round, and I would love to just hear that, to be honest. I would love to be in that room because it looks very impassioned.
To be a fly on that wall.
8-3. Probably 9-3, to be honest. But we know that that doesn't always mean victory, Jason, as we have discovered.
True.
For anyone unaware, Team Liquid choked a 9-3 lead.
Don't have to keep talking about it, Dinko. You can...
Stuck on my mind, really.
You could just keep your mouth shut when it comes to Team Liquid for a little. Just give me a little bit. Have some mercy.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Cowboys, his turn again. Well, he did unravel everything in the last round. He's about to do it again because they just never check his position, never seem to have eyes on him. And that's a 3K. It's all over.
Damn.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
15-2.
And wrecked.
Yeah, red eyes. NQZ 15-2, 13-6 to Cowboys. I mean, is there much more to say? Pain Gaming just kind of dominating once the guns came out.
It's that AWP. That AWP difference on that CT side. NQZ is a beast.
He did kind of spoil the party for Nouns because there was a few moments, I think, in that first half where, it comes down to a 1v1.
Well, think of it this way. If Junior wins that 1v1 in round 3, like maybe that AWP comes out and is just as dominant, like later on in the half, but at least you have 4 or 5 rounds. You have like 5 rounds to play with if you're, that's kind of the difference is there's just not a huge window now for Nouns to make a comeback into this game. Pistol round is a requirement.
Well, that referee jacket looks pretty sick, Jason, I have to say.
I was saying this, I think one of the hardest parts about not being out in Shanghai is from when I've been out at the Perfect World events in the past, the merch they got out there is amazing.
Yeah. I've seen
amazing.
Some of the stuff you've had in the past.
Some of the stuff that I've had that is now lost to me.
I've seen Paula's video. Someone's out there enjoying it, though.
Yeah, someone is out there in the world enjoying it.
If you took Jason's jacket, please send a picture in on social media.
Either one of them. I had 2 jackets lost at that event, so either one of them, I'd just like to see how it's doing.
Paula did an unboxing video. They got like a kilowatt case or the teacup.
Yeah, the teacups.
That was great.
That is pretty cool.
That's great work.
For tea drinkers, I guess. freaks.
T's great, Jason. Don't you bash T. We got George. George of the ramp.
This is the Americas RMR. We dump that in the ocean.
Sweet D. Here's George. Good headshot. Lux brought down Junior. That's what we like to see. Jewel Berettas rallying away. So Nouns, they're going to have a pistol round win. And they're going to win it with 5 players staying up.
All right, Junior. Well, let's see if he, going over the CT side, can have a similar level of impact as NQZ with the AWP. Because, I mean, he is one of those players, despite his struggles, as we kind of joked about a little bit earlier in Furia, in EG. We know that this AWP... And remember, too, like, right after he departed EG, he, like, came back online, it felt like. He had, like, a good, like, stretch of a couple months there where the AWP was looking good in his hands again. So we'll see if he can roll back, I don't know, roll back the years.
Roll back quite a few years, yeah. That would be good. Let's see if he can do it. Junior looking to return to his prime.
I just want to see when he gets the AWP out, like, because I remember... Ooh, okay, he was going farming.
Well, didn't farm much, did he?
Not as much as he would have liked.
It was a bad crop this season.
Yeah, it really was. A little bit of a drought. But as I was saying, I think a lot of the problems with his AWPing in the past isn't like, you know, just the skill with the AWP is always there. Sharpness, accuracy, speed is great. I think a lot of it is his positioning and impatience when he has the AWP. He was always someone that seemed to be like shifting in his position, never really wanted to hold an angle static. And I'm really curious if, you know, a few years later, if we're going to see some kind of a change in the way he's utilizing the weapon and his style with the AWP.
Well, this round is not going to amount to much for Pain Gaming, but they're going to see what they can get out of it. You know, really 1 kill. If you can get more than that, you can really limit the growth of the CT economy. Look at that big old shadow.
Yeah, that is a massive shadow.
They think they're being sneaky, but Carson, he knows.
He's already calling as well. Oh, they're being sneaky.
How did he go down? No, Jason, no! It's Glocks, man! No. It's Glocks now, and this is so ridiculous. Now Rush has a chance to save it. A chance, but no way!
No.
Oh, God, Nouns. Not like this. Glocks. That's all it was.
I wish we had a soundboard.
Well, you want to swear or something, Jason?
No, I want the, is it the days to the Glocks?
Oh, Glocks, yeah.
Glocks!
Yeah. It really was that. That's what it was. So, how do you lose the Glocks?
Dude,
and
look at this.
shadow, bro, you know they're coming.
I know. I think he was getting greedy. You could see him start, like, pushing forward to like, go, like, swing when he sees that shadow. I'll tell you, that's the kind of round that just knocks you out of your rhythm, though. It, like, knocks you completely off your mental game.
As it should.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, really probably should. Well, M4 for Junior and a boost of the triple variety. Called off. Didn't spot anybody. Pain Gaming now given the golden ticket to take an opening win here at the Americas RMR.
Yes, indeed. Once again, gaining some space and looking for the impatience from Nouns. But nobody's budging. Defense playing deep and passive at both bomb sites. Lux has got a lot of room to work with and peer in, and because they're playing so deep and can't gather information because of it, they've got to just play a standard kind of default CT setup. And it's hard if you're rushing this position to like call for backup, because you don't know if it's just one guy challenging with an AK-47 or if there's a set piece coming in at any moment.
Oh, okay. 5-7 for Carson. Works out pretty well into Lux. Now George can step up with his UMP. It's one and done. Big Azara making sure that that number stays within touching distance. But it's Carson that can still step up. But that shot from NQZ, the drive-by on the MP9, the follow-up. It's not just the AWP that he finds impact on. It's also the little MP9. It's Pain Gaming bouncing back despite being behind on players for the majority of that round. They'll close on 11-4.
Lux is letting out a deep sigh of relief because I think he's probably the one in that position calling him back to the A bomb site. He's like, guys, I'm so far up. Everyone come back. You have nothing to worry about until the bomb site. Like, just please rotate back. And getting taken down at probably the worst possible moment by that 5-7. But Big Uzera and NQZ again. We'll just keep saying his name. This MP9 run and gun, moving and shooting. Absolutely perfect.
Now,
and a 7-round lead.
It's going to be USPs as well, so like nothing here for now is to fight with. So 12-4. Playing for overtime, Jason. That's what they're doing.
Playing for OT. Good luck.
I'm going to spoil the result of that other match as well. So
earmuffs, 3, 2, 1.
Legacy upset Furia in the opening game, 1917. So we do have that scenario where Team Liquid and Furia are both
the top seeds.
Bracket.
The top seeds both upset going into 0-1 matches.
Yeah, 0-1 after the first.
When I saw that, I immediately pulled up like the Swiss simulator to try and see like what's
Major.io is it called still?
Majors.im.
Okay. Well, that's how you can follow along with this difficult to understand bookle system. But we'll keep you up to date on all the action and all the possible matchups throughout the event.
I'll leave that one up to you, Dinko. You keep them
I meant
praised
more of a
all
collective.
Okay.
I meant it's like a collective,
not me and you, like all the
yeah,
commentators.
not just specifically you and I, but all the commentators.
I was going to say that's a level of responsibility I feel like I didn't agree to.
And Harry actually said he's going to take the role on for everyone.
Harry probably should.
Yeah, he stayed up super late last night, making sure that everyone knows what's happening.
Right.
So. If you have any questions, send them just Harry's way on social media. That's just Harry GG. Any questions at all, send them over there. Result looking to be a victory here for Pain Gaming as Lux charges up towards the top of the ramp. It is George that is dead first. Junior waits behind the sandbags.
One of the big talking points from Big Uzera coming into this as well was like, you know, it was funny like reading it because he expressed a lot of disappointment in their Katowice result. They did get, I mean, they made it to the semifinals and got knocked out, the ESL Challenger Katowice. But he was talking, we're better than it showed, and he in his mind the biggest issue was individual. Was the focus wasn't the team play, wasn't the tactics. It was a lot on individuals making sure they come into this event warmed up, really comfortable, really confident, feeling sharp. And at least in this matchup, it's looking good.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good. You got the advantage to try and close this too. Very lucky they didn't lose Cowes over a B. Rush, unfortunate not to get that kill. Junior's angle is too difficult to deal with for Big Uzera, who walks into the open and walks to his demise. There's only 35 seconds left in this round. And we're going to see Pain Gaming's forces congregate at the bottom of the B bomb site.
It's all on the set piece. They've got 3 Molotovs. You'd hope one is going to go back towards quad, and indeed it will. And there's no utility from this Nouns defense. No flashbangs to throw into the sky. No smokes to put out the Molotovs.
Junior up on construction, and it's melted away. It's just Lux now left 1v3. And he's getting ever closer, but the time is the problem. And he's got plenty of cash in the bank. Doesn't really matter if he went down after the time regardless, but 12-5, it's still going. Pain Gaming unable to close it, but like I said, so much money. So buy back out again. And for now, they're investing. So I got 2 AKs here for Carson and Junior. And some life in the old Nouns yet.
Yeah, just 7 more. Not the biggest deal in the world.
It's not a huge number.
Nah. Single digits.
Exactly. Wildcard did it. QC's on the AWP though, Jason.
21-4.
He's on the AWP. We know what he's capable of with this. Rush is about to find out.
22.
Yep, it's just counting along with NQZ. They lose Rush early. There's still 2 players positioned towards the B bomb site. CJ's yet to give up his position. Can't really move out of Tetris with an MP9. Junior's moved in to help him and try and bolster that B defense, but given how early that opening kill came in, they can just play this one real slow for Pain.
Gonna let Nouns really feel the pressure. Scrambling to figure out where the attack is going to come from. Three-man pack on this defensive side. CJ Jr. and Carson all working together. They'll leave CJ parked. Stacking the A bomb site, but it's the wrong side of the map. This is all just presence and a fake from Lux. And he had so much room to work with previously in this position, he says, why not try it again?
Lux, they line up. He actually only gets away with the one. Looked like a second was teed up for him.
That's right. This is going to occupy 2 players. And he's like, there's only one guy there, boys. Let's go.
Finish on the B bomb site. And that's exactly what Pain intend on doing. In fact, they want to finish out this map. A great opening game from Pain Gaming. Decent start to the first half from Nouns, but really not too much to talk about in that department. Pain came in as the heavy favorites, and they delivered a performance worthy of that title and worthy of those expectations.
Well, you got to give so much credit to NQZ. We've said his name a lot. I can't imagine anyone else is going to be the highlight player of this match in particular.
Dude, 4 deaths?
I know. And just the dominance with the AWP in the first half as well. Every time Nouns hit the B bomb site, he was there to grab a double, a triple, to shut it down before it could begin. So he set the tone for the match, and the rest of his teammates stepped up to help close it out. 13-5. Pain go 1-0 in this Swiss system, and Nouns fall 0-1.
Yeah, expected result really. Not too much to talk about for Nouns. I think we'll focus mainly on just the positives for Pain, and I think now, especially with the 2 biggest teams, their 2 biggest rivals, losing their opening matches, this paints a really pretty picture for Pain Gaming getting such a convincing opening best of 1.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. When you have Fury and Liquid both go 0-1 and you're one of these 1-0 teams, you're like, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Like, we were expected to have to hit these guys at this point, and now you have, you know, ostensibly what should be an easier route. Like, I realize, you know, Fury and Liquid lost.
Pain Gaming should now be, in theory, be like the favorite to go through flawlessly, right?
Yeah,
that 1-0 with that win, they should now be able to get into the major. So their path becomes much easier for Pain. But really impressive stuff. We'll get to see some of the NQZ moments that we mentioned. Just immediately delivers impact as soon as that AWP came out, and there was nothing they could really do about it.
So I was enjoying the dubstep to like it felt like a frag movie there for a moment.
Dubstep?
I don't know.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it has been
it's a throwback.
Really long time. Probably since Deadpool 2.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Yeah.
That was not that long. But I remember when I was like 7 years old listening to Skrillex. That was great, Jason. What were you? Did you listen to Skrillex?
Unfortunately, I had a Skrillex phase. Fortunately, yeah, that was the one. That music video is pretty legit.
Yeah, it was. It was great.
And it is cool music to watch Counter-Strike frags too, so fair play. Yeah, I mean, NQZ had a great game. I really liked seeing Lux kind of, when he sensed that he had that advantage at the A bomb site on the T side, like he took that twice, right? He was just like, I'll test it again. I really like that kind of courage that he worked up to make those plays. Those were huge.
And here's the scoreboard. NQZ 22-4, 101 ADR. Cowboys in behind him, 18 kills. Snow had a quiet map, but it doesn't matter when your team win 13-5. And for Nouns,
also he's the B anchor.
Yes,
give the B anchors a Vertigo a break.
Yeah, and NQZ was playing with him, so you know, not a whole lot to go around.
Everyone's focused on Snow, and NQZ's racking him up. I think Snow should get at least like 6 of the frags that NQZ. I think we should just transfer him statistically.
I think
for the
he has enough to give, actually, so he could do that. But the standout player, presented by 1xBet, it is, of course, NQZ. It couldn't be anybody else. And he looked like he was bringing the energy in that room as well. And I think that's something that's great about Pain. It feels like they have a lot of players that are able to bring some great energy to the team. You know, Snow can do it when he's having a good map. He screams, he gets loud. NQZ just showed us he can do it. And I think some teams do lack that sometimes, the lack of presence in the squad.
Yeah, I think it's always an interesting argument. I think you could talk to 10 different players and get 10 different opinions on it. You know, whether you like to being like the emotionally level-headed team, so the wins don't propel you as forward as much, but the losses don't hurt as much. And then you have teams, and the Brazilians have always been those who are like, man, we want to ride the wave.
Because you enjoy the wins that much more.
Right? Yeah, we want to get on that surfboard and just go with it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's our second game of the day done. A convincing win for Pain Gaming. They now move through as favorites to qualify through flawlessly here at the Americas RMR. We've got another matchup coming up in just a little bit, though, so we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll set that one up for you here at the Americas RMR at the Perfect World Major.
changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Major RMRs. We are here for the Americas region. Jason does, in fact, have 2 legs.
I do have 2 legs, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people were worrying about that, but
They were worried about that.
He's got 2 legs.
See, my leg and
3 legs, some say.
Sponges, you know what? You threw me off. You've done well there. Congratulations.
So,
you win this round.
Threw it off track. Well, we'll continue that competition as this tournament goes on. But we've got M80 and we have got Boss. And some say that this may not be much of a competition, Jason, as M80 should be heavy favorites coming into this matchup.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen 2 favorites already taken down today, so I guess we can't take anything for granted at the moment with some of these underdogs coming in and feeling, I think, a little less pressure has been a word I've seen in a lot of interviews from players. Is like, yeah, the pressure is just different when you're the underdog and you're not expected to win. Obviously, M80, Lake, an up-and-coming player, Swisher, Slacks has looked really good with the AWP. There's a lot of pieces of this M80 squad that are very dangerous.
Yeah, Sin as the in-game leader as well. He was back at the big facility, and they were sort of reuniting with his ex-teammates. Sorry, it must have been boot camping in that facility, but good to see M80 and some of the results they've been able to get. And we have Boss here coming in. Quite a difficult challenge ahead of them today, but it's the likes of Freshie, Cryptic, Slight, Fruit Cups, and Darty.
Yeah, I think a roster of like kind of newcomers might not be the right word, but like not very experienced NA players.
Sure.
So this is like a really good test for them. You know, early on in careers, early on in the team's lifespan, see what they can do. You know, see if you can actually create some magic out of this situation. Because you know, in the Americas region, there's a couple of those names. Someone like Fruit Cups is someone who's talked about as, you know, again, potential. That's really kind of like what we have. There's no one that
hell
you
of a
can
name.
pick. It's one of those things you can't really pick out of the crowd like you can maybe in Europe and say this guy's going to be a badass. It's kind of like these guys just have potential, and we need to see what they can do when they're given the opportunity. And this is an opportunity for them to make a name for themselves, both as players and as a team.
Well, we've got Vertigo again. We don't see that often. We got it again, Jason.
Sweet.
So another Vertigo.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've commentated a string of Vertigos. It's kind of phased out of the pool.
I know, a little back-to-back. It's not bad.
We're looking at a lot of the results after events, and you're seeing it's like Vertigo played twice over a 2-week tournament.
Yeah.
So we're seeing it twice in one day here so far, maybe even more.
We'll enjoy it for now because I don't think we'll be seeing too much of it in the European RMRs when those begin. But yeah, I think that's the best way to kind of position this. Is M80 should be able to come in and have a pretty convincing win.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for, and I think with the likes of Liquid and Fury already dropping, we mentioned you don't want to fall down 0-1 now because you have the opportunity to meet some of those teams later on in the competition. So if you can get a 1-0, trying to avoid those guys and get into a progression game against a weaker squad than Team Liquid and Fury, I mean, that's fantastic. That's the best case scenario for M80.
You know what's kind of weird about this matchup is that this is Boss is probably the most America's team, or I should say America, like a North American team that we have.
Okay.
Because M80 has the international players coming in. So does Wildcard, obviously, with 2 Swedes over there. Liquid is an amalgamation as well, more of an international roster than anything. So Boss kind of is like the
America's team.
They're all from the United States.
Yeah.
Like, they are America.
Yeah, they are. They are. These 5 individuals are the culmination of America.
Embody the entire culture.
Yeah. Well, we have also got complexity that's close to that, but they still have
True, but even they've got the Norwegian.
They've got the South
African.
So yeah.
2 of them if you want to include the coach.
Pure North American, pure USA.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Let's get some chants going on.
M80, there they are in the playing room. It's quite a nice hotel room, isn't it?
Chug.
That looks pretty chill in there.
It does look like a nice hotel room.
You need to go to the bathroom. It's right there.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
You might be able to like run and go to the bathroom when you die.
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
You know, you just say like, okay, guys, can you just play this round slow?
I don't know if there's any rules against that, of course.
I don't either.
But I'd imagine there would be.
It's all in one room, right? There's a referee there. He can leave the door open if need be.
It's true. It's true. Get a ref in the bathroom, a bathroom ref. Well, you know who I've been really impressed with is Lake. I mean, this guy, not only his in-game stuff, but his out-of-server stuff. He's just fun. He's just like a high-energy individual screaming at his opponents. Like
the smack talk is very nice from Lake.
That was great.
You guys suck.
Look at me, Ricky. I loved it. It was great work. So hopefully he's got more of that going on today.
But, Swish. Def back there, I think, starting to make a bit of a name for himself as a coach, I would say.
Yeah, he's making some progress. Obviously, Def has had...
Look at those shorts.
a pretty decent career in terms of being able to make the playoffs. He was part of that complexity squad that made it to the playoffs in London, right? So, and then he's obviously gone off to Valorant for a while. Now he's back here again. So he's doing some great things in his career.
Yeah, he's a cool cat, and I think, you know, like this, especially with the progression of M80, if it can continue and they have a good major run, I think his stock only goes up there. This whole M80 squad just feels like their stock is sort of on the rise right now.
Yeah, true.
Let's see if they can come in and just handle business.
Well, business begins here on Vertigo. M80 on the T side.
It's business time. I got my business socks on.
And well,
business.
we'll find out who the boss is today then, shall we, Jason? CT side start.
There he is.
Joel Berettas on Fruit Cup X, Fruit Cups, and Freshie. Now they're going to be dealing with quite a lot of presence coming their way now. As it's a charge up from Lake. He immediately takes Cryptic out of there, and they've got the site. They've got the bomb plant.
They got the pistol round.
You know, locked out right now, boss. That was a convincing blow to the head.
Only thing weird is 3 players over on Raptors. There's no one to work with Swisher, so okay, he gets the kill, so maybe not such a big deal after all. And there they go, taking over Heaven, and yeah, pistol round done and dusted. Poor Cryptic didn't even know what was coming. Didn't even hear these sound cues. Had no idea the timing of that rush up ramp, and a nice easy pistol for M80.
Yeah, great pistol round. No force buy coming up here for Boss, so it should be a nice 2-0 lead for M80. Then we'll get the buy round for Boss in round 3. But we're going to see that again. This is how Lake gets up into the site, just sort of explodes on it. The only real chance to get back into it was if Swisher went down, which he obviously didn't. Some great work to close out the pistol with everybody staying alive. And there it is. The classic... The classic energy, Jason.
Did a whole Joker thing there, didn't he?
Yeah, he definitely did. He doesn't look jet-lagged at all. Good to see the start here for M80. And
how old is Lake? He's like 17 or 18?
I think he's 19.
19?
Yeah,
when you're 19
might
year
have
old
turned 20.
playing at your first major, I don't think jet lag is a thing. I think your adrenaline is just cranked up to 11 the whole time.
Yeah, he's definitely full of energy.
Bro, Swish is on a hunt with an AK-47, and that makes me really uncomfortable. Like, not round losing uncomfortable, but AK-47 losing uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a decent weapon to give over to the CT side if he is to go down, but Swisher, he's got to have that confidence. He's not going to give it away. He's just going to be sitting on the catwalk. The MAC-10, though, is going to find the money, and it's a double kill for Lake, eventually overwhelmed by Darty. That's a MAC-10 picked up rather than an AK.
Nice little money being made, though, and all the information on the map. So Rex going to have a kill with the Galil. And yeah, 2-0 for M80.
Slacks. Remember this guy's time in Sprout, and I think he...
Proud to Sprout.
Yeah, he was definitely...
Proud to be Sprout.
He was definitely impressive at times. I just think... The problem with Slacks has always been consistency. It's just, you can't, not even just like on a tournament basis, but on a series basis. Like, you can be great on map 1 and then maybe go quiet on map 2. And that was always a problem. But when he was hitting the heights of what he's capable of, I thought he was great on it to watch. Pretty exciting. Had a nice flashy style at times. So I hope that it continues to work out for him and M80 here. It
feels like he's starting to come into his own here in this M80 lineup. Some of the performances we've seen out of him individually, even M80 as a team, obviously, as well. But, you know, him in particular, it feels like he's starting to get really comfortable within this lineup, wielding the AWP. And we already saw NQZ put it to good work on the CT side of Vertigo. We'll have to wait for the second half for Slacks to have that defensive op, but we don't have to wait very long at all for Darty to bring it out on the boss side of things.
Yeah, Slight getting that into his hands. And
get some.
We'll see what he's able to find. So Slight looking down short with a sniper. His feet tickled by the flame, so he's not going to stick around and go for that peek a little bit further. So Slight draws back. Darty going for a fight. And he'll drop further back to safety and behind that smoke. Fight down a B. That was really early for Swisher to go.
That's a good test, though, early on. If you have that space over at the B bomb site, see if you can turn that corner. If you get a kill, you're able to bully him a little bit. That B defense might feel nervous moving down into the later stages of the half. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out, obviously, for M80. So over to A ramp we go. All 4 players going to be walking up, and they've got room to work with. A lot of utility being held for Boss, so they're actually in a pretty dang good position, although that's going to go so deep that it won't really have impact.
Yeah, Lake already in front of it. Darty blinded, dropping into the smoke.
And once you go into the smoke, you give up any effort to actually defend this bomb site. So it's going to have to be a retake. Spam's not going to connect. Could be tough. There's no there's another smoke on Wreck that he can drop down. But Boss is going to have to be very careful about how much they decide to commit on the initial thrust and if they're going to be able to pull back and save weapons if it goes south.
Well, here they come through the elevator, into the open, and straight into Lake. 20 yards for the AK-47. So a second kill from Lake, drowning them out, finally taken out by Slight's AWP as they move in on a 2v2, but time is the problem. Time is certainly the enemy. They have a smoke to deploy onto it, but they would have to stick it immediately, and they just don't have the time to win the round anymore. So Slight backs away, tries to get that open in the next round. At this point, the AK of Freshie is stuck around too much, so he can't get away with his low HP. He's going to sprint, and he actually does just about get away. So last second bailout from Freshie. They keep the AWP, they keep the AK, and that will end up being a 3-0 lead for M80. Well, at least they kept the AWP. At least they have that to work with in the next.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I meant. Like, if you go too far in, but this is a really tough retake without a whole lot of flashbangs to give you that first step out, to give you that kind of presence to be able to actually take over the bomb site. So yeah, good on them saving the AWP. That's a 4v5 conversion, though, for M80. And an easy take of that A bomb site as Boss played it very, very passive. Molotov at scaffolding to prevent that AWP peak. We saw Rek go for it in the previous round. Excuse me, Darty go for it in the previous rounds. Or sorry, I think it's Slight. I'm just misreading the
yeah,
HUD.
it was Slight. Always has been, always will be.
Always will be. Yeah.
But maybe he'll leave a mark in your memory with a big round here, Jason.
He will now. This feels like a core memory of the matchup. Is that mistake right there?
I tried to save you last round. I really...
Look, brain is still warming up at the moment.
Dude, I do not blame you. It's currently 8:38 a.m. and we've been up for a while. Fresh burning through the flames. He'll step back. MP9 as he gets into the corner, and Fruit Cup's waiting at default spot. Util going over the top. The Fruit Cup's going to swing into the open. Freshie with an MP9, and it's Swisher to go down first. That MP9 is just melted away. Two of the attackers of M80, Swisher and Lake, both gone. Two of the heavier hitters of the squad as well. So let's see what Rek, Slacks, and Sin are able to pull off. This mid-fight feels like it's easily going to be in the hands of Slight, and it certainly will be. So with 35 seconds left, round's done here for M80.
Yeah, you're going to try and save, and you'll make the assumption that the cash for the CT side isn't built up enough for them to be motivated to go for a hunt. So I think you're feeling very comfortable that this AWP in the hands of Slacks is going to make it into the next round. Same with Sin's AK-47, but good job on Boss. That's back-to-back rounds they've been able to handle the contact pressure at the B bomb site, which is a very, very nice thing to neutralize early on in the half and try and dissuade M80 from going back to it.
They haven't been able to break through B yet.
Counter-terrorists win.
Good work from Freshie. Always feels good when you get those close fights for the MP9, even against rifles, even against armored opponents. It's so good when you get close quarters with that rapid fire. Let's see what M80 pieced together with a buy. So Tech 9 for Lake, Tech 9 for Rek. Everybody else, well, there's still a Tech 9 for Swisher too. So 3 Tech 9s, Galil, and an AWP. It's a one-round loss, and it puts M80 in this kind of position. It's still possibly potent.
Remember, they lost everyone in the previous round to win.
Yeah.
But this is one of those rounds where everyone on the team's like, please, for the love of God, I want Slacks to give us an AWP pick. Give us something.
Yeah, he has to do, kind of has to make it sing. And no one peeking him, no one giving him that free chance. So it's not like he's able to get like a clean opener to his ramp and open up with a 5v4. Gonna have to work for it.
But once again, given a lot of space. This was the undoing of Boss a couple rounds ago. Was the freedom for M80 to march up to this point and pull the trigger on the hit. Now you've got Tech 9s closing the gap very, very fast, but nade out. None of them can respond, and Darty's got him locked in with no chance to plant. Nice double kill.
Oh, Lake slips in the backside. There's control from Slacks. Lake just gets a little bit confused, but Slacks still fragging, and M80, they're still in this round. Fruit Cup doing what he can, but he can't stop Rek, and it's suddenly just Slight with the sniper left. AWP versus 2. And he's got a little bit of time because that bomb has not been planted yet. He'll reposition. He'll get out of dodge. And he's waiting for an aggressive peek from any of these M80 players, but they really should not give him an opportunity to separate this into 1v1. So they smoke out his AWP. It has to go through, has to take a risk. Slight going through it. Rek has eyes on it, and that's a massive turnaround from M80. And you talked about wanting Slacks to step up with a sniper. He gets a double, but it's Rek's 3K that closes.
It's got to be so frustrating for Boss, like to have Darty hold on to the bomb site and get that double kill, delay the plant. Everything felt like it was in your control, and just to have it collapse in that kind of a fashion. Again, I'll just repeat it. Like this is, I think, this is something we'll see happen frequently if Boss continue to play this very, very passive setup where there's no harassment to M80's progression up the ramp. There's no harassment as they're setting up to throw the utility in the smokes.
Yeah, that was 3 Tech-9s to Galil and AWP, and they managed to pull the round off. Some really good shots. You got to see it in the replay that of what Slacks was capable of getting done with the quick double kill. Couple shots whizzing past him through the edge of that smoke. They'll blow it open. No one revealed on the other side.
Oh dear.
Oh dear indeed. Is that what we call a
I guess I'm all thumbs today.
Yeah. That is not a good smoke. That's... Well... At least you've got a couple more. You know, actually 3 more. 3 more smokes.
3 more chances.
Yeah. Someone's got to get it eventually.
That's a nice looking knife.
It is. Very M80 themed, isn't it? Very green.
Yeah.
Good fashion. Lake's turn. And he goes up towards the ramp. CT smoke deployed at short. And Lake is just going to keep walking, taking as much space as he can. Oh, a lot of missed nades at the moment.
Well, it is the Americas RMR. It's to be expected.
It is true. You can say that, Jason.
I can't say that.
As
I'm
an
allowed.
American.
What do I have the America's utility card that I get to play?
Yeah, exactly. You know, I can't say it. I'm not part of that culture, Jason.
Yeah, that's fair. Lake, here we go, baby. Ooh, nice off angle around the edge of the smoke. Slacks is up next, but it's all coming up Boss for the moment. A little bit of a dink, and Slight's gonna reposition.
Oh, no. Timing. Oh, God. He actually somehow stayed alive. Slacks just blasted him through the steel beam. And there's not enough damage to bring him down. Cryptic diving in. Last second denial of that bomb plant. And somehow, some way, Boss make it happen. That round was chaotic.
That did get a little weird.
What do you think of that round, Jason?
I
On a rating out of 10, would you give it a 4?
I give it an call.
An call? Nothing.
Call out of 10.
That bad. Nothing is that bad. It was almost a year ago we were sitting in this very room,
I don't want to think about it.
Casting Amcal versus Nip. It's the beginning of the trauma, really.
We still haven't got the conclusion to the trilogy.
True.
We're waiting for that third match.
It's a Return of the King. Amcal NIP. That's what we're waiting for.
That will be brought to you by Harry and Hugo whenever it's happened. Contractually obliged.
Yeah, Harry requested it, actually, specifically.
We opened the series. Connor and Launders built on the series.
Harry, Hugo.
They're going to have to close it out.
They're built for the finale. Lake with the Galil. That's all he's got here. But, you know, I have a feeling that Lake's going to give us something special here. Based on nothing but pure belief. Smoke's ready to go into the site. Slight is holding back passive. They know they're up against possible weak buyers. They don't want to allow themselves to be overwhelmed by Tech-9s. Slight just waiting. No one committed to his crosshair just yet as we go under 1 minute on this clock. Here's the fight. It's short. Darty really would have liked more than one. Slight will chime in. Edge of the wall. Goes up for the peak at Catwalk. Ooh, it eventually lands his shot, and the rest of his teammates come in on the cleanup. So 3 kills for M80, but no bomb plant. That means their money is pushed into a full eco territory.
Yeah, not a happy place to be. M80's cooled off. Or Boss is starting to heat up into it. His A bomb site is being defended a lot better. Slight's AWP is getting some good impact in there. And Boss is creeping back into this game. They've cut the lead to 1, and as you mentioned, only Glocks for the M80 side of things.
We did see a Glock round win earlier today, Jason.
We did see a full Glock round win. Oh, I hope he misses it. That'd be so funny. Not for him, but for the rest of
All right.
us. Don't be selfish. Don't be selfish. Don't be selfish. Yes! Yes! Oh, I love it. Oh, it's made me so happy.
And a run boost. Fruit cup. That's beautiful. Nice little cleanup.
Oh, it's exactly what I needed.
So much build-up.
It's exactly what I needed. He was even like working up the courage. He was like,
I got this. No, you don't.
Building up the
You
momentum.
don't got this. To be fair, run boosts, they can be a tricky thing to pull off. But you really should pull them off.
It can be, yeah. I generally, as a general rule of thumb, when I play Counter-Strike, I refuse all run boosts. I just say no. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, or Swisher at
be-
least had the courage to try.
I don't want to be the bottom or the top in that situation. I want nothing to do with it.
Well, Swisher started on top, finished on bottom.
Yeah, he really did. As a reality comes at you fast. 4-4 as this tactical pause comes to a close for M80. AK-47's back out in the field.
Feels nice to see them have full AKs. I mean, we've just seen them. How many rounds has it been where M80 just have to play with Tech 9s, you know? So I'd love to see them sort of stabilize the economy here. Does still feel like they are playing better, but...
This could get really interesting when you consider... Remember, M80 early on in like the first 2 gun rounds tried to kind of contact bully the B bomb site. It was shut down both times. First, it was just Swisher on his own. Next, they brought 2 or 3 players. All their success has been at the A bomb site, but if Boss start continually defending this with success, then the map starts becoming an issue where they feel like they don't have anywhere to go. So showing a little fake, that presence towards A ramp they've had consistently and trying to hit middle, but it ain't working. Rek has stepped up. Molotov gonna delay a rotation. They've got a 2-on-3 post plant. And plenty of smokes to make this a little awkward for Boss.
Yeah, Boss, although they still have a lot of utility to get back in on this retake, and they're just going to go. They're going to go forward. Light getting up towards the generator. He needs to be a nuisance. He needs to unravel at least one, but he gets cleared out. It all falls to Rek, and he just can't stop Cryptic.
I don't think they realized how much of a gap was in that smoke, because, like, I don't think they realized that Boss had the opportunity to completely disrespect that piece of utility, and they did. Fair play to him. He could have driven a semi-truck through that gap, and Boss just has an easy retake.
Yeah, it looked like Lake was maybe thinking his teammate had his left side covered because he was fully committed to watching the right side of that Jenny, but there was no peek from Quad.
I think he was turned from a flashbang at the time.
Yeah, so Lake just goes down. The money is again in a weird spot. They don't have enough for a full buy here.
Okay. Yeah, just Tech 9s in utility, so dropping down to a little half buy, but this has been quite a dry spell for M80.
Yeah, it's not been pretty. Great stuff from Boss. So Flash going over the side. Swisher, oh, it's a great flash too. Look at that. Didn't capitalize on the chance though. Fruit Cup gets back into position. Better flash being thrown in by them, and Fruit Cup with another 3K.
Yeah, this is becoming a real problem now that there's really, I don't want to say no concern about the B-bomb site from Boss, but they're handling everything that's being thrown at them on this side of the map.
Do you reckon Fruit Cup just took the randomly suggested username
and then just added an X to it?
Just like,
maybe.
You need to make an account. Here are some names we suggest. Fruit Cup X. Yep, that one will do.
Yeah.
Let me run with that one.
Username Fruit Cup is unavailable. We suggest Fruit Cup X. Great.
Well, now he's stuck with it. This round is not going to happen for M80, so 6-4.
Cryptic could be in some trouble though. Plenty of a chance to react. Yeah. Sees a little bit of shoulder before the peak comes in. It's now a 2-round lead.
Right, this is going to be the best buy for M80 in some time, right? You're finally getting the AWP out in Slax's hands if he wants it. Doesn't have to necessarily buy it, but at least he has the option. And he's going to have an AK instead.
5 rounds in a row for Boss. 6 of the last 7 in their favor.
Yes.
Quite a reversal.
And if you think about it, one of those rounds, the most recent round win for M80 was off the back of Tech 9s, right? Like a 3 Tech 9s, 1 AK, 1 Leo, 1 AWP. So, yeah, it hasn't been a great T-side from M80 whatsoever. So, Boss feeling pretty good.
They've also adapted this defense of the A-bomb, so you can see them being a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more assertive in terms of holding on to the ramp. They're more willing to take those fights on ramp. I think they realized, thankfully, pretty quickly that they were getting abused because they were allowing and giving up free space to M80, and now that it's no longer happening, this T side is just getting so much more difficult.
Dude, Fruit Cup is just messing them up. Like, he's just destroying them every time they try and come B.
It makes me super happy. When we were at Pro League, we did like a segment about like make your NA like dream team if you can't take anyone from Liquid, if you can't take anyone from Complexity, you can't take anyone from M80, and it was actually kind of a hard exercise because there's not a whole lot of information to go off of, but Steel was kind of leading this and mentioned specifically Fruit Cup being a player to watch in NA that's got some game. And remember how we kind of opened this match for a team like Boss and the pedigree that M80's had, or the resume they've started to build. Boss doesn't have that. So this whole thing, again, the opportunity to show that you've got some game as an individual and as a team, and Boss is doing exactly that right now. Gotta give him credit for it.
And I think we've seen M80 really try and force the issue through B. They tested it almost like the first gun round when Swisher just pushed up over the stairs, and they've never broken through. They've never got past Fruit Cup. There's Coach Warden standing behind them, Jason.
I was going to bring him up. Warden, a.k.a. Wardino, a.k.a. the Dean, a North American Counter-Strike legend, one of the founding members of the Complexity organization back in 2004. Won a couple of big tournaments for the NA region back then in CS 1.6, notably International ESWC, which is one of our majors at the time, I would say.
The Esports World Cup, you would call that.
He's got some game. I've played him. I've been on a team with him. Good dude.
Yeah, and he's still around, still coaching,
still kicking.
That's cool to see. Good for him, man. Longevity. And 7-4 scoreline for Boss as they head into the last round of this first half. Look to try and exit with an 8-4 scoreline on the CT side. And given how much momentum's on their side, how much control they've had over the game, it does feel like that is the most likely outcome here, especially with this boost.
Oh yeah, they're not even thinking about it. They're not even considering the possibility, and that has been their undoing.
It's a double kill. Fantastic work. No possibility of trading that out. And now just 3 kills to get, and Boss have an 8-4 scoreline. Darty waiting it short. It's been good for 1 here most of the time. Sometimes even more. He's got Freshie alongside of him. They're completely ready for this A finish. They know this is the only option that M80 have left. Cryptic with his 3rd kill of the round. Finally dealt with by Slacks. But his damage is already felt. His impact already left on the server. And this 8-4 scoreline is being teed right up. Bomb plant denied. Not allowed to happen. And Slacks is taken out by Darty, who closes with a double. 8-4. What a convincing close to the half here from Boss.
Yeah, a 7-round streak to close it out. Oh my lord.
Dude, if you look as well, most of it on elimination, they lost 1 player in the last 2 out of the last 3 rounds, right? That's crazy. You know, this is fantastic work from Boss. Dominant stuff.
It appears the foot has a different shoe on it right now. Really, really good job from Boss. I think a lot of it, the adaptation of being a little bit more dynamic at A ramp was massive for them.
Yeah.
That combined with the fact that the B bomb site was on complete lockdown throughout the half, just spelled disaster.
I mean, you can tell who was trying to make some of the plays towards B because he's 3 and 10. Swisher, you know, he just had a rough time dealing with Fruit Cup. There's Warden giving out speeches. Look at that.
Look at the Dean.
Look at him.
That man invented the Wardino 4-1.
Not even sure what you're talking about.
Revolutionary. Now it's the tactic of sending like 4 people on like kind of like a suicide mission to like the A bomb site, and the 1 guy holds the bomb on the B bomb site side of the map.
The 4-1.
Just sneaks it in. The Wardino 4-1.
You know, Trace brought that up recently in a matchmaking game, and it did work.
I know it did. I told him it wasn't going to work.
That hasn't worked in years.
I was like, Warden brought that into the game in like 2007. That no one can make that
when
work.
When I watched him make that leap to the bomb plant, I was rooting for him.
I was so sad. 4-round lead for Boss. Pistol round, M80 switching over to the CT side. Let's see what they've got in store. Dooley's jumping up over the boards at the B bomb site as Lake peers down scaffolding. Seeing nothing for the moment. Oh, not that bad. It was a P250 through the scaffolding.
It felt more.
It did. It had a little power to
it.
Yeah. If that yellow tarp wasn't there, he'd be dead.
Yeah. Yellow tarps known to stop bullets.
Notoriously slow down bullets.
What a deadly 0-1 bracket it would be if M80 go down there as well.
I know. M80, Furia, Liquid.
Can we just hit restart on the Americas RMR?
You're one of the other teams, and you're like, come on, guys. Like, what is this?
How have you done this? Slow pistol here. Trepidatious. Sin peeking. It's going to be Darty losing a little bit of health. But finally, the sign to go. And here they come. Charging through short. An absolute stream of M80 players. And the dam is boss. It is Swisher left 1v4. Not happening. 9-4 scoreline.
Alrighty then. That was a pretty big stack for M80 to make that play happen, and it is ineffective to say the least.
What's he got? Nothing. Yeah, just lead to the head.
They're shooting hard right now.
They are looking real sharp.
Like, whoever gave a speech like 5 rounds into this game, he deserves a nice steak dinner tonight. Because he's got them on the right track. He got the boys hyped up. It might have been Warden.
It was a timeout, right? So
yeah,
maybe it was.
You ain't wrong on that. I'll hit him up after this. I'll get the information.
Wardinho.
I'll be able to relay it tomorrow. So
yes.
You'll have to wait.
There will be a delay. Unless you want to, you know, good teamwork, we could pass that information on to Harry.
Sure.
You know, it's
yeah. Moses really wanted me to mention this about the game that occurred 3 hours ago.
One team, one dream.
If you happen to be tuning in, this is going to be valuable. If not, just chill.
It was, in fact, Warden who made that speech 5 rounds into the game. Slight. Good kill on the Mag-10. Good trade, though, from Slacks and Way. Couple of back-and-forth moments here, but right now it is a 2v2 thanks to that kill from Cryptic. And, okay, finally they spot out Lake. He was trying to be a little sneaky about that and hide out, but I'm going to give him a chance.
Yeah, this is a very winnable 1v2 for Swisher. Look at the HP.
He knows. He switched to the sidearm.
A hard thing at this point is you're going to be operating for the next minute and 15 seconds with no information. If you're boss, you're not throwing any utility. You're not running anywhere. And Swisher at some point has to make a decision. He's pretty
committed.
He's pretty committed and parked. But, I mean, yeah, he's got to start moving because this is why boss is just saying pause because they want to give enough time to where the internal clock of Swisher is like, all right, mid could be a problem. B bomb site could be a problem. They could probably be walking up the stairs right now. So you're forcing Swisher to make an uninformed guess, which I imagine is what all guesses are. To a degree. Nailed it.
Yep. To a degree. Varying degrees, usually. 25 seconds, and here comes Boss, finally making their move. And they've got exactly the result they wanted, which is forcing Swisher to sit on the fence. So he's in mid. He doesn't really know where to commit. But eventually we'll realize it is, in fact, the A-bomb site, and he'll go back over there. Now, it does become a little bit more difficult now for Swisher, but that grenade, unfortunately, not going to be too effective. Which it really could have been if placed towards the sandbags, but he has no kit.
It's all you've got.
No kit, and he can't find the bomb. Now he taps
just stick it.
But he
just stick it.
And now they know.
Yeah, now he's been brought down to 17 HP.
Oh my god! He got away with it still, as they were both standing in the open, but Cryptic makes sure that he gets a 3K in this round, and double figures for Boss. Money's still not good enough for a buy for M80.
Yeah, this is a nightmare situation. I don't really know what you do. I mean, you have to save. You could maybe get some P250s.
I feel like they haven't managed the money very well throughout this game. Like, how many buy rounds have they had?
No, but that kind of extends into the conversation about like pressure, right? Is like you've come into this and you feel and you know that you're the favorites, heavy favorites in this matchup. And then you get punched in the face, and that's when you start to kind of lose some of that focus and discipline, and your brain is, instead of thinking about what needs to be done to like reverse the fortunes and win the map, you're like, how are we, like, what's happening? Like, how is this occurring? Maybe a little bit of panic setting in for M80.
Oh yeah, Freshie, that's what we like. 3K, make it 4. That is something beautiful from Freshie. That flurry of kills, sure, against pistols, but mechanically, very, very nice to watch. All right, Slacks has got the AWP out CT side now. That's where he can make a bigger difference than before. But a huge problem to deal with here for M80. A very long, winding road to come back down.
10 rounds in a row. 11 of the last 12 rounds. It's mental to think about.
Yeah.
Boss is showing something cool here against M80 in this best of one. And again, with all those upsets, it's like the perfect route for like just some weird Cinderella run to just come out of nothing.
I don't think anybody, maybe not anyone, but I do think Boss were maybe one of the least likely teams to be at the tip of your tongue when you think about upsets today. So really cool stuff in this fashion, like dominating M80. So really nice to see that. Darty, the Molotov, close out the close corner. Here comes Slacks for a peek, and it is Cryptic down off the bottom of the ramp. So as soon as the AWP comes back out here for M80, Slack's able to find some impact with it.
I mean, it feels like at the moment, if anyone on M80 is going to be able to turn the fortune, this AWP, it can be a huge, huge piece of dictating how this map plays out. Very cautious, passive opening from Boss of just staying at the base of the ramp. One player goes down and M80 can back off, play it a little bit more conservative with the man advantage. And still no move made from Boss. No pressure being applied anywhere on the map. It's just silence. Until now.
Darty taken out by Sin. Swisher able to follow up, and this is much better for M80. They're going to finally end the drought. Bomb plant denied, so not even that is allowed here for Boss. So 12 rounds not found in this moment, and not even a single kill.
That's the other rough part is, yeah, no economic damage done. AK-47's picked up and salvaged for the CT side. That's a very nice find for M80. That's the exact round they needed if they're going to rebound in this game and bring it back.
Well, Boss get a really good buy in the follow-up regardless, so AWP comes out for Slight, but yeah, it does feel like there's a way back into the game still for M80, and it's certainly going to be off the back of Slacks. You know, if he can continue to find openers that cleanly, it could be very exciting for M80. Let's see where he's at now. He's going for the same peak. This time they molly him away. So he can't stick around, he can't go for that peak. 1-for-1 fight going down at B. It's going to be Fruit Cup, who did so much great work against Swisher on the CT side. Again, finding Swisher this time in the roles reversed. Oh yeah, that's smooth.
There it is again. Nice shot from Slacks, good flashbang just to make it an uncomfortable fight.
Fresh and Cryptic, making their way through the top of the B smoke. Rek is going to wait at the back of Quad. It's going to be Cryptic coming out on top of that fight versus Wake, but Rek, oh, he's still here, and he has not been checked. Finally, Freshy getting rid of it, but he's getting pushed. He's getting pushed real fast by Sin. And eventually, Freshy is top of leaving it all on Darty. He's going to plant or tap, just trying to fake it out and pull a player into the open. He has no idea where that second player is. He knows there's one behind the generators, but he doesn't know where the second player is, and with these smokes, he's a little nervous about it.
I was going to say he's very paranoid.
Yeah.
All right.
30 seconds to take a pause, but it does feel like they're just going to wait.
Yeah, but I mean, this is kind of like this situation of this pause and wait for Darty is like this is never gonna work.
No.
You're hoping for the mistake, and I mean maybe he's thinking again like just similar to the other clutches. If I just sit here for 20 seconds, I'll think maybe I went to the A bomb site. Then maybe you get a push for information. But M80, yeah, staying very disciplined, and Darty's just gonna have to force the plant.
They could just push the plant now too because they know he can't get away, and so Slacks is just going to pin him down on default, take him out with AWP, and that'll be another round for M80. So the AWP once again, a multi-kill for Slacks. The only kill that had any sort of significant impact from Boss was the first opening from Fruit Cup, which is traded immediately. And that's the money drained now for Boss.
Yeah, you have a couple of rich players who can drop some pistols over to teammates, and I think after this round, when the next gun round is about to come in, I think we'll see another timeout out of the Boss camp. I think that's when Warden's going to want to get some input. Talk adaptations. It seems like a very similar opening on this T side philosophically as to what they had on the CT side, where it is a pretty passive opening. They're not really challenging for a whole lot of space. Oh, I take that back. She's challenging.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good opener with the Tech 9, but Haven't been able to capitalize off the chaos.
The good Molotov onto the stairs as well, so that the split could never actually come to fruition. Wasn't able to work Fruit Cup into that. I was working on it. Just
Nothing there really, is there? It's
not anything subtle.
Unless you have food-related commentary up your sleeve, Jason.
No,
Got any of that?
I wouldn't take that away from the other commentators. The food stuff.
Yeah. Fruit-related commentary, that's something. Maybe the next level. Fruit Cup, he climbs up on top of the ledge, and Swisher walking his way down the catwalk. Oh my god, how is he? Oh no. I don't think Swisher can kill Fruit Cup.
It gave him the whole like moonwalk. He just couldn't land the shot, didn't know where he was sliding to next. Good nade. Good nade, touchdown. Molotov to follow up, so all they really have is this M4 and Cryptic, but he doesn't have a whole lot of health. Good dink on the Lake to make it nervous, but again, no HP on the rifle. You'd love to have that in the hands of the high HP player, but take it down, blinded, and a 7th round for M80. They're starting to build that momentum back up, starting to get back to being M80 in this match.
All it took was a full buy. Literally, as soon as they got a full buy with an AWP, it all went upwards.
Slax's op has gotten them started, and now you know, everyone, if the other guys can start picking things up. Rex starting to have a good game, good double kill from him, 15 kills. Just 4 rounds separating him at this point.
When do the nerves kind of start kicking in for Boss, where you realize we were so far up in an opening game in an RMR, like we were just about to beat M80, and now you watch that lead just fall away.
Yeah, that's the inexperience, and that's where you'd hope Warden, with all the experience that he's got of over, you know, 20 years competing as a professional in a capacity as a player, as a coach. That's what his experience is here for, is to calm them down in these situations. I'll be honest, I would imagine there was a certain level of nerves that kicked up to a different gear as soon as they got to being up like 11-4. They look at it and you're like, oh. Like,
we're actually doing this.
Yeah, we're doing it.
And now you're, possibly not doing it. Looks like a tech issue. They've been relatively fast so far, the tech issues. So hopefully
they have been good.
Yeah, hopefully we can get that one underway as well. Well, I guess this is a great time to let you guys know this isn't the only game going on right now. We've got plenty of Counter-Strike. No, Jason, we have.
What other game is going on, Dink?
The other game going on is 9Z versus Red Canids.
Ooh.
And that is a matchup that features the players of Coldzera, Henny, over on the Red Canids. And over on 9Z, you got the likes of Martinez, Huasopeak, and Buddha. So, players are all familiar with.
Yeah, we've heard those names before a couple times.
Yeah.
Coldzera, former best player in the world, back-to-back, 2016-2017.
Yeah, still going at it. So, currently a lead for 9Z in that game. So you guys can go watch that on Dust 2, that coverage with Jackie and Vince. Have to say, I have seen Vince's shirt today, looking very stylish. I don't know if you've seen it, but you should give him a compliment.
I'm great. Pretty sure I've seen it. I have no recollection of what it is.
Yeah,
it's not something I stored in my short-term memory.
Yeah, well, I certainly did. So I thought it looked great. So shout out Vince.
She's going to be happy to hear that when he walks back.
Hey, Vince! He's in the room next to you. Vince, your shirt looks great. Yeah. AWP out for a Slack still, so he's going to be looking in the mid-fight for his kill on Fruit Cup. Still can't believe him. Casting a player called Fruit Cup. But let's see how it goes. Slacks is ready to go, and nearly had a chance for collateral. That M4 really should have got the kill on Fruit Cup, but he's sharp with it. That headshot coming in, and Slacks is going to take a few steps back to safety. Darty is already pushed up in towards Elevator. He ends up getting taken out by Lake in the end, but a 3v3, a chaotic beginning to this round.
Yeah, not a bad fight to take, though, when all that chaos is going down in the middle. He's trying to take advantage of maybe a Lake who's taken his attention off of it, but it didn't work. The ill-advised push in the 3v3 gives a man advantage over to Boss.
$12 rounds, if they can close this.
And they have to be thinking at this point, considering this little mini run that M80 has started on this comeback of 3 rounds in a row, this is one of those rounds when you get this advantage with a minute left on the clock, you have to win it. If you're an underdog and you've put yourself in this situation at this point, you have got to win this advantaged round.
Well, Lake knows they're coming his way, and low HP player in front of him, but he gets cleared out by Cryptic. So Lake goes down and it's all on Slacks. The only player that can make a difference now for M80 in this round, he's staying committed. He is staying committed to the fight, and he misses a shot. Oh, he really needed that one. And he goes into the open. Fruit Cup lands another headshot. A double for Fruit Cup as he looks down the rest of his squad. His boss now 12-7, about to pull off a brilliant upset versus M80.
Well done from Fruit Cup to not be afraid to take that space up the stairs, and an even better job from his teammates for baiting the hell out of him and finding that peek over towards white boxes. That's perfect spacing where you want the low HP player to either draw someone out in the open or let you know where the defenders are as you come in afterwards. Executed perfectly in the 3-on-2.
Oh.
Oh, no!
Why have you done that?
Oh.
At least they're laughing about it, but probably shouldn't laugh about it at this point. But
I mean, shout out to Slacks for laughing about it, because
I would have slapped him in the face.
yeah, you could very easily freak out at 7-12 and
Well, let's see if that's it. Sin about to get mollied out of the sandbags. Because of the smoke, Darty couldn't actually punish his fallback. Freshy's got space in mid, but how long can he hold this for? Oh my god, Rek just gets destroyed. Oh god, Swisher alone in an island, nothing to play with. Freshy with the second shot, and that might just be it. 3 players left for M80. They will attempt to get back into this, but look at Darty on the lure. Closes it with the 3K, 13-7 win. What a performance coming in from the side of Boss. Another upset today here at the Americas RMR. This time, it's M80 going down 0-1.
Yeah, that's unreal. Oh, yeah, look how happy they are. It's not done yet. That's a nice 1-0 start in the system. You got a couple more wins you got to find, but beautiful upset, so enjoy the moment. Warden passing out hugs, high fives, all the above. But I mean, we mentioned a couple times, Boss came in, they were shooting hard. That, what was it, 10-round streak I think they went on in the middle of that?
Dude, that was
mental.
That was crazy, because it did start like with the most convincing pistol round. You know, M80 keep everybody alive, and they just come out swinging. You get your first couple rounds on the board, we're starting to think, all right, this is the M80 we expected to show up to this game, and then suddenly they just disappeared.
I mean, I would have expected coming into this, I would have thought like a win condition for a team like Boss would have been, you know, obviously something crazy from individuals. Nothing super crazy. They all played well. They all shot well. But I think a lot of it was the start of the game. Remember, it felt like tactically M80 was just so much better. The way they were walking up A ramp, the way they were taking advantage of all the space. But the adaptation from Boss about 5-6 rounds in was god tier to just turn the entire match on its head.
Yeah, I mean, the key standouts for me in this game were
that was a standout for me. That was
number one.
My play of the game.
That was number 1 moment right there.
Play of the game.
Swisher had a tough game overall. Acrobatics and just fragging, really. But I think the main takeaways for me are Fruit Cup's a beast. Really insane multi-kill potential for him. He closed B, found impact even late into the game to actually get them over the line. But he also felt like M80 they just kept buying Jason. Like, they never had like a good solid string of buy rounds in that first half, it felt like. And
I think the T side, oh yeah, it could be because of economy. I think the T side got away from him.
Yeah.
I think it got to a point where it felt like M80 maybe going through the motions a little bit too much. But I mean, they never really changed anything to the Boss adaptations on the defensive side. And again, I mentioned in the first half a bunch, if you can never take the B bomb site and then A ramp gets figured out by the defense and you can no longer take A ramp, it's just like you lose. You just lose vertigo. Like, middle is not a part of the map, even if you can have success that you can build a win off of.
Yeah. So unfortunately for M80, that does mean they go 0-1 in their opening game of the America RMRs, and we've got Boss.
What is happening?
America's team.
America's team, baby. USA is back.
USA is back, and that is Boss on top. Standout player 1xBet is, of course, none other than Fruit Cup.
It deserves it. Solid play, really, really sharp aim. Fun to watch the way he kind of peeled M80 apart. I thought Freshy had some really cool rounds as well.
5 opening jewels as well.
That ain't bad.
Yeah, great work from Fruit Cup. Big reason as to why Boss are now 1-0. So the only favorite today, on our stream at least, that's won is Pain Gaming. Yeah. Even over on the other stream, you have Furia losing, so...
Yeah, it got weird really quickly. But, I mean, remember, too, I think a lot of this is, like, don't get caught up in, like, the excitement and the crazy emotions of these upsets that seem cool, because it is a long Swiss system. It is very forgiving to these top teams, which is why we keep harping on that. You can lose this best of one, puts them all on notice, obviously. They're going to come back with a vengeance. I feel really bad for all the 0-1 teams that have to go up against M80, Liquid, Furia, because those 3 teams are going to be pissed off. And then, obviously, eventually when you get into series play is when you really see the favorites, the gap between the favorites and the other teams.
Sure, but there is also the possibility that when you get so many good 0-1 teams, eventually you're going to get 2 of those teams clash.
Oh yeah, it all depends on when they eventually meet up. But yeah, that's a future problem.
That is a future problem. And speaking of the future, we're going to go there. But before that, we have to go to a break. So we're going to take one, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
In the future, apparently.
Back to the future.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xbet.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Major RMRs. It's the Americas RMRs, and right now it's just full of upsets all day long. M80 0-1, Liquid 0-1, Fury 0-1. Now we've got Imperial versus Kase as our final game of the first round, and I'm excited about this one. I think this has the potential to be the closest game we've had all day.
Okay, I was about to ask you if you were in the mood to jinx Imperial as the favorites.
No. No,
Okay.
I do feel like Imperial, obviously, are the favorites in this game, but I don't think there's as much of an on-paper disparity between the two squads as maybe
Sure.
we've seen across the day.
Yeah, I just wanted to know because I kind of bigged up Team Liquid to start the day. They lost. We went into the green room after the second match, and Maui said M80 was going to win pretty quickly and get us back on schedule.
But maybe I've
and then they
jinxed it
lost.
because now I've said it's going to be a close game, Jason.
True.
And it might end
True.
up being one-sided. We'll have to wait and see. But coming into this game, these are two teams that maybe are flying under the radar in terms of being big names.
They're not
that you wanna
they're
talk
not the
about.
more exciting names when you look down the list of teams at this. Although Imperial obviously has some players we know well. Vinny obviously is someone that goes way back. No way try. I mean they've got pieces that we've seen competing and do good work. Can't say the same thing for Kaze.
No, not yet. But maybe this is
Not
the
yet.
event where they start making their name for themselves.
This is the one.
Vinny, Phelps, Try, No Way, and Decenti. Now, we have got Try, who was touted as kind of one of the next Alpers out of South America. Hasn't necessarily lived up to that yet, despite being in quite a few teams now. But we have got, over on the Kase side of things, I really am going to struggle with this guy's name. Riccioli.
Riccioli?
Sounds like an Italian pasta dish. Nizen, BSD, Yeps, and Urbano. Urbano's surname is Urbano, and I like that. Keeps it simple.
It is pretty solid. I like Riccioli.
Riccioli.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little red sauce.
Ravioli, Riccioli.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that as well. We'll like it. We'll have to wait and see if we like his game in the server, because I'm not going to lie, Jason. Haven't seen many of these players play all that often.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Okay, I was gonna say, can we get like a classic Vinferno? That'd be
No,
pretty
we're getting
sweet.
Mirage. The classic Brazilian matchup on
Okay.
Mirage.
Look, it's a cool map. It should have some fireworks to it. I mean, you could play a lot of different styles on it. It's a fun map to watch, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm here for it. Gonna be interesting. But again, like, I don't think you think about this. You don't think about this necessarily as a player, but obviously on the outside for us, with the big picture of this event, watching all these top favorite teams go 0-1, like. If you manage to win this, if you're Imperial and just like kind of just win the game you're favored to win, that route all of a sudden to go 2-0 and start getting into the qualifying matches is so much easier than you probably ever thought it would be in your wildest dreams coming into this event.
Increases your percentage chance of making it to the major just by getting through Kase, just with how things have gone with the circumstances going down. But I mean, obviously, we see Imperial as favorites. Kase, interesting, another one of these South American organizations that is owned by a sports star from the region. I think there's quite a lot of comparison between football passion in
Is this like
South America.
is he like is Kaze like Diet Furia?
A little bit, yeah. Casemiro used to play for Real Madrid, plays for Manchester United. He owns the team now. And then you have, later on, we're going to obviously see Crew as well. They're owned by Argentinians. You got Messi owns that team. So,
Does he?
yeah.
Ah,
Messi and Aguero own Crew. So,
cool.
I think most of the investment in the South American region here at the RMRs right now are sports stars from the region. So that's kind of cool that we're seeing that transfer.
I'm really excited for Tom Brady to come invest in a North
No,
American
that's never
team.
happening.
I know.
They can't let the balls flat in Counter-Strike. Imperial and Kase. Here they go. T-side start here for Kase. Imperial on the CT side. And we'll see what the defense looks like for the favorites in this matchup. Kase getting ready to go into a heavy B play.
I saw a phoenix in those clouds. Vinny, Dooley's just hiding against the wall for the moment. Utility raining over. Flashbang gonna turn for the follow-ups. There's the swing. A counter flash from the Imperial side of things shuts this hit down. 3 kills on the initial defense. And now the reinforcements have arrived. And these Glocks gonna try and swing onto the bomb site. Good first kill. It's just down to Riccioli though. And he will fall.
Imperial find themselves their first round. No bomb plant for Kase. You'd imagine no forward spy. And it should be a 2-0 start here for them. Tech issue though. Small one that.
I'll tell you what, you thought you're going to struggle with the name, it really rolls off the tongue.
Riccioli.
Of it. Yeah, Riccioli. Well, you put a whole
Riccioli.
Italian accent on it for no reason.
Yeah.
Might get a little weird, but I'm into it.
I mean, you can't. It just Oli, I don't know. Just anything with E at the end of it just makes it feel Italian. There is a lot of Zeras now in the region.
I know. I actually really like it.
They got Big Zera, Venom Zera, Cold Zera.
I really like it. Just out of the fact that like you had a player bust into the scene in like 2015, as I said, best player in the world 2016, best player in the world 2017, two-time major winner, and just inspired a generation of players. I think it's an absolutely beautiful story. So any Brazilian player who wants to add Zera to the end of the name, go for it. I got your back.
Yeah, I spoke to a bunch of Brazilians about it. Apparently, it's just like doesn't really mean a whole lot. They just put it at the end of. It's just a suffix they put at the end of the name. So.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
Maybe I'm just looking too deep.
No. It's definitely the Zera thing.
Okay,
It's the Cold Zera.
I wish people would add Taco to the end of their name.
Yeah. Surely he comes back at some point. No way.
He's already back.
Yeah, that's true. But I want to see him at the
Back.
RMR.
Yeah. Like physically present.
Yeah, physically present. Vinny. Good work with that MP7. Riccioli down, and his teammates has got the blind side. It's Phelps to make sure that that doesn't get a little bit hairy. Bomb plant tonight as well, so Kase with no extra money. It is looking good for Imperial, and finally we're going to get that first buy for Kase.
And actually probably have a really big advantage in this round in terms of weaponry. If you look over at the Imperial side, it's 3 MP9s and MP7 and the M4A1. So only one rifle up against a stack of AK-47s. And so, I mean, obviously for both teams, would be a nice one to steal away for Kaze, just based off the fact that, oh, okay, I'll take it back. One upgrade on Phelps. He was like, 4 SMGs is a little bit too much.
4-1 start for Phelps.
Look at the aggression over at A-ramp on the minimap. No way pushing up with Decenti. Got to get those SMGs close, and obviously a nice position to be able to gather some information in the mid-round if they feel necessary. It's going to be a B hit, as we can see from the minimap. All 4 Ts lined up in the halls, just waiting for this smoke to dissipate. I think the problem with 2 players dedicated to A-ramp, I don't think Imperial felt super comfortable rotating until just now. Until they realized there's not a whole lot of action going on.
Nice quiet start. But Kase starting to position themselves for what is going to be a B finish. Now Vinny positioned himself in the apartments, getting deeper. He's going to hop up on top of that chariot.
This has taken too long to come to fruition, though. Like, Imperial already have a sense of what's going on.
Yeah, Try is going to have eyes on the possibility of a connector flank. And here comes this smoke fade away. Vinny, close quarters, MP7 to the head. Nisen goes down. Riccioli actually won that fight against Try over towards A. That molly will slow them down with 25 seconds left. Phelps still over here, but Riccioli comes in behind, and he doesn't take the kill. Now, Phelps is still alive, but he's got to deal with the problem of the apartments, and it's not looking like he's going to be able to do that because Riccioli eventually shows up in behind him. So that'll work out in the end for Kase. They get down into the B bomb side, bomb planted, and Imperial not in a position to fight for it.
Yeah, so simple from Kaze. And I mean, even it felt like Imperial had the read, but you got to give credit over to Riccioli. Gets himself into that lurk position over in Con, and actually just due to the timings of different utilities and this B hit being stalled out, he kind of had to be the impetus to the round. Swings out Con, takes out the jungle player, puts Phelps in an awkward place. And a good round win for Kaze.
A couple of extra kills being teed up right here. And they're going to spam down through the wood. Don't mind losing the SMG, but it's holding onto the rifle. They want to make sure that happens, but they can. So Decente falls. They've got enough money to buy again for Imperial. And Kase feel the inflicted damage on the 2 players trying to save, so.
Phelps is going to be a little bit hurt with only 2,600 in the bank in terms of, it'll be interesting to see what he wants to buy, because he, as we saw in the last round, he is kind of that mobile player who's kind of rotating between the window over towards market to support the B bomb site.
So Phelps did buy an MP9, but he threw that over towards Vinny, and Phelps in return received an M4.
Oh, shout out to Vinny.
Yeah.
Stand-up guy.
Yeah, stand-up guy. Yeah, one of the best, actually. Great guy.
He actually is, yeah.
Just a legend. Mercioli out top mid. Phelps is going to come and play with No Way through mid. One from short, one down below Con, and Vinny needs to be careful because here they come into the B. It's only an MP9 utility. It'll sever off the main attack, but oh, Vinny, oh, he gets a double. That is huge. The distraction set up from short. Phelps' life pays dividends, and it's Vinny to get away with another one. Oh, nice shot from Try. Great relocation to the crosshair. He'll go back again, and Riccioli has nothing to do. He's stuck at top mid. That is some fantastic work and teamwork in from that B bomb site defense.
Yeah, got to give Vinny a lot of love in this round. That's a perfectly timed molly on the spot. It disjointed the hit. It separated the 4 players over in halls, 2 and 2 essentially. And this is just, I mean, this is just Kaze just running back the same round they just ran, right? You have Riccioli on his own, elsewhere on the map, choosing his own position to lurk, playing for himself, and 4 players trying to hit that B bomb site. This time handled very well by Imperial. Double kill from Phelps.
Double kill from Vinny.
He got, yeah, that's right. God, my
Phelps
brain.
did assist in getting it though.
Yeah, thank you.
It wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Phelps. You can see both of those players were occupied with Phelps' short side, and Vinny was able to get that double kill because of it. And then try, I don't know how we got a double kill either. You know, that first shot was sick. Deagles, P250s, Glocks for Kaze.
Ooh, here we go.
Tries to get a position his up in the apartments, but yeah, I mean, this round isn't really expected to go even to the competitive realms.
Dang.
With that shot from Descente, Nizen's in the Shadow realm. That is beautiful. Urbano fighting back. He's got one of his own.
Next gun round is going to be interesting to see what Kaze decided to do. They did that 4-1 in the B halls twice now in gun rounds.
Yep.
You have to imagine they're going to spread things out, maybe go for a default mid control. Although I'm interested, is this going to be a default kind of team, or is this going to be more just, you know, on a map like Mirage, you can also go really, really execute heavy directly onto the bomb sites, as we all know. So we'll be kind of curious to see what style they prefer to play with here against Imperial. Vinny hears plenty of footsteps, but only sees 1 player, so no cause to panic for the defense. Tries op, trained over towards A ramp. Good kill. And this will be a 4th round for Imperial.
That comfortably picked up. They only lose 1 to a brilliant shot from Urbano. It'll end up being a 4-1 lead for Imperial, who have started off the CT side very strong. Now we get into the gun rounds to see how Kaze are going to be able to shape up against Imperial. There's that shot out mid. Yeah, that was sick.
It's a beauty.
Yeah. That was it, though. That was the only one.
Yeah, nothing to really build upon, and not enough resources to do anything with that kind of a kill. 3-round lead. Window smoke coming in, catwalk smoke coming in as well to provide some cover for Kaze to stream out towards the top mid boxes. I feel like a lot of flashbangs were just used. Or I should say, a lot of flashbangs were thrown, but I didn't really see any usage behind the throwing.
I think Kaze will be pretty happy about getting Urbano into the connector this early into the round.
Okay, well, here's what they've done. They've gone for that kind of the utility to show mid control and just kind of they take it and make sure nobody's pushed up and clear out any aggressive CTs who weren't there. And they've all backed off to wrap around for an A hit with this lurk in position, but Descente finding it this early is beautiful. And Imperial now all 5 of them in middle, clearing things out.
Diving down into the site, 45 seconds. Kaze applying pressure in towards A. Double setup at CT is eradicated by Riccioli, and that's going to work out real well. Phelps and No Way knocked out of that. And here comes Descente. Close into the site. Double kill back. Oh, make it 3. That is perfect. That is more than decent. And now Nizen coming back in from short. That defuse is already happening. He can't stop it. He can't make anything happen here. And it is Descente with just beautiful, beautiful kills.
Yeah, well, I mean, Vinny didn't need to take that death, but obviously taking the op away and even preserving it for your own team is absolutely beautiful to have that come to play right at the end of the round. So a small victory in the lost effort, but some nice shots. Actually, you know what? I'll be honest. I like that round a lot from Kaze. I think the main issue with it was he got control of Khan and in that lurk position so early that he's so exposed just trying to wait and buy time and just hope his teammates get into position fast enough that where he can be put into play, and it just gives more time for Descente to figure things out.
Yeah, even despite getting both of those kills towards CT, round just unravels. They tried to go for an early pick in towards CT. Urbano, the young 20-year-old, showing that he's got some
he's got a
D's
D
pack in.
Yeah. That ain't bad at all, but Try's got an op on the other side of things, and that's a little bit better.
Yeah, BSD is going to be pretty disappointed with the fact that he just got melted early on the A ramp pick. The ult falls into the hands instead of Yeps. He's going to try and use his. Not a lot of experience in the major qualification for Kase. Obviously, not being familiar with a lot of the players, I'm sure you guys at home are also. But BSD, only one who's made the RMR appearance. It was a one-time thing, actually alongside Riccioli, actually, who made 2 appearances. So, you know, you've got 3 players in this squad who are kind of making their RMR debut. And so far, not so good. Vinny, he's got Phelps with him.
Yeah, Phelps has to be careful. He's about to get peeked by an op who's just going to go for the challenge. Okay, takes a shot, backs away. Vinny's going to be a very tough clear. No utility, no flashbangs to make it awkward or uncomfortable, no Molotov or smoke to make it damaging to be in that corner, and the attack is just entirely shut down. Deagle's got, or excuse me, op and Deagle have no response. Good job from Vinny and Phelps.
At least with the loss bonus, Jason, they have another buy, right?
Yeah.
You got another one of those.
I like that you're a glass half full kind of guy.
Yeah, of course. Because you can always have a refill. Doesn't really make sense, but...
I mean, you can in America.
You can in America.
Yeah. Got those, like, free 32-ounce refills.
Next time when you run for president, Jason, let's go.
That'll be my campaign.
Always have a refill.
Yep. Refills always available. 5-round lead. CT side looking good for Imperial. They're going to force a timeout out of Kaze.
Yeah, probably a good time for it. I mean, if you lose this, it really does get out of hand. It gets out of hand real fast. Yet to really see BSD pop off with his AWP. Let's see if he can change that now. I did attempt an opening fight. Got blasted away by it. No way in the underpass, peering in towards top middle. Currently heavily positioned outside of the A bomb site, so Kase a direct hit towards the A site coming in now with utility.
Yeah, it does seem like the style they're working with is these 4-1 executes. The Senti, though, he's going to grab one over at Palace, blinded, could do nothing after the fact, and the smoke being blown open had some vulnerable CTs on the other side, but Phelps saves the day.
Look at this, in behind 2, but they're going to look at him and eventually deal with that threat. So Try goes back in towards Connector. BSD and Riccioli trying to do what they can for Kase. They desperately need a round here, and BSD looks to be the man to deliver it. So Vinny taking down a jungle, bomb plant now being secured, and Riccioli is his bodyguard inside of the site to secure that plant to make sure his teammate stays alive. He spotted out Try inside the Connector. Here comes the util, and BSD, he's got it in him. There we go. We asked for it, we wanted him to show up, and BSD delivers with the AWP.
Yeah, beautiful final kills from him as well. Those angles towards Juggle and Khan, just clear lines of sight for the AWP, and he puts it to good work.
Yeah. Just looking over some of the ratings for this Kase team.
Yeah.
Coming into the tournament, they're a pretty low-rated team, Jason. You know, not a lot of them have above a 1.0 rating. The highest-rated players, Nizin, over the last 3 months, a 1.05 rating, Urbano a 1.02. Everyone else is around like a 0.97 to 0.9 rating. So, they have not been having the greatest string of results recently.
No, that seems to be the Kaze with a couple of Brazilian teams.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Well, it is bad, but
it is pretty bad.
But I gotta give it to you, Jason.
I'm losing my mind at this point. Riccioli up on the bench is going to peer over the smoke towards Catwalk, trying to give his teammates a little bit of cover as they progress. You're going to have Phelps to deal with over in ladder room. Big round for Imperial. They're out of money after this buy.
Oh.
Oh!
Now you see him, now you don't.
That's a gift for Phelps to get out of an awkward situation, if I'm honest. Unfortunately, he's got to smoke himself off so he can no longer provide information or backup or anything towards Khan. It's all on Descenti, who's being spammed down and forced into the open where an AWP is holding the angle.
Yeah, another important kill for BSD. They're going to start slipping. Look at the bomb, though. like, look how far back the bomb is. It's all the way at the T apartments. So even though they're in the A bomb site, doesn't matter because they have to go back and get that bomb, and now they've lost 2 players as well.
Yeah, and the player who's backing up to go get it was on A ramp, who'd love to be executing a split with his players coming up con in this fashion. So it's gotten a little bit chaotic, and interestingly enough, in a 3-on-3, it might actually benefit them because the CTs are probably trying to read what's happening on the map, but there's no way to read this improvised insanity of having to pick up this bomb over to the B bomb site. So looking like Kaze is going to get that important 3rd round, because I don't think Phelps and Try go for this. No kits, no utility. 1 nade, excuse me.
Yeah, if there was to be a round win, they would have moved a little bit faster here. No kits on their back, so round done. 3 in the bag for Kaze.
And you've just given away the op for free, essentially.
Yep, you have, for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. So a 3rd round for Kaze. Not bad. Starting to build something at least here, but a case for themselves on the T side.
It's going to build even more because there's no money. Imperial down to just 2K, maybe a little bit over it for guys like Phelps and No Way, but that's it's brutal the way their economy's just been ripped out of their hands. Really good job from Kaze in these past few rounds to chip away at it and then deal the killing blow.
I did see the biggest problem with this Kaze team when I was researching them ahead of this tournament.
Yes.
When you type in CASE CS2, you know, funny enough,
oh, yeah.
CS2 cases
Right.
a little bit more popular than this team.
Yeah.
So you're never really going to be the '1 search result. So I did find that slight problem in the marketing. So maybe they could have some sort of case.
Have you emailed Kaze? What's his name?
Casemiro.
Have you emailed him?
Not really in direct contact with him, but you know, would be interested in meeting him.
Yeah. Well, he might appreciate the heads up.
Hey man, I think you might have to change your name
Yeah.
because CS2 cases are more popular. I think that's pretty fair.
It is.
USPs though for Imperial, nothing to work with. Today it's really just all about figuring out if the Imperial system is better, Jason. At the end of the day,
I had that conversation just like earlier. That's weird.
with who?
People in the Discord.
Oh, in Discord. Okay.
Yeah. A nice lively debate
No
about
wonder you
Imperial
didn't
versus
sleep, man.
metric
You just
system. Yeah,
have
I know.
conversations about metric and Imperial.
It was just so exciting. I was just so jacked up. I just couldn't calm down.
Sounds riveting. I might join your Discord. Is this the talking counter Discord? Is this
It
where we
is.
have these conversations?
Those are the kind of conversations we have over there.
Wow, fascinating. What was the conclusion?
The metric system is better.
All right, cool.
I mean, you can't really argue. It got us to the moon.
Did it?
Well, maybe.
Exactly. Oh, well,
I think so.
yeah, we all think so. Not all of us, but many of us.
Most of us.
Well, this round finally coming to a close. 4 rounds T side, not bad already. Let's see if they
No,
get a bit more.
Especially with like the slower start they had, right?
Yeah, they had
like,
a real slow start.
They could have been buried. You know, you could have gotten out to that slower start. You could have just been looking at the score line, and it just keeps getting wider and wider. But the fight back from Kaze has been nice. I think a lot of it, obviously, you get shut down at the B bomb site a couple of times. They've found a decent amount of success over at the A bomb site. Yeah, a 6-1 start had to have been a crappy thing to hit tab and look at. But 3 in a row now, and you've got the money in an awkward place, so you're playing a bunch of rounds without an AWP on the defensive side, which is so nice.
Yeah, especially because Try did get a couple of rounds where he had multi-kills.
And now that you've had some of that success, you can open up the playbook a little bit more. You can even go back to the B bomb site and give it a shot if you're really feeling frisky. But you know that Imperial's going to have to give a little bit of extra attention to this A bomb site that's been exposed. And indeed they do. 2-for-1 trade at the A ramp. Nicely done.
Here comes Nizen, yeah. Little bit of a gap, though, for Vinny.
Oh, that's ratty.
I like that. That's good work from Vinny.
You would.
Yeah. I mean, use everything you can, really.
True.
And that might, well, it has ended the streak for Kaze, unless Urbano and Riccioli have got anything for us. Urbano going in towards the connector. On the left side is Try, but Phelps has knocked him on his ass. He does leave Riccioli alone. Phelps makes sure that it's a second for himself. So 7-4 scoreline. Imperial back to the bye, back to winning ways. And last round of this first half coming right up. AWP back in hands, though, of Imperial. So just the one round without the AWP. And Try will get that back into his hands to work with as we head into the last round of the first half of play. That was a good job done from No Way.
Really was. 7-4. A little bit of mid-presence for both teams, actually. No Way's going to get aggressive, pushing up the ramp. Flashbangs come out. He's not blinded whatsoever. Clotheslines Urbano and then takes down Riccioli. And now it's looking solid, although I will say Decenti in a tough position. Here's the footsteps, able to react, and this will be an 8-4 lead for Imperial at the half. They bounce back and recover, snatch the last two, and they've got a decent lead. I need sleep.
You really do. Did you mean to do that, or did that just leak out of your brain?
I was going to say decent, and then I was like, you know what? I'm like 85% of the way there. I might as well just take it the whole way home.
I like it. You're a dad after all, Jason. You can make those jokes.
I know. I don't like to lean on that, though. I just, yeah.
It's fine. Well, I have to say, the fact that Imperial won those last two rounds like this, that's gotta leave a pretty good taste in your mouth for Imperial. It's very real world in which you go from a 6-1 scoreline, you feel like you fizzled out a little bit, but those last two rounds finishing strong, that's great work from him.
It's always nice when like you bounce back. They go on like that little bit of a streak. They had the advantage of like winning a round, and then your economy was broken. You know, like they got that USP round, and then you just come back and you dominate the last two just to get a good feeling going into this this short break as they switch sides.
All right. Let's see what Imperial's T-side looks like. And for Kase, any hopes of a win versus Imperial today hinge on a huge defensive effort. And a pistol round could take them a long way. It's going to be a full commitment towards the B-bomb site for Imperial, and Nizen waiting to go. So this USP could be devastating. Here come Kase. And oh my god, that was a clean headshot. That was,
Yeah, really well.
oh my god. All right, Nizen, great work. Try, he pulls it back.
Dishes him right back, doesn't he? Those were really cool shots. It kind of sucks that you don't have a more commanding lead after a couple of shots like that. Oh, and they're preparing a double swing. If anyone tries to evacuate the market, Try and Decenti are just going to put him down. Everything's covered. A really nice post-plant setup from Imperial.
Here's Decenti. And there he goes, Try. Just doing everything in this pistol round. 3 kills locked in already for him. Vinny and Try are going to close this out on Urbano, but the time will close him out alongside the bullet from Try. A 4K in this pistol round. Massive effort from Try to recover that, because there was some great shots in the initial defense. Try just melts them away. So 9-4 scoreline. Imperial with a pistol. Kase, I don't know if they shouldn't go.
I hope they save. I hope they save.
They have to save. Here we go. Get to see this again. I love when someone doesn't move their crosshair at all.
Yeah. They're just like, I'm going to hit this shot.
Terrorists win.
Just the confidence to do it. Nicely done, but Try just a little bit better in the pistol. And they do go for this. You can recover from 410, but if you force buy here and lose, and then you're looking at 411, that's so much less likely, it feels. So I like that they're putting some faith in the fact that they believe in the gun rounds.
Terrorists win.
6-round deficit as the M4s are going to come out here.
Bomb has been.
Feels like this is the gun round, to be honest.
The gun round of all gun rounds.
If they lose this gun round, Jason, it doesn't feel like there's much of a game left.
True.
So let's see what Kase have up their sleeve. With no AWP, it has to be
Mid-aggression.
furious with the 5 rifles. And here's Urbano. That's easy. Vinny was falling the wrong way. Here comes Phelps, though, to try and recover it. Phelps and try with a double back. Riccioli from connector, making sure numbers stay even. Bomb being picked up. And they're going to go back over towards A. That's what the final play forward will be from Imperial. Riccioli in the open. No way to drop him. Nizen and Yeps left alone.
That's such a sick jiggle. He just put Riccioli like on a string and just held him in the open. That was going to be a tough fight once the jiggle came out. So he... Oh, just one kill for Yeps. A 2v1. But Nizen had those nice shots in the pistol, so if he can double it up here on this... In this clutch situation, it'd be everything. And he's trying to take the 1v1 while the bomb is being planted. Now running out of ammunition. And no kit, no utility.
Bomb planted it behind triple. Try. He's got a great crossfire with his teammate here, who Descenti actually has a Molotov as well, so he can use that real late into the round. So Nizen, it is not looking good for you, buddy. With no kit on your back and Try's bullet in your brain, it's 11-4, and Kase have no money.
Yeah, and this might be a round where if you force by here, you can't really tell them it's the wrong decision. So we'll see what they decide to do. But 4-12 is such a desperate prospect. A force buy might just be in order to try and create a miracle a little bit earlier.
So they've gone for the more conservative approach, leaving money in the bank to get one last hurrah here on Mirage. But it does not look likely it is going to amount to much, as Imperial now search for their 12th. Riccioli getting aggressive into towards ramp. He could cause a couple of problems here for Vinny. The 5-7 close up, especially when there's two of them. Yeah, this can null opponents, and there's only one kill for Riccioli.
It was dangerous, though. The opportunity was there, so not a bad setup whatsoever. Just always going to be tough to try and come on top of that fight with just pistols. Bong being planted, in Imperial, a commanding post-plant situation.
Yeah, about to get the same little result here for Imperial. 12-4. Can I say just... What's the point in throwing your life away, I suppose? So they're just going to hold for exits? Buy some time on the server.
I mean, even with this kind of a save, right? It's not going to be any kind of crazy buy. A couple players at 1,600, 1,800 in Urbano.
Yeah. It's not going to be great.
No. And now they have no more mistakes to make. Imperial just running over them on this T side. Defense has no stopping power for the moment. So we'll see what they bust out.
Well, they have a loss bonus.
Yeah, it was maxed out.
So they
actually get quite a bit of money.
Yeah. Good,
I take everything back.
Goodbye. Max loss bonus helps out. Whether or not it is going to result in the comeback they want, that's a whole different story. So AWP for BSD. And Forzum 4. And Kase ready to go to battle once more. Might be the last hurrah, might be the last legs. That is the most likely outcome. Urbano charging up top middle with some aggression. Did get the opening kill on Vinny a couple of rounds prior. But no real challenge this time. Here comes the flash. Vinny out, and Vinny this time wins that fight. He will get traded by Nizen from short side. BSD bringing one out over the top of the smoke, and that's trying to fall down. So Kase with a 4 versus 3 could be 4v2 because this. Oh no, dude, that's sick from Phelps.
Those are the kinds of plays that Phelps made his bones on early in his career. This was a map where he was just an absolute menace, controlling connector, controlling jungle, controlling window room, and he's doing it again right now here for Imperial, but the AWP close up, prepared for that swing, that walk around the corner. I think Yeps missed the timing on Descenti.
Oh, he got spotted now. And so Descenti's going to go down into the apartments. Now No Way charges into the open. Yeps had already repositioned on my top advance. So the buy for Kase keeps them in this fight for a bit longer. Money's still good for Imperial, so they'll buy again. It doesn't get any easier for Kase, but at least one extra on the board, a little bit extra server time.
Bang, good shot. Nicely done from the AWP on the CT side. Having some influence and keeping Kase in the fight. 7 more rounds to force overtime.
Commitment for Imperial with 4 of their forces heading towards B, and with that kill from Try, surely they just run with it. Surely they just go. And BSD from short, it's a good shot. Try's going to be taken out of the apartments, and BSD is just waiting for more, but they've slowed things down, Imperial.
Yeah, that first kill from BSD, and it's like the follow-up players are coming in just a little bit late. So good call, I think, for Imperial to just pull back and go for an audible. Let's try and change the attack using Phelps as a pivot point. Very centralized defense. But Imperial is just so patient.
Kioli gone out of the server. Nice and doing what he can to keep his team in this fight. Senti traded, but Phelps waiting for the time to strike through the window. He does find it. BSD now the last remaining player, and Kaze's time in the sun will come to a close. It'll be Imperial with a 13-5 victory, a very strong showing in their opening game here of the RMRs.
Yeah, been absolutely lovely. Phelps has 16 kills, Tri has 19 kills. Things are working. CT side got a little, I mean, it wasn't bad in any stretch, and didn't have any kind of crazy faults to it, but a little run from Kaze. But this T side has just been them melting through this defense with no problem whatsoever. There's the final kill, 13-5 for Imperial as they move 1-0. And they're looking at that 1-0 section of this without any of the big favorites, and they're like, "Great, this is beautiful."
The 1-0 looks like it should have been the 0-1.
Yeah, it does to a certain extent.
To a certain extent, sure. But Imperial and Pain on our side of the stream, at least, the best performing teams in the opening rounds. So they'll be happy getting their job done. They'll move forward into the 1-0 bracket. We'll see who their opponent shakes out to be. But for Imperial, they've done what they had to, and a convincing win over Kase.
Brazilian Edward coming in to give high fives?
Yeah, the Mind Body Esports of Imperial. I always get so confused when I
do too.
when I see them walking around. I'm like, hold on. You're working two-timing right now.
It makes me feel bad as a bald man because I'm just like, oh, bald guy. You know,
but it's more than that.
It's got to be Edward.
It's more than that.
And then I'm like, oh,
it's
that's why people do it to me.
The same kind of beard.
Yeah.
Same sort of facial structure.
Sure.
Less patchouli oil.
Less patchouli oil.
Great work, though, from Imperial. Not much more you can really say about that. They were just hitting harder, just more experienced players.
Yeah, pretty clean cut. And I think actually Kaze did a decent enough job with kind of what they came in with. Again, not ultra familiar with how they're competing and looking and where they're doing in the regional scene itself throughout the year. But I mean, that T side, you know, you did a decent amount with just kind of one sort of basic tactic of like a 4-1 with a 4-man execute at A or B, threw in a couple mid controls in there and then shifted into executes. We're able to get some rounds on the board, but not enough to give you a chance in the second half.
Yeah, for Kase, I do feel like there was little patches of form that I'm in this game that convinces me they're gonna have some better games in the RMRs. When they go up against more closer on their level, I think we'll get to see some cool moments from the likes of BDS. I think he looked good on the AWP in a few rounds here and there. So some hope for the future for Kase.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be the fun part is when we actually see those kind of matchups come together. But on the other hand, you know, relatively low siege, you have to imagine that's one of the squads that's going to be going against Fury or Liquid.
You're right.
You know?
Never mind.
So
yeah,
it's
throw
like,
that one out the window.
Maybe the match after that, maybe.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Maybe that was their best game yet. Who knows? 13-5 win, though.
They are going to be the team that's just like, come on. Like, what? Like, why?
Yeah, our hopes and dreams have just been smashed all over the floor. But who knows? The odds might fall in their favor.
Look at that ADR from Vinny. Only 13 kills. 96 ADR.
That's a man who throws Molotovs and B apartments.
Same with No Way. Tons of damage, not close to the top kills.
Yeah, well, Vinny was doing a lot of damage with util, I guess. Like, volleys, burning multiple players, forcing them back away from B, so maybe that adds up. But, yeah, Vinny had some great moments, I think, especially on that B bomb site, you know, when he was required to get a multi-kill when it looked like things were about to fall apart if he died. He did a great job. Yeah, he delivered very well on that defense. And, I mean, you could just see when they got to the T side, it was like there's not enough, wasn't enough, like, prowess on and protocols on the Kaze defensive side to stop the attacks that Imperial was doing. Like, Phelps was always going to have a field day in middle and was able to work those angles very, very well. So, yeah, just a nice, easy victory. Not easy, but, you know, nice. It was pretty easy.
No, there were no problems for Imperial. Let's just say that.
Yeah. Well, that is the results from round one. We've now finished with the first half of the matches of today. We started with a mind-blowing upset as Wildcard were able to beat Team Liquid. Despite Team Liquid having a 9-3 lead on Inferno, they choked it away. The CT side was not good enough.
I think like 11-5 as well.
Yeah, that is really.
Let's not talk about it.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Well, we'll see if Team Liquid can pull their socks up and get back into the RMRs. 13-5 win, though, for Pain Gaming over Nouns. A convincing victory there. Boss upsetting M80 in Vertigo as well. Those two middle matches on Vertigo, and then we close it out with a 13-5 win for Imperial over Kase. And that concludes our first set of matches here on the B stream.
Yeah, I actually really like that boss upset. I mean, I'll be honest, I like the wild card upset as well. But the boss upset, watching those guys and then the skill they kind of brought out to overcome M80 was sweet. The way they were shooting, if that continues, that's actually they turn into like a pretty dangerous squad. And again, we'll just mention it because this feels like after the upsets of today, of the opening games, the theme is kind of like these 1-0 teams have such an easier route to potentially qualify when you don't have to worry about playing M80 or Furia or Liquid in your next game. This next round of matchups is going to be critical for, I think, a lot of the teams that went 1-0.
Yeah, the Americas RMR always feels like there's some sort of... It feels like in the North American teams, there's always a certain point where they have to cannibalize each other's chances of moving forward, you know?
Yeah, I see what you mean. I think the Brazilians have the same problem, or not problem, but it's just the nature of the event, right? Yeah. It's all the Americas teams. I think more than anything, I think the North American teams struggle with consistently playing good Counter-Strike and mistake-free Counter-Strike, so you just see them get upset a lot more frequently.
Well, it has been a day of upsets. The first set of matches certainly rife with those, but we are going to go to an extended break because we need around 40 minutes time for those matches to be set up and teams to prepare for their next opponents. Right. So that is what we're going to do. We're going to go to that break, and when we come back, well, we won't be coming back. You will be, and we got the wonderful Harry Russell and Hugo Byron. They'll be taking you through the action, I believe.
Hugo B.
The world is changing quickly.
To clear.
Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
hey, didn't see you there. We're fast approaching everyone's kind of favorite time in the Counter-Strike calendar. Major time, baby. And it all starts with the RMRs. Here we're taking a look at the Americas. There's already been a bunch of games played, Hugo, as things have started to take shape. I guess good place to start would be taking a look at what's already happened. How are you feeling about the games that have transpired thus far?
It's been a pretty crazy day, Harry. Pretty crazy morning as we've seen some upsets galore come down. Not just MAT losing out to Boss in a regional bout, but the same thing for Liquid as well. Falling a little short in that debut against Wildcard, a team I think who are pretty underrated coming into this event right now. I have them going through in that top 7. And of course some other results as well. Pain with a dominant win over Nouns, and the same story for Imperial over Kase.
Now, it's important to remember maybe, the mouse problems, vegetarian issues there, right? But, anything can happen, and we learned that right off the top of the day in that Liquid wildcard bout. There's been some pretty interesting results also when you think about teams that you would imagine to go through. Furia fielding an early L. How do you feel about that?
That is a bit of a shame to see. I mean, both Liquid and Fury going 0-1, right? You'd hope they can redeem themselves. And at least, I think the positive here is the change from Copenhagen to Shanghai. At Copenhagen, we saw all these Americas teams do really well. 4 made the top 16. And so as a result, Americas has more spots. And now we see, okay, it's not lose 2 games and you go home.
Yeah.
That was a disaster at the last RMR. You actually have a little more levity, a little more breathing room. So you can afford to lose a couple of games. There's still that 7 spots available for Americas, but it's going to be a tight race, Harry. It's pretty competitive right now.
Yeah, so this is what we have coming up. We got Bestia versus Nouns. That's the one that we're about to be hopping into. But as you can see, things heat up. That's our little starting course. And then we move into the main courses. Then you got that Liquid game down there for dessert where they play Crew. I want to go back and just talk about the slots thing that you mentioned, because I think it's pretty important. Let's give a nice little rundown. So back in Copenhagen, really, it was the success of Brazilian teams
3 or 4.
that helped bankroll this increase in slots for the region. A couple of regions gained extra slots. Asia as well. They've got the Mongols to thank over there. EU fielding the L have given up some of their slots.
We lost 3, man.
Yeah.
We lost 3, but that EU was always going to be a tight race. But I think it's a good time for the Americas to have more spots. It's definitely more competitive teams, maybe brought up by the fact that we have so many Brazilian rosters. And like you said, in Copenhagen, it was Imperial, it was Furia, who we expected, and it was also Pain, who made like a glorious run, who almost made the playoffs actually in that final game, and Complexity as well, who managed to get here over Liquid, who fell in the last RMR, who have already started a little bit slow in this one. So it's all very scary in RMRs. The pressure's high, arguably higher than the major for some of these smaller teams, because half the glory is getting to the major, getting the stickers, getting, as a result, the money, but the glory that comes with that, it's like a weight off your shoulders. And this is the final RMR. So for a lot of these rosters, especially some of these smaller teams, this is a huge opportunity. I'm looking at like a wild card who won their opening game over Liquid. Like, this is a massive opportunity to make a run and go to the major when it would be very difficult to do so, potentially, from what we know next year with how our RMRs, or at least a major qualification, is going to work with ranking points, with who knows exactly the finer details yet. So seize the opportunity, Harry. Seize the moment.
Yeah, I think that sounded. Oh, I like that, Hugo. You've set this up.
Right?
Yeah, it is inspiring. Let's kind of home in then a little bit on the match that we have coming up now. This Noun squad taking on Bestia. Now, both teams, I think it's fair to say, kind of rising in their regions. Now clashing. They're the 2 squads that managed to top their run through the qualifiers. Now meeting up here in an 0-1 game.
Yeah, I think for Nouns, I actually really respect like this team, this organization, this roster, because not only is the org clearly like put a lot of investment into this team and pulled in some really cool pieces, right? Pulling Junior back out after we felt like we wouldn't see him play higher level CS for a while. Rush back in this roster. They've got a Drem behind them. They've got Semphis behind them. They've got long-term investment. I think it's a really cool organization, really cool team, especially considering it's a full American roster. And a lot of times you see these American or North American teams, they rely on imports. They pull in Europeans, they pull in Australians, whoever they pull in. They get people from other regions to bring more firepower. But this is an org trying to raise the roof with American talent. I think they have a great roster right now. The question is, can they go through this RMR in one of those 7 spots? I think it's going to be a pretty tight race. They've had to play better than they've ever played before, and they're going up against the Argentinian. defense.
Yeah, and these guys, as we say, have been on a bit of a rise as of late. Have Bestia. We even got to see them back at Thunderpick, and there it was the case that they were able to get the wins kind of over
regional teams.
Yeah, over their regional opponents. But then when we saw them face off against EU opposition, it was
they almost made it to land.
Yeah. So I think still going through the growing phase of Bestia, but they're certainly on an upward trend, and I think that's where it's pretty interesting in the matchup of these two squads, because it's not like you have one coming in where maybe things are petering off a little bit. They're both teams on the rise, and both teams that are very much gunning for the opportunity to make it to the major.
Both these teams won their regional qualifier in North and South America, or came in the top two, which same spot, first and second, to actually qualify with a good seed. Good seed. You may just slip over that, see, it doesn't matter, it's not that important. It is so important in an RMR, in a Swiss system event, because you're drawing your opponents based on not just the result they have in the tournament, but the seed. So say, for example, Liquid go down 0-1. Well, in theory, Liquid and Furia should never play because they're both high seeds. So you're avoiding some of the top teams by having a higher seed. So that's very important. It's underrated, both these teams coming in with high seed. But either way, we've got the picks and bans in. It's just bans today, Harry, as we go through the BO1s on day one of the America's RMR, and we end up on Mirage.
Yeah, as you would expect, nice little kind of middle ground map there. Everyone's happy with the Mirage. Dude, you talked about Nouns earlier. I want to go back to it. I do like this team up since Rush moved into the roster around about 5-6 months ago now. You have him and Adren on the same side of the coin, which is cool. You have a major winner in Rush, and then you have an Intel Grand Slam winner in Adren as the coach. Two guys as well who are always on opposite ends of the field in their relative careers, right? You had Adren with Liquid, and then you had Rush in there with Cloud9, now teaming up. And I think those are two huge figureheads for the Nouns squad, right? These are two very legit pieces of NA from that kind of, I guess you'd say, glory days of North American Counter-Strike, meeting up with some of the ones that have always been there, chomping at the bit to be those up-and-comers. So I think it is a very complimentary roster, and I'm hoping, we can see Nouns put a good foot forward, because it's felt like they've always been in the conversation, but when the games really start to matter, when they reach that kind of fever pitch and become truly important, Nouns fall off a little bit. They struggle.
Same as the last RMR, right? We saw the same thing. I mean, that's a crazy point as well. A major winner in the server today, Harry, is certainly a cool factor for the Nouns side, hopefully bringing some much-needed experience for a young roster of, inexperienced players when it comes to Tier 1, when it comes to international lands, right? So I think this is really cool. We got the player cams on as well right now, obviously playing in the hotel in Shanghai, looking good. I've enjoyed seeing this shot of just all the teams in the same room, almost looking like a prac room, but it's not confirmed, not a prac room. It is an official gaming room, Harry. I think that's what
official gaming room.
That's what they call them.
That is a sanctioned official. Dude, I gotta say, I'm glad we've cut to Rush, dude. The mustache that this guy's rocking,
a few days. That's impressive,
bro. It's so. Even when you go look at him on HLTV, he just has that aura. If you were playing sat next to that guy, you're feeling pretty good, right?
You kind of look like the hair. You kind of look like him in a way. If he could rock a mullet, I think
he could. I'm not doubting his ability to rock the mullet.
But don't doubt yourself either, Harry. You pulled it off.
No, but dude, I mean, I think with one of the things that we were talking about with Nouns coming into this was this idea of they have shown that they can crumble in those high importance, high pressure moments.
Yeah.
Someone like Rush brings a lot to the table in that regard, because when you look at the rest of the team, it's not that they're super young and inexperienced. It's just at the highest levels, that's not somewhere they've been too frequently, right? Even when you look at someone like CJ in this squad, I think he's 27 years old. He's been around for a while now. I remember really kind of catching him for the first time properly and taking some attention would be back when he was in that Rebirth squad. I'm sure you remember them from where we were covering NA a whole bunch over COVID. Yeah.
No, not that one.
No.
You're missing me.
But no, and I don't know, he's someone who's kind of always been there, but hasn't necessarily moved up into those upper echelons yet, right? And I think that's where I would put a lot of these Nouns players, even when you look at the likes of Junior, who we all know had that stint in with Furia, which was a weird move. It was weird at the time, and everyone was like, maybe this works out, and then it didn't work out, and then that knocked his confidence for a bit, but he's had to kind of rebuild himself a hell of a lot and start to find that confidence again.
He's always farmed NA. That's the thing about Junior. Like, he never, you know, lost his confidence, fell off of a tier 1 team, or at least one of the best teams in his region, but like individually, he never had a huge drop off. He always performed when it came to online, when it came to, you know, regional competition, but we just never really got him in tier 1 again. We never saw him at big lands. We never saw him against top opponents. So, you know, America's RMR, good place to sharpen your teeth, as it were, to get ready for the major. The thing that's cool about this America's RMR is I think there are you can make a case for almost every team to actually make it run. And I think, you can just as much make a case for Nouns with the players they have on their roster.
I think the other thing as well is, like, after the last major and kind of Brazil doing so well at it, it's like set a bit of a precedent now, right? Like,
for
you want to,
or for Argentina, who,
you know, you for
everyone.
no, just for like the entire region, right? Like, the damage that was done when they went overseas was higher than maybe you were expecting on the back of that last major, and so I think as a result, like, you always used to hear how practice within the region is rough, and sure, that wasn't really the case for South American teams. They have it pretty sweet down there. Like, you know, there's a couple of good squads down in South America, but for NA, you know, it was always the case. You'd have your Liquids, your Coles being like, yeah, Prax pretty dead, Prax pretty bad here. But as the region is trending upwards, you imagine that kind of translated across, and there's more and more teams now that actually have org backing in behind them, which is nice. It feels, and I used this on my Twitter early on, it feels like a bit of a renaissance for the Americas.
I like that, yeah.
Bit of a rebirth, and don't think they're there yet where, you know, we can say we're back to the glory days, but we're certainly trending that way.
Yeah, the performance of the teams is, well, paramount to that, and we've just come off of the most successful major for the Americas in a long time, since COVID at least, in Copenhagen. So
yeah, I think it was 2019, right? It was
sounds right.
No. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but
I mean,
it's certainly been a long while.
I mean,
right?
It depends how you define success, right? Is it one team doing well and then Boston, or is it a multitude of teams from the region doing well?
Yeah, right.
I think they're both very important, right? You need a top team in your region to actually prove that you can do it, and then you need teams to follow in the footsteps. So you need both those things right now. And so that's why we're getting a little bit worried, Harry, over Furia and Liquid falling 0-1. But at least Complexity. They answered the call in their debut. They showed up. They won their first game over Bestia, no less. So looking for some revenge here are the Bestia boys. Oh, just went very quiet.
Bro, everyone's been talking about the jacket, so I feel like it's a little bit of a tired, you know, subject matter now.
But you're going to do it anyway?
I want to do it anyway.
Okay.
They are sick.
Are you formally requesting a jacket? Is that what are you going that far yet?
No, I think that would be insane. Like,
really?
we're not there, so we don't get them. I think it's as simple as
That's
that.
the logic?
Right?
Damn it.
But
I tried.
I'll tell you what, man, they do look fresh. If we get a chance to show one of them off.
Perfect World make very cool merch.
Dude, even the little, like the loot crate that people were given, it looks cool. Yeah. Some of the stuff in there. I watched Parlors unboxing,
as Alex would call them, like chibis, you know, that's what he calls charms. But, you know, all the little, you know, high, for example. I like the branding. I think it's very cool. So, yeah, that's all going down in Shanghai. We're in Bucharest, Romania, in the PGL studio, getting ready for I was going to say a long day of Counter-Strike, but we're already halfway through. It's actually a pretty reasonable day of Counter-Strike so far.
Yeah, I've liked the being awake.
Yeah, you got up early. You
bright and early.
Game.
Yeah. 6 a.m.
Well, not every
alarm goes off. Wah, wah.
I know how
I roll out of bed.
Thank you.
Turn the TV on, mate. Who's on the TV? But our good friends Jason and Dinko.
Colleagues, yeah.
And who was on the other stream? Jackie and Vince.
Got a nice gang here in Romania.
It was maybe even the best of times.
It's gonna get better though, Harry. Once we get into
there are those jackets, by the way. You just saw it in the background.
Yeah, the refs have them, which I think is a very cool addition.
If you could somehow take your eyes off of Rush for even a moment, which I know is hard. Like it's tricky, certainly.
Dude, the refs having the jackets, that adds in a lot.
Yeah, I was wondering as well, because I see that, like, they say referee on the back. Is that like a little Velcro patch section? It looks like it, right? It looks like they've been patched on.
It is.
Dude, That's cool. I like the Velcro patches.
Yeah?
Right? I've been trying to buy more stuff that has them because it allows a kind of degree of customization.
Okay.
Like
You got a lot
mine,
of Velcro tags, do you?
mine wouldn't say referee,
No.
for example.
It would say guy
I
just
don't know.
trying his best.
Yeah.
Just a guy.
But look, there it is. And that's the little patch section. Dude, it's sick, man.
Very nice. Good branding. Headsets going on, though, so that's probably a good sign for this Mirage BO1. If you're just joining us, it is Bestia v Nouns. It's an 0-1 matchup. We'll be following the 0-1 matchups today. Of course, loser going 0-2, setting us up for some BO3s, and we'll be looking to tomorrow in the late games to do that after we clear up our final BO1s. Remember, it's just BO1s when they, I don't want to say don't matter, but it means no consequence, right?
It's
BO3s
like
are for elimination.
Yeah, BO3 is
for
where your
progression.
fate's decided. Like,
Yeah.
you're either progressing onward or you're staring elimination dead in the face. These ones are to figure out what route you take to get there. And yeah, I like this system,
Yeah.
honestly.
No,
I think
for
it's
sure.
good. You expedite the process a little bit, and then when the importance really dials up, you get into the longer matches.
Absolutely. And for those just joining us as well, who weren't here for the earlier dialogue, it was maybe some Americans, maybe some North Americans, some South Americans. This is a very cool time for the region because we have those extra slots. So it won't just be the typical run-of-the-mill teams making it through the Imperials, the Furious, the Liquids, the Coals. There's going to be more, maybe not even them if things continue to go the way they're going.
Yeah.
But there's going to be more teams making it to the Shanghai Major, which is always good, especially for a region that's pretty, you know, underfunded at times. I mean, every team at this RMR has backing except for Boss, which I think is already an improvement to last time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always been, like, it's weird when you talk about the Americas as a whole because I feel like South America has a far better
a lot more
time.
money, yeah.
Right? Like, and
A lot of
I
local
think
competition.
for the longest time, because you've had kind of better teams sticking around within the region, the practice has always been better, so there's been a bit more of a direct route. So a lot of the times when we're talking about like the org support and whatnot, it's really homed in on North America. But yeah, no, you're dead on. Like, there actually is this level of backing now where you don't have to worry about like, oh no, we didn't win a cash cup. I literally can't pay my rent,
Yeah.
which is arguably
Insane,
like
yeah.
a horrific barrier to entry for a lot of these NA players.
That is the big difference. I think there's just actually a lot more tournaments and therefore money and prize money and therefore reason to pick up a team in South America. Like in Brazil, there's way more competition, which just feeds into the cycle, right? There's money on the line, so orgs pick up teams, so teams win money, so orgs pick up teams. It goes in circles. In North America, there's not actually competition. There's not actually events to play like there are in South America. So yeah,
Shout out Fragadelphia one time.
yeah, of course. Kind of the epic land of
Yeah.
America is doing it. Is that doing it a disservice? Maybe.
I think that is doing
yeah,
it
it's
a
a bit bigger.
disservice.
It's kind of the ice.
It is large, yeah.
It's larger. Dead now, of course. But everyone's in a server, and we're on a match pause, which is as close as we're going to get to the game, Harry, which is a good sign.
Bro, the little, what did you call it earlier? The certified gaming room?
Certified gaming
Yeah,
room.
certified gaming rooms look nice. Like,
Yeah, CGR.
I know it's like a nice little dressed up kind of hotel room essentially, but man, it looks cool. They nailed, you know, what they had access to here. I wonder, are those the mechanical desks? I always like them.
What does that mean?
You know, like you can adjust
Oh,
the
okay.
height. Like,
Presumably. Yeah, they look like.
I feel like they are.
Yeah,
You can
definitely-
tell. Because I'm already seeing
got
some
one at
different
home?
levels. Yeah, I got one after going to an esports event where they had them,
You-
and I was
you
like,
changed
bro,
your height much?
this is a game changer. Not really. No.
Kinda lock it
It
in at
became a
one
bit of a because like no one else plays on my computer, right?
True,
Like
yeah.
if it's like a revolving door of people coming in, like fair enough, they all want it at different heights. But I'm the sole operator of my PC at home. If the government are watching, that's
What
I'm
does
the
that
only
mean?
one.
They're not, I can assure you.
So yeah, I just set it to the one height I like. But if I'm ever playing like Sims, like not
Like Sims 3.
not like Sims 3,
Ooga
like
ooga.
like a simulation
Okay,
games,
yeah.
I changed the height a bit then. Because I have like the whole, dude, I've become such a nerd for that. I got like the
Your chair
the
shakes,
flight
you've got a
sticks
4D.
and whatnot.
Really?
I was looking into like getting one of these crazy, like it like rotates on an axis like chair.
No, don't do that.
And I was thinking like at what point Am I like really off the deep end?
Yeah,
that's
the
like way past the line.
You're falling off the cliff below the line.
But God, they look like they would be fun.
Yeah, you got how many G's do you catch in that?
But also like way too much of a novelty. Like I already bought the height of adjustable desk by my own admission. I don't use it, and I feel like if I have this hulking, like you peek a guy in CS and the chair like swings around with you, I think I'd be sick.
Yeah, I don't recommend that. Stay static. That's what we're doing. Locked in, breathing exercises. Getting very meta nowadays.
Has anyone spoke about how maybe the charms are going to influence this match?
I think, we've really got to talk about those. The people who have them on the end of the barrels hate it.
I have loved some of the placement because I'm convinced that some players' goal with the charm placement is to make it like as horrific as possible. It ruins
it for you as well. You've got to play
No, because you get used to it, right? It's yours.
Okay.
But so you get used to it.
When I pick up your AK, I drop it for a FAMAS. It's that bad. Like,
dude, there's some really obnoxious ones.
Yeah.
Like the Galil, like putting it on the I don't even know what it would be.
On the hammer, but
yeah, on the hammer. Yeah.
I have that, and you don't see it. You barely see it.
But that's because you're used to it. You've just proved my point.
No, depending on your view model, it's at the back of the gun.
Depending on your view
it's at the back of the gun. Come on, give me a chance here. You put it on the barrel of your AK. You're going to talk about obnoxious. So we'll be doing charm check today. We'll be on.
I will be checking in on the charms.
We'll be,
and that's a promise. Charmers.
Charming. We'll be looking at the skins. Kind of skin casting, which is what we got into.
That was one of my favorite Reddit posts ever.
Yeah,
why don't the casters ever focus on the skins more?
I mean, it's pretty
fair.
Important.
I mean, honestly, it's a fair question. Why don't we? Maybe it's the new thing.
Maybe they don't matter. Maybe. But we'll keep an eye on today. I'm sure Nouns have some nice skins. I can actually see them. Just waiting for everyone to lock in.
Yeah, there's just a little tech delay. But honestly, I think
been a smooth
the
day
Americas
so far.
has been pretty smooth.
Second round. It's the start of the second round. We're okay. We're under control.
I'm going to remote in real quick and see if I can help.
It's funny because we haven't started, but on the other stream, 9Z have 13-3 legacy. Blimey. How's that happened? That's legacy.
Yeah,
legacy.
Especially after they started strong, right? They were the team to beat back Furia, which, by the way, is like now proven to be 2 major cycles in a row a good matchup for the legacy squad. Because back in Copenhagen, they did the exact same thing.
Lato and Dumao, man, Yanko will be proud. He's probably weeping in the green room right now. Tears of joy, if that wasn't clear. He loves Lato and Dumao.
Yeah, he does.
And they're kind of the goats in a way.
Kind of the goats in a way.
Them and Taco back in the day, boosting Heaven on Nuke and pistol around. I remember that. That was kind of fun.
Something else I think that does help the...
Oh my God, Harry, I got good news.
What?
I got good news.
What's this?
We're locking in. We're going live.
Oh,
Best
we're in!
Nouns, round 2 of the Americas RMR here for the Perfect World Shanghai Major. Oh my God, they're just going to go for it. Popping out of Palace.
Big there, though. These dual Berettas. Oh! Okay, can't quite wrestle in the third. Junior going to pick that up at least. That looked like it was a pretty dire start for Nouns, but they've been able to recover here. Back into a 3-on-3. Slowly out towards the ramp side for the rest of Nouns. Carson going to join up with his old mate CJ. As Bestia move around for the rotate, they've elected to move out in through jungle, trying to reclaim some of this ground.
It's an annoying charm on Thomasin, but I'll let him
off
for now.
I noticed that already. I was going to bring it up.
That's right in the way. Ooh.
Charm placement.
Oh, it's ugly.
It's good.
He's got the nades, though, so I forgive him for now, but he's got to use them. He's trying to clear under B, but Nouns have actually just decided to slow down, so a player's out of position. Naz might be in trouble if they swing him together. They look like they want to do so. There's the contact. They chase him down. Naz, what a recovery. 2 kills, and he's out.
Just Junior left standing, man. He was the one that dealt with those dualies over in Palace. And now they're expecting him to win the whole down round. Going to get the bomb planted. But is that just best case scenario? Noxie makes it so. And so Bestia walk away with a pistol round. Good stuff from Naz.
Yeah, that's crazy. He's the one who goes back in to get the info after they clear lower B. And you think now they're just waiting for that. They're waiting for info so they can jump him. 2 players run at him, and he recovers both kills and gets out.
Unironically, going to bring it back to the charms now for a bit of a change of pace. The charm checks in. Tom is in. Charm placement, 10 out of 10. And it matches the gloves. A little...
There's some style to it.
Yeah. He has kind of really... push the boat out for what's possible with the charms.
Very distracting stuff from Thomasin. Love to see it. Bestia with a pistol round. Nouns, they go for a force. It's a bomb plant pistol. Junior at least sets him up with that. So we've got a couple Galils. They're just going for the pop through ramp. Fake in middle. Lot of nades. 3 smokes in the middle side right now, but it's not drawing any attention. Bestia play towards the site. Ugly early fight, but Zach still gets out. 4-on-4. Nouns own A, but not for long.
Oh yeah, this decision to drop in that close sight smoke and now try to play around it gives you a bit more freedom to fight out from CT. Bestia don't want to let Nouns in for free on this. Zocco's playing right through, down to the USP, okay. Not needed. Doesn't matter. Bestia, cleanly done, well recovered, well handled there on the back-to-back A plays.
Awkward pace, because Nouns don't scale because they think Bestia are pushing, but they actually just throw the util and wait, and as soon as Nouns start moving, that's when Bestia go for the swing in. So timing gets a little aloof there for Nouns. Either an insta-scale or a little more patience would have been far better. They get stuck in the middle. Now just pistols. No window smoke either, so Deagle VM4. George gets a bit of a beating on that peak. Ouch. Careful. Yeah. Under control. Seeing util used together. Full mid info. This is nice and clean so far for Bestia. There we go.
Well, this one was always meant to be a clean round.
Ooh.
Oh, hang on.
But Carson has other ideas.
Goes out for the swing. And only good for the first. Here we are. Little 3-0 start for the Bestia squad. But now things are meant to get a little more exciting again. Nouns come through with that rebuy. You won't have Junior getting to don the AWP just yet. However, Noxy is feeling pretty good about his chances as he brings that out now into round 4.
Spawn for it.
He's got a great spawn as well.
Love that.
There's no feeling like it, man. When you have the big green and you have the spawn to actually go and fight with it early, hell yeah. Let's see what he does. Jump out onto the catwalk. Fast moves here made from Noxy on that orb. But no one in middle for Nouns as once again they stack up over towards this A side of the map.
They've got the new instas at least. Some slight changes, but Nouns have used a lot of util. Still got enough to go for this A execute with 2 players still lurking. They're not committed to anything yet. Execute comes in, but this is still a weird one. There's only 3 players in position to make this happen. They've not brought the bomb yet, so no entries are getting given to them right now. We have that again, CT smoke coming out from Naz to put a bit more pressure on the site. Naz can't get too comfortable. They might need to second pump this, but they only have 1 smoke to do so. It's on Rush. He is far away. They're just going to dry contact into A after the smokes. Bestia now leaning towards B because it's way too quiet. So it's kind of worked out for Nouns, but Naz is going to figure out everything with a quick jump spot.
I think the thing that's crucial here for the Nouns squad, though, is they've won the early utility fight, essentially, right? They've gotten all that util out of Bestia. And so you're hoping that that limits their options a little bit here as you try to move into the site, but it's not panned out for Carson. There's the backstab in from Zoc, and him and Naz, quick work made of the A play. Nouns thought they were onto a winner there. They pulled out all the util they were looking for, but just churned up on the push in, and Rush's run down.
Some very sharp shooting from Bestia right now in this round and in this game so far. They've certainly out-dueled Nouns on the A site. And that smoke push, the last thing that Nouns are expecting. A late recommit. They had the util to do it. They just weren't expecting. Usually you see players push through the stairs side. It gives you way more room. You're able to climb over the smoke. It's not much room on that other side of connector, but he makes it work pretty well. Bestia, full control of CT Mirage, and Nouns, they've done nothing but A. They want another try. Little pop through the Palace, good timing on the Molotov. And meanwhile, Bestia have actually cleared top middle, so they can go reinforce sites, start using a bit more util. There's the pop from Nouns.
Oh, nice little waterfall smoke to get in. They've obscured a lot of the sight lines here of Nouns.
What an exec.
Tech 9 picks up the opener. Oh, bro, you're finding it so hard right now to look for that first kill to bring you in. If you're Bestia, these smokes have really thwarted the retake. There's no pace behind this. Given a chance over towards CT, but it's just a one and done from Thomasin, and that will seal the deal on the attempt of this retake. Nouns pick it up with pistols.
And they just save a little bit for later, as what I like as well. The two most important bits of util in that round are that cross smoke to get from triple to CT, and then when they have CT, they use that one little flashbang to trade out a kill in spawn, forces a turn, and then they're able to trade with the Tech 9. So that's what forces a save, that's what wins the round. And a little A-pop with a couple of sight smokes caused some confusion for Bestia. Just the AWP getting caught in the open, really indecisive between playing triple and CT. So Nouns on the board. And Bestia, they still got a bit more money.
He's just waiting to deploy this util out into middle, and they're hoping that that's going to tee up these players to battle out through connector and the catwalk. And it pans out beautifully for Bestia at the top of this round. Really nice protocol there, kind of slowing it down, waiting for Nouns to get out into mid, and then coming through with that initial volley of util to open up some of these angles. Give them a nice, easy time, and it's got them this 4-on-3, taking the pace out of the round for Nouns now. As that bomb goes back in through this spawn, looking like it's going to be another round that finishes off over towards this A site.
Yeah, except the difference this time is Luchov is actually playing inside of it. He's actually committed. We've typically had kind of retake-esque setups, and with an AWP covering as well that will only bait for his position. Oh no, he's walked, George, he's walked into him. Oh, he realized, maybe looking at the map, that he wasn't getting into that corner tightly enough, turns around, cleans out that anchor man, and now it's just Noxy. Missed shot and spawn. Nouns are out in the site right now. Noxy's going to make a rotate. He's running to hear him. They might think CT's open, but it's still a safe path. Noxy cut down. That's a very loud rotate. Naz making a move. He's got to do it soon, though. Gets that quick shot, and Carson pulling back, and now can wait for his teammate on the flank.
Yeah, that kill's so important. It's now opened up this route for Thomasin to move in, and Palace player, that should be guaranteed. It's the dink, and he will finish the job. CJ gonna have to do this one all alone. Now he's back here in the connector.
Oh.
And as he swings on out, quick work made of him from Naz, who goes on a tear there, right? We kind of highlighted in the individual fights, Bestia have been coming out ahead more often than not.
Yeah,
and Naz has very much been at the forefront of that conversation. 8-1 right now. He gets that all-important kill that opens up the flank for Thomasin, allows him to deal with, I think it was Junior or George, one of the J's over in Palace.
It's a nice check for George. Yeah, I feel like Nouns have had a lot of chances where they can win the swing fights and convert the round, right? They're getting in 3v3s, they're getting out A, but Bestia just win those high-impact kills. That's another one of them to close a round for Naz. An excellent A-site holds and retakes in this game so far, put Bestia up 5-1. That bottoms Nouns out. They have to buy full. Rush has a little bit left over. They did win an eco after all. But if Bestia win 2 in a row, it's back to bread for Nouns. They're going to have nothing. Bread and soup, Harry, like they're sick.
Bro, the way that he'd be looking immortal right now, calling the Nazgul.
Nice.
Oh, there you go.
I like that. I also like how they use their top mid molly. You mentioned it last round, right? Like doing it delayed so they can actually push com with it. It's not just wasted with a, oh, okay. We'll talk about wasted. Absolutely blown out a ramp with a great flashbang. Seeing some flair from Bestia right now. Important cross shot for Junior. Really had to hit it to keep this round alive. And now Nouns in middle have a chance. They're going to peel back. They seem pretty indecisive right now, just checking a flank, but it is going to be the mid take. Where are they going with this? Oh, good break timing. They're not ready for this. There's a knife out in middle on Carson. They're boosting.
Oh, a smoke blowing open. And it paves the path for Naz to get involved early.
I still like the boost.
Back to the boost. Wasn't expecting that.
Didn't know there were two below them.
So now it's battled their way back into this round after all. Goes looking. Oh, God, that's...
Run!
Well, you've gotten out alive at least. Could have been worse. Could have been better. But that bomb still dropped down here in middle. As Carson and CJ split up. The backstab denied. It's all eyes on CJ, and Thomasin spotted him over here in middle.
Oh, Carson had the round, man. He had the whole round in the palm of his hand, Harry. He just, that was, he's like crouch spraying while moving, like, just had the, he had the kill. Yeah.
Dude, the thing that's making me nervous is like the individuals are looking real hot for Bestia, and then in those moments where they have to come together and play as a team, it's looking awfully synergized. Some of these util pairings over in mid have been super strong. It's constantly keeping the pressure on. Nouns like finally think they have some control in that round. Like, okay, well, we have mid. Sure, it's not perfect, but we're going to look for avenues off of this, and the whole time they're getting challenged, they're getting pressured. They're never allowed to ease into anything, so they're going to try and play a little bit faster here. And there we go, that's more like it. Blow open the mid-smoke, combined with CJ's fast timing, and no one from Bestia was ready for that. That is a real change of pace.
Hilariously, that's Zoc blowing his own smoke open, but the timing just works out wonderfully for CJ with great pathing. They shut down the round in an instant. You've got to push the smoke, Thomasin, but you're walking into rush. It's not going to go well for you. He's read it. Again through the smoke. Nouns, this is more like it. A confident round where they just play a little bit more loose.
It's Naz still alive.
Come on, Harry.
1v4, and he's on the wrong side of the map. I'm just saying, like, it's not happening.
Rush ain't letting him save.
True.
It's not allowed.
It's true. That is true.
He wants the AK.
Factual.
Correct. 2 up for Nouns. They just throw themselves at Bestia. They say, screw it, we're playing slow, we're trying to trade out, we're just getting picked apart. Let's show them how NA does it. A disrespectful round. And that's a reality check for Bestia, who don't have unlimited funds, Harry.
Yeah, perfect time to change the pace as well. Like, one of the things we were crediting Bestia for thus far in terms of how they've been using these util combos in mid is like they're kind of doing everything on like a second pacing, right? Yeah. It's not instant. You're kind of taking your time, and that's because they're expecting Nouns to keep up playing a little bit slower. And so then you throw in that change of pace, and it means you're not worrying about like that early util slowing you down, those broken smokes to suddenly open up angles.
B-pop. There's one guy here.
Well, in a game that's been dominated by A plays, are Bestia ready for this? They've already started pulling players over towards the B site, but the open is found for Nouns, and they're quick to clamp down on that B bomb site. So this is where Nouns are going to try to break away back into the game.
Yeah, they've really set themselves up to do so. I mean, off the back that fast round, they now completely flush the money down the toilet for Bestia. There's a full eco, 6-4 feels inevitable, and just completely changing it up, like you say, moving away from these slow A crawls in around the Bestia are gambling towards mid and A, and have B for the most part open. So only 1-5-7 in the site. So well handled for Nouns to actually, 6-3, but they're in the game now. And there's really one deciding rifle round left of this half. It's going to be the next round that makes all the difference as to whether Bestia can still come out with a dominant lead.
Yeah, I know we've been with MR12 now for a solid while, but this is one of the implications of it. It feels like this happens a lot. You know, you were 6-1 up if you're Bestia. You felt like there was nothing that could have changed this game, and then suddenly that one round that slips past starts to break the money down. Now it's fully gone. This could go 6-6 on the half.
That's a good point. The implication is crazy, right? You lose one key round when you've been winning every single round, and now all that actually decides the half is one buy, but that buy is not even good, Harry. They won't have an AWP, they won't have full nades, so it's really like one round at 6-1 has made this a likely 6-6. Like, you can say that with some certainty. Bessie can definitely win the next gun, but it's not going to be a perfect buy. So yeah, that is the implication of not just MR12, but I think the way the economy works nowadays. Very comfortable for T sides to never give up. Oh, careful, nades out, but a Mac-10 should shoot through these supple pistols. And so it shall.
Yo, George! Bloody hell! That went from looking like really worrying to actually sick, bro. That was
more like
just head on his swivel.
More like George Sports.
Yeah.
Because he's just playing ball in that B site.
You don't know sports,
no,
bro.
You're right. He's fishing. Is fishing a sport? Would you class fishing as a sport? It's an activity. It's a hobby.
Yeah, I mean,
is it a sport?
There's certainly a competitive element on like the extreme end, but I don't know if
I own all the fish. I never lose to the fish. All right, back to A. It didn't work out very well, but they won an eco on it, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Very loud in mid for Carson. This time he's going to be more active, and so's his team as they go through the smoke. Not to their betterment. 2 kills instantly, and a dink on George. We again need Junior to save the day. Carson's been caught. This round has just disappeared in the blink of an eye. You know that 6-6 we were talking about? Psych, you thought. And that's a shame, because for Nouns to just go for an A-pop like that, I feel like that's exactly what best you're expecting. They're 3 in the site, and they have weak util, so you can bleed their util. If you play a slower round, you're going to have way more to play with when it gets late. You're not ready.
But he won't be ready for Noxy. Junior knife out.
That's a shame to see such an amped-up round when you've just broken down the economy bit by bit. You got them right where you want them. And then you rush him. This is impossible.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but George probably doesn't win this one. And I can say that with a degree of confidence.
Yeah.
Purposefully vague there in all the words I used, just in case.
There's always a chance, Harry, but with 28 seconds and
Okay, no, I'll say it for that. He's not winning this round. Sorry, George.
Probably.
Noxy's up, deleted, as he looks to try his damnedest, doesn't he?
That's why you give him the benefit of the doubt.
15 seconds, bomb down in front of him. Needs to get the instant kill onto Luchov if he wants to have any hope. But util out, 8 seconds. I don't even think there's time to get into the site, so it's a done deal.
I like that he tried. They've got the money. They've got a chance to get 5, but the papers will read that Bestia smashed them individually on this CT side. I mean, look at this round. It's just so loose. Everyone's split. One player gets stuck behind the palace smoke, still dinked.
Yeah, I think the other thing there is, like, you kind of lost the swing fight early with Thomasin winning the kill on a palace, then the guy that's meant to get that trade also gets iced out. So it's like your opening move got hard countered by Bestia's setup. And from that point on, you're 3v5 in the round. What do you even do from there?
Dear, miss util in middle. Rush is just going through their molly, though. They hear that tick. They're ready. He still gets a double kill. They were holding for that. Where's this gone? Just don't go A, guys. Mid's been far more profitable. And suddenly, Nouns looking for 5.
All in all, when you were 6-1 down, a 5-round T-side, sure, it's far from perfect, but my God, you're happy with the recovery here. Rush, the hero that teed up this 5th round, falls, but his teammates are there to lock it in. And so 5 rounds found for the Nouns squad. Bestia left kicking themselves because this could have been a far sweeter half.
They could have destroyed them, to be honest. They had the chance to, but it was that one quick mid-round where CJ jumps window that changed the entire tone of this half. feels like a lot of these rounds were decided in the first 2 kills. But all in all, I think everyone's kind of happy. Like you said,
it's you know, no one heads into this second half like, oh, it's over now.
Well, you shouldn't
It's
do that
over.
really at any scoreline.
True, I
know.
guess.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if I got like 11-1 in a half, like, I'm telling everyone I believe the comeback, but then going into that second half, like in my own head, in my heart of hearts, I'm like, oh, we're probably screwed. You know what I mean? Win pistol, different story.
Oh, okay.
But
Gotta win pistol.
yeah.
So what have Bestia got in this pistol for us?
I know everyone was freaked out by the typing, but it's no pauses or anything of the like. It was just them saying have fun, which is nice. Good sportsmanship here.
George Sports doing it again. We've got full armor for Bestia. They're just glocking out mid, backwards running for
I
the
love
job
this.
as they send it.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well, you like the real estate you got, but you don't get any results when you actually try to get into the site. They have got Thomas in up through the window, though, and that's a lovely bit of real estate for controlling the rotates. It just might never come to matter because they haven't been able to deal with these actual A-site players. And so the rotates aren't the problem right now. And very, very quickly, this comes crumbling down around Bestia. A convincing pistol put forward from Nouns as they keep 5 alive. They lock that one in flawlessly.
Yeah, solid reaction from Nouns. They see the mid rush, they push in on the sites, they double down on ramp. Gives you a crossfire. It also means, yeah, Bestia, you can have you can go window. That's fine. We don't care. You can't plant with us here. Very mobile round for Nouns. Puts them back in the game.
Yeah, I think if anything, if you're Bestia, you're actually kind of hoping for a mid-fight there, and you didn't get one. And the moment you didn't, the alarm bells are already going off.
This is an interesting buy for Bestia. Going for the force in round 2 with no plant, with no damage either. Like no kills for money. So let's see what they got. Don't know what this is. I'm guessing window. Trajectory says window. So Bestia with a late mid take off of this heavy smoke execute. We got rifles. They're going through the con smoke. Oh no.
That's awkward for Junior.
Oh, look at this smoke as well. It blocks for triple and for ticket to peak con. Very nice execute from Bestia. Oh.
Oh. Noxy Deeg. Bloody hell, this one is... Nouns getting put through the ringer. It's all eyes on Carson. Make a play out.
Ooh.
Cleanly done onto Thomas inshore, and he's been able to stop the plant, but there's this backstab moving through, and he's got no idea about it. So the buy from Bestia is very unorthodox, not what you would expect here after not finding that plant or any damage to open up in the pistol. But they make it work. It's a strong util set over towards mid, cutting off some serious sight lines. I think, honestly, the thing that sucks there is like, Junior, I think, makes the right play on pushing through the jungle smoke because he's been smoked off on every avenue. He just loses that fight to the Tech-9. It's an awkward whiff, and suddenly all the pressure is on those A-site players with Con now open. Jungle rotations locked off by the util that they can no longer push through. The round kind of spirals drastically out of control from then on in.
That's a play that, you know, it's the right... You can argue it's the right play, yes, for sure, but if you don't get the kills, it is exactly what Bestia want, because they want that round to be fast. They want you to repeak. They want you to react really quickly. They don't want you to group CT and play retake and use your util and play as a unit. They want you to be going for trades, and then Tech-9s are just going to overwhelm you. Like, if he gets 2 kills in con, you think, okay, yeah, what was that force? What are they doing? Why are they buying? But the fact that he gives them a gun, he feeds into their fast round, that's exactly what Bestia want. And so Nouns have to buy again. They have no choice. And now an A execute with only a Deagle in the site as Nouns gamble on B.
Oh, okay. Carson knows that they made it out through Palace and they're out on the ramp side. Deagle strikes. Tries his hand at the second as well. felt like that was half a second away from being dead on, but falls out of the round. And so into this 4-on-4 we go with the bomb planted, and that stack now dissolving from B and having to move in for the retake. You don't feel too fanciful about Nouns' odds here on this force buy. Bestia pick right in launching that A attack. And that's done a lot of the heavy lifting for them here.
Yeah, not sure if there's any recovering for Nouns. Just exits would be lovely. Grab a
Save's
rifle.
fine,
Yeah.
right? Like, it's just
Do it
kind of the
again.
force again next round. Take another gamble.
Yeah, it's a roll of the dice, these rounds.
Terrorists win.
It's still a close game, but it's still one that is so reliant now on that first rifle round if Nouns want to stay in it. Nothing worse than winning pistol but losing force. Especially when it's such a, you know, it's a Tech 9 armor force. It wasn't even bomb plant Glils. Bestia have everything to work with. Going back to the B apartments. Nouns commit. They double down on the B stack. It might work. Don't think they saw Rush get to this position. Rush could win the round.
This is exactly what Nouns are hoping for.
Oh, great molly though. That's a great molly.
All right, George at least dealing with Luchov over in the window. Now Orc's been taken though as Bestia set their eyes over here towards B, and there's that side swipe in up through Cat. Able to disrupt the B stack. And so even though Bestia go walking into the 4-man stack over at B, they've got the util and the positioning to get ahead of it.
They cut some really important sight lines as well. They threw out mid-sight
The
smoke.
util's been really good from Bestia.
Like these are set rounds they're calling, right? Like round 2 was a, you know, you look at that force, you go, why did they force Tech 9 second round? Because they have a set call. You have to have a set call to win that kind of round. You can't just go, let's buy Tech 9 smoke flash and default. Like that doesn't work. You have to do something together that you've practiced, that you've dry run. So they do mid util, they recommit a second time with a second volley mid, then they have a jungle smoke, they have a ticket smoke that blocks triple as well, and they exec with that, and it looks really clean. This is the same thing. They have a mid-sight smoke. So that means a B stack doesn't matter, because boom, we've mollied balcony, we've cleared out balcony and card, 2 best close B positions, and now bench can't even stop our short players, so our Mac 10s can get closer.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing is thought out. It's a really nice set call, and Bestia win 2 very important rounds in this T side with them.
You imagine now for Bestia, like this is the time where you maybe want to test your default a little bit, moving into the first rifle round.
You could just win this round off a gimmick. That's the saddest part now for Nouns. Like, they've got to be very careful. Every engagement matters. They need to be trading these kills. And Bestia are banking on that because they're heavy mid, just trying to fight as a unit. We might have a big brawl in middle. Nouns bail while they still have a chance. They get Carson out from under, but George is still here looking to recommit. Bestia goes, screw it. We've burnt so much util from the opponents. We don't need to do this. And look at Nouns' util. They got nothing. They got a flash at a minute. You can't retake. And it's not like Bestia have a lot. They actually wanted to fight in middle there. They just weren't allowed to. But they can slow it down. They're on the T side after all. They can trade out. So walking under together while they feign a B hit. Or is the bomb actually going to go with them?
Yeah, looking like the window boost instead to kind of have a player in the back lines.
It's very nice timing.
Oh, and now that Thomas has won that, I mean, the deal just keeps getting sweetened here for Bestia.
Down though, wait for this flank. Like, you've put it in play. They're kind of rushing the gun.
Luchov makes his presence known in with the backstab. Only one from George when it felt like it really needed to be the double rush. Is under a lot of pressure there. Knows about the player coming in on the backstab, but takes his eyes off of the apartments at the wrong moment.
Still had a shot, didn't he? He still could have saved that round from dire straits in a 2v3, but just a little late on the crosshair placement. And Bestia didn't even use that window boost to kill a B player. They cut down a rotate with that. They actually hit the B site. They gave Nouns a good chance. But yeah, like we've said from the first half, Bestia individually have looked sharper. And now that they're on the T side, they're actually pulling out cooler ideas, better sets.
Yeah, I think, the thing that's scary is, like, if you give them the runway to play the round how they're envisioning it, they look really, really scary. But it's like, how do you even solve that? Nouns kind of tried to go fishing for the info over in mid at the start of this round. That's where it looked like the attack was coming in from. Everything just feels so complimentary that Bestia are bringing to the table.
Yeah, and you can't really blame Nouns for leaving mid there, because to them, they won the mid fight. They got damage off with nades. They used all their util. They had to pull back, and they knew the Bestia gave up with mid. So they're just thinking, it's a set piece. We're going to get a B hit. We're going to get an A hit. And then the window boost is the last thing you're thinking of, because you think there's no way they go back mid.
Yeah, Bestia did a really good job of making mid look like it was a fake entirely. And like the recommit into middle through lower tunnels is such a cool intentional choice. Man, I'm loving it. I'm loving what Bestia are bringing.
Yeah. And now Nouns desperate against potential map points. They've got a half buy, but they're getting picked apart one by one. Yeah, the big ticket item falls on the back of Junior there. The M4 away from them now. Ooh, well, don't need to tell you that's far from ideal. Carson's getting sandwiched, rush, backstab in. These MP9s trying to battle back through for Nouns, and even though he lands the dink, it's not the killing blow that was needed. They've gotten close. Couple of times here, but this scoreline will not read that way. 12-6, map point, as Bestia look to recover from going 0-1 in that opener. This will put Nouns 0-2 at the end of the day and look to BO3s tomorrow to fight for survival here in the Americas RMR. Junior's AWP is back, but he has, I was going to say it'd been underwhelming, but we've not really seen him with it as well. The money hasn't been there for Nouns. Oh, just jumping into middle. That's just despicable from Luchov. Leaps into the air and finds a 5v4. Maybe all starting to come unraveled here. From 6-1 down, the attempt at recovery from Nouns was admirable, but since moving into the second half, Bestia, they've had so many ideas. They denied that kind of strong start to the Nouns squad in the pistol, robbing it away with the force buy in the second, and from that point onwards, it's all been Bestia. Oh, missed shot. Junior not warmed into this game with the AWP. Had a chance, but it was all a fake anyway. They're going for this A hit. Rushing the site, committed. Even a wrong time jiggle could leave him dead to the Palace player. CJ's trying to bait for him right now. And this rotate is coming in, so Carson's making a nice move, but it's still going to be underwhelmed by the amount of overwhelmed by the amount of Bestia players. His AWP's trained on, rush forced out, missed shot, does recover a kill, but this is too little, and it may be too late. Dead over towards CT. CJ locked out, trying to reposition here, but it's the dying moments of this game where something's got to give. And for Nouns, it's all eyes on CJ. Bestia with 3 strong. And a T side that's felt infallible here. Oh, that's clean, but he can't follow up. Damn. Nothing more. And a consolation kill down the stretch there, and Bestia with a solid win at 13-6. They walk away, I think, with a very scary Mirage put forward. Some really nice ideas across the board. That's a super legit win for Bestia. Not just the scoreline, but the way they did it as well. When we had Nouns buy themselves a second lifeline by winning the economy game near the end of the T side and even taking CT pistol. But longevity is not in Nouns' favor in this game. And Bestia, man, I'm so impressed at some of these individuals that I haven't seen play on LAN before, looking rock solid, especially on that T side. They were absolutely nailing Nouns to the wall.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it was the way that, like, I think it would have been easy with how good some of the individuals were looking early on to, like, rely on that, but it never felt like they did. They always had a really nice bit of team play. I love some of the smoke breaks that they had, the delayed util over in mid to kind of offset the pace that Nouns were playing at in that first half. And then we saw the full scope of the ideas that this team have when we got them onto that T side with the force buy in the second round. That lovely util set over in mid that forced awkward decisions to be made from Nouns. In a sadder side of things for the Nouns squad, I think they also had some cool gimmicks in the first half. But in the second, if you really go back and you really think about it, so much of it is decided by that one fight in round 2 of the game where they go through the jungle smoke and it's that awkward whiff, and that immediately put you on this horrible back foot in the second half, leaving it down to essentially like 2 rifle rounds to decide the outcome of the entire game.
Bit of a stinker for Junior in that sense, and it carries on into the scoreline as well. So yeah, I'm very impressed at what I saw from Naz and Zoc. They were rock solid on the CT side as well. They really were part of that heavy lead.
The thing that's mad is, like, Naz started this game, what? I think he was 11-1. Like,
yeah 14-11.
and so sure, like, he dropped off after that, but he did so much to keep that first half looking real. Yeah, exactly.
He, like, think about the A hits for Naz. They went A like 5 or 6 rounds in a row, really, and Naz won them almost every single time. So yeah, it's just some impressive rounds from Bestia. Another team we should be paying more attention to. Apparently there are so many of them down in the South American region. We got a full day of them right now, and a head-to-head between the North and the South. The South come out on top for now.
Yeah, I did. It's funny as well, Thomasin being the standout player there.
Anyone could have been.
Yeah, literally anyone could have been. I feel like everyone had their moments. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of a sad way for it to go if you're the Nouns squad, especially after having to, like, launch that comeback in the first place from 6-1 down. It felt like it was so recoverable. We were even talking about the 6-6 half, then you win pistol. But suddenly the fate's almost taken out of your hands. It didn't really matter anymore. You were playing Bestia's game.
It's a rough pull for Nouns. I mean, this is I'm getting just flashbacks to the Copenhagen RMR as well for them back there. It was relatively unimpressive, and this one is looking in the same vein, 0-2 by the end of the day. But we have more Counter-Strike coming at you. It's now a regional bout. It's Furia versus Kase in a head-to-head. Furia, of course, you're going, wait, but I'm on the B stream. Why am I looking at the winners games? What, Furia 0-1 today. Furia lost the game. So did Liquid. That's at the end of the day. So we'll be seeing some losers matches.
Yeah, Furia, I think if the last major was anything to go by, always down to be very entertaining, shall we say. That's one way of looking at it. The other is just kind of shaky ground for them. But I feel like this next one is one where they do... The Legacy matchup is weird because, like, Legacy's always matched up well versus the Furia squad at majors. But I feel like this is one where at least they're coming in as favorites.
Head-to-head is, like they're it's way less experience for the Kase side.
Yeah.
This should be a walk in the park for Furia.
But you never know, and that's the beauty.
But they'll make it entertaining, I can promise you that. So join us in just a minute. We'll be back with the second game of the second round here in the Americas.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
If you're a fan of Brazilian Counter-Strike, then boy, do I have a treat for you. And if you're not, well, tough luck. This is what we've got. Furia getting ready to take on Kase. This one, compared to the start of the day, where we saw Furia field that L to Legacy in a close OT game, to give him some credit. This is one where I think it's safe to say Furia are coming in as heavy favorites.
Even more so?
Way more so.
Way more so. I like that. Yeah, of course, right? Like the Legacy game, we'll touch on it briefly. It was 3 players popping off 29, 30 kills, and it was a quiet Furia, a Fallen who was going for very Fallen-esque plays, but didn't really hit the shots to back it up.
Yeah, like doing all the flashy stuff in principle, but then like in the actual nailing it part.
How he put it great in the green room. He said like, if Fallen does these things that are insane, but it's fine when he hits the shot, which he does a lot. But when he doesn't, he just looks insane. So hoping for Fallen to be a little more warmed up this time. And yeah, definitely favorites. We've never seen this head-to-head before, but Kase are unproven at this level. At least haven't got anywhere near the experience or the firepower that the Furia do. So I have low expectation of Kase making a dent in this game.
Yeah, also I think it doesn't help me in the judgment of this one because Kase came into the event kind of cold. It didn't feel like they put their best foot forward. It's not like I even looked at that game and was like, oh, this one player was like really popping off. It was a pretty dominant loss that they fielded with pretty rough performance across the board from top to bottom. So yeah, for the sake of how, the major would pan out, because I'm normally all for rooting for kind of the underdog. It's cool. You like to have these up-and-comers, but also you want to have some of the big names there. And I think having a situation where Furia fall 0-2 is not great for anyone. So
great for Case.
Yeah, it would be. But I'm hoping that this is their kind of path to redemption here, and it starts in this match.
Yeah, going for Vertigo as well. So Furia just kind of swinging for the fences there. They have tended to play this map. I mean, you also look at Furia and you have to go off of their recent results, which for once are actually sick. Think about Rio. They took down FaZe and Mouse in a group stage. Then they 2-0'd Na'Vi to make it to the playoffs in the semi-finals. And then we don't need to talk about the playoffs, where they get like 7 rounds in a BO3 versus Mouse in front of their home crowd. But the road through the groups was incredible for Furia.
I think also like the Rio home crowd thing is always a weird one, because I think it also puts way more pressure on these guys than normal. And I think sometimes that can make or break you.
I mean, that was super surprising considering it's a Mouse who the narrative for a while has been like we haven't seen them on the stage. Sure, they broke through more recently this year, but in general, we haven't seen them. They've won one big stage game so far before Rio. So it's not like, so we have like the young players that, maybe they're not that good on stage versus the biggest, like, the worst crowd to have against you. Right? Like the crowd that is going to boo you when you win. And Furia, we've seen every time in Rio, have made a run in front of the home crowd. So that was disappointing. But what wasn't disappointing was the Counter-Strike they played inside of the group stage. And this is the same situation. This is a Furia that should be showing up and playing top tier CS.
I like that huddle. I like it. Fallen leading the conversation. It looked like, trying to instill a bit of
job.
Yeah. You know, I mean, but he's making sure everyone's on the same page here. I don't think he wants a flat start to the to the RMR run.
I like how you framed it. You know, you could always give it. You can definitely give a good leg to Legacy in this head-to-head because they've done it before. It's a close game. We have some really good firepower, despite maybe the performances on Legacy not being as great recently. But the individuals we know are very strong and can do well. Like, is there an argument for Kase here? I don't think there is an argument. I can't think of a good one. So this one is a no excuses, no BS game from Furia. They have to win.
Yeah, I think it's like the only arguments you can give aren't like supported by data.
No.
It's like the idea of just
Passion.
well, they're playing versus people who in a way are like, you know, the figureheads and the inspiration.
Sure.
So maybe they really want to show up, and it's like, cool, yeah, in like principle that makes sense, but I don't.
No
there's
data.
nothing I can give to like back that up.
Yeah.
It's just a hope, a feeling, right?
So,
and I think that's kind of the vibe here for Kase heading into this one. They are massive underdogs, and essentially they have to hope to ride some feeling, momentum, some dream, and that's what's going to have to do it for them, because on paper everything should be pointing to Furia here.
For sure, and all the little things in game going well as well, like winning both pistols or the force buys, winning the first gun round, strong starts. All these things have to line up for them. Whereas Furia, they can afford to lose pistol and still recover. But yeah, we can see the players getting ready now. High fives going out. Furia taking a seat and getting set up and ready for an important game to redeem themselves, frankly, given that debut. And yeah, this is a Furia that were part of those 4 rosters that actually made the top 16 back in Copenhagen that gave these extra spots to the Americas. So they don't want to not use them, you'd think.
Yeah, right? No, yeah, 100%.
That's one way of putting it.
I think as well, like the thing that's weird with like the Furia squad is it feels like you're always on like the verge. It's like you're buying in, and then you kind of go, like, you know, because even when you talk about Rio and like some of the results they've had recently, then you go back a little bit further to something like a Cologne, and suddenly it was, they kind of had to scrape through. They then go out in last place when the group stage rolls around. So it's certainly been a real mixed bag for this Furia squad, but just when you look at the names, man, when you look at who's in this, now even when you look at like the addition of someone like Skulls, it's someone who has had, fanfare around them. Sure, the whole time in Liquid was like a bit of a weird one, but even then, I think he had some nice moments in there, and it's a very different challenge. Then he has this homecoming going back to Brazilian Counter-Strike, and not just Brazilian Counter-Strike, but like the Brazilian team. You have Fallen, the kind of most decorated Brazilian player. Then you have K Serato, meant to be the best Brazilian player, full stop. Yuri on this sort of he had a bit of a drop off, but then going through upticks and whatnot as that second man within the roster. This is meant to be the damage dealing squad, and so I don't want to lower my expectations of Furia just based on who's in the damn team.
Don't worry, only they can do that, and that right now, right here in this game of Vertigo. Would you say that I'm reaching maybe Skulls to Liquid was the junior to Furia? Is there can you draw similarities between those two roster changes, right? Like joining a culture that maybe you're not used to, you're like the quieter guy in that team, there's some
I think also
it's a little more
the difference there is Furia. I think like there were other problems in Liquid. Right?
I'll give you that. Furia were actually playing really well at the time when Junior joined. They just lost Henny and they needed a strong AWPing presence. But we're in, folks. Furia Kase here on a BO1 on Vertigo, an 0-1 match as we go straight up the ramp on this T side.
Oh. Very up-tempo start here.
Oh.
And straight to the wayside for Kase as they get chewed up trying to move in with these smokes down. Yeps, that's the end of the line for him. And a pretty dominant pistol as far as it goes. Furia only losing Fallen, everyone else nailing him.
I do like the username Yeps. I think that's
it's
cool.
good, right?
Yeah, I like that. But nothing else in that round for Kase. Furia just sweep him. So we have presumably a full eco here in a second. I think that opener for Furia was probably a reality check, that they got to focus up. So this is the perfect game to find in your second round.
Oh
my
God, Cello, how's
How are
this
you
going
even
so
alive?
horribly, bro? Like,
Can't leave.
spam through yellow, narrowly gets out.
Fallen's like, nope, I want to make the money. I want to make that AWP money. And they'll do exactly that. SMG's clean up. Fury 2-0. Kase coming in with a bye. Let's see what they got now. Because whatever you want to set the precedent for this T side, this is the round to do it. First bye round.
Yeah.
You're on SMGs, partly.
Let's see what Carl Urbano and the boys can do here.
Sure.
And also, by extension, that's a link into the Lord of the Rings reference from the last one because he was in that film too. So here we are. Kase with the bye. And already it's a very different look here. While the pistol and the little eco that followed had a lot of pace behind them, they're being slower in the approach to this rifle round as they spread out, looking to take control of middle. They've got this molly that falls over towards short from Yeps to try and give more control. An easier time of taking away ramp.
Interesting he's got it pinned, because that's going to make audio as well. So that actually tells Furia you're coming. Either way, only a small detail. Fury's got a molly to counter it if he wants. So molly comes up, gap, Furia, oh sorry, Kase start to scale. It's all a fake right now though. Going back to this B split. Whoa. Oh no.
Oh, that's
Now it has to be the B split. They've got nothing else to rely on.
oh my, Yuri. That is a crazy way to go about it. Pushes the smoke over an elevator. Ricoli was dodged, but gonna get picked up by K Serato on that SMG. It's all down to one man. And there's the backstab.
That was very patient for Kase, right? Like, they read it. They knew that Furia would come for kills there, but I would have liked to just see them actually, once they revealed their position, that they were going for that B split, to actually just go over con and fight B stairs at the same time. I feel like that not doing that gave Furia time to rotate CT off of A. And so even if Kase got the entries, there would have been so many more players at the B site. Like, the patience gets you one kill, but it's not going to win you the round. So now just pistols and nothing behind it. Time for Furia to exert some control on the map. Some deep util, some aggressive positions. Cello breaking.
I think the other thing that's going to be hard for Kase is, like, you have no doubt they're going to be coming into this with a lot of ideas, but because this is like a asymmetric map in terms of experience and who the favorites are, you're not going to be given a lot of respect from Furia, right? Or at least you shouldn't be. That's where, like, when you look at that previous game, Nouns versus Bestia, they're both kind of on a similar playing field, and so respect is given both ways, so you get to see both teams being able to run their strats. Meanwhile, even that last round is like a good example where Furia pushed the smoke and get aggressive over in middle. They just kind of don't respect the elevator smoke. You're always going to have to be watching for moves like that out of Furia if you're Kase here.
Ricky,
And they've at least gone away with the opener in this round and some good control over towards B.
Furia aren't falling for it though. They've still got two players here. Could the view model stop this spot maybe on the end of the smoke? It's looking okay right now, and the adjustment will be fine for Skulls. Easily done.
Oh.
Fury helps out as well on the other side of the map, getting rid of the lurker. Fallen here to finish the job. Pistol out, and it's well done for Furia. They don't fall for that one-man A hit. It's a fake. They know it, and they keep two at the other side of the map. So Furia maintain control of this game on the anti-eco. Kase, another big buy with an AWP this time.
This feels nice as well. It's like Fallen was leading the big talk before this game, and it's not all talk from Fallen. He's showing up in the server to open up. Had that nice round where he kind of charges them down with the SMG on short. That's bankrolled the early stage of the game for him and lets him bring the AWP out here and now.
Whoa!
I'll say faster over in middle. One player has beaten that Molotov, but Queserato doesn't hang around to find out. Instead, just going through the motions, falls back into the spawn. So for now, Kase have that control over mid, but they're not going to get given fights. Not yet, anyway.
Oh, and there's Fallen. Establishing Dominion on the AWP. He's trying to boost for a B pick right now, but a very passive setup. Furia will go back for more info, it looks like. Skulls is re-peeking. He's ready for that boost. Still doesn't win the fight. AK beats M4 in this one. Kase, they could just execute. That may be their best option. They have 3 Molotovs to do so. But Furia just keep throwing themselves forward. Queserato now pushed close in a position that they'll never clear because they're going back to A into an off angle from Cello. The Shadow, he shoots a bit early. Now he's in trouble.
Ooh. Yeah, that's awkward.
It's a great angle, but the Shadow spooked him, Harry.
Yeah.
Ghosts.
Actually, Tamo being too fast is the problem. But, oh, Fallen.
Not a problem
Chance
for him.
something here, yeah.
Right on time. Furia 5.
This is more like it. This is it, man. This is good. Plain sailing for Furia thus far.
You'd hope to see it.
Not every game has to be competitive. It's true.
It's true, yeah.
Like, if Furia come into this and they, like, barely scrape by with a win in overtime, you don't look at that and go, oh, this is sick for Furia's chances of making it through. Right now, it's a very, very composed CT side.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of confidence as well. You can see them getting hyped, making some noise. It's what you want to see. You want to see a confident Furia to dip Beast and Fallen.
Oh, he's so back.
Yeah, he is back, all right. Easy killer middle for him. Off the flash. Riccioli has run some people down. He's found his 1v1s on lurks, but winning rounds, Fallen only in Furia's hands. Oh, that's a nice double urban.
Oh!
Takes him to the streets.
That is mad. Oh, Fallen, awkward missed shot on the AWP. And so suddenly, Kase have got a real leg up in this round. Are they going to follow through? Because right now they're kind of exploring over towards B on 1. That's the pro, but the bulk of their players are over here on this A side of the map. Queserato goes hunting over on short, but put to rest. Leaves it all on Skulls. Usually found over at that B site. They've located him, an elevator backstab in. He now knows that B is lost, and that bomb moves in for Kase. A long way away is Skulls.
Did they throw the AWP out? I didn't catch it, but he's found it. Okay, good stuff. That's a save for Skulls. Can't go for this one. Just out of position for it. And a sick double deeg entry from Urban.
Dude, yeah, that is mad.
That's what
and I think, you know, that's kind of what was missing for Kase. You need like that one guy who has a sick moment, sick couple of rounds, just to get everyone else in the right headspace, kind of be your shining light. And, hell, couple more like that. Bro, that round essentially gets really awkward for Furia before you even have time to realize. It's not like that was one kill, slowly that gives away control, and now, you know, it starts to spiral from there. That is just 1 second, the entire nature of the round has changed.
Yeah. And BSD still followed up, very importantly. He took space off these kills. He got shot.
It's the second one, man.
Flick.
It's revolting.
Oh, yeah. Still, a double from BSD was very important. Gives Queserato his first death. Gets rid of the AWP. But it is safe for Skulls and Furia. Put it back to use. They can brush that one off. Pick themselves back up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, doing it once is one thing. It's like, it only becomes a problem now for Furia if problems keep emerging and suddenly Kase get activated. And it only becomes something that Kase are able to capitalize on if they continue, you know, pack rolling with that momentum now. So you've been given a round that you weren't supposed to get, where you were coming in with next to nothing, and then the individual brilliance of 2 players helped get it over the line. But this is where it's really important that you try to carry that through, because you are in a position where you can still take control of this game in spite of that initial 5-0 start. This is the round that decides that.
Oh, it's hectic through smokes, through mollies. Everyone's pushing utility right now. Cello takes a bit of a beating, but it's Riccioli's playing his early timing again, who dies first. Queserato re-peeking with his own flashbang back in the middle. It's a beautiful flash, and he gets the results he was looking for. 2 kills, and that trade does not matter. He knows he's cleared middle out. They commit towards the site, and it's only BSD left. He's got the chance to isolate, perhaps. But the door is closed. Skulls has taken a big flank. And Furia, just don't give him the 1v1s like they're doing right now.
Yeah, that's the one concerning thing. Skulls is playing this perfectly, denying the fallback, but you really need that trade potential between these two A-site players.
Good off angle from Cello, though. I don't think you're checking it. Oh, he got the spot and he left. So now Fallen can move forward.
It's good net closing over BSD. And so while he had the chance at 1v1s before, that chance is now gone. Fallen strikes.
Okay, that was at least active enough for
Yeah.
Furia. Like, you see them all in different positions. You think, there's a way an AWP can win this. But as soon as they get info, they actually start adjusting. And they hunt him down. It's a great flash for Queserato. Pocket that one for later. No dodging that util.
Counter-terrorist.
Karsei still with a chance here of breaking back into this first half.
Got to win this one, though. They've got to break the money now.
Well, that's with even less than they had in that last round. But necessity can be a real driving force of invention here, so let's see what Karsei do with their more limited resources.
Molly's not going to do a lot. It still allows you to fight gap.
Fallen. Might not be able to see, but still gets away with the opener. There's Yuri swinging out from short. Good little 1-2 punch over towards the top of ramp. Tease Furia up with a man advantage. Haven't really had to look at these B-lurks thus far for Karsei. Let's see what they're able to get away with now. Skull's up close, and that's nice and easy for him. Now you're very split up. You have 2 players out on an island here trying to find something to go off of. But they won't be able to play together. Elbow seen.
Oh.
Skulls, don't know how he's the winner of that fight. Felt like he had everything going against him.
And into the AWP. Fallen's on a heater. And he'll keep it burning. 12-3 on him. 11-4 on Yuri. But it's not just the numbers. Everyone's had their moments here for Furia. 7-1. Oh, he didn't even see him. He actually didn't see him. He just got blind and shot. Flicked. He flicked to where he thought a player would be and shot. All right, Fallen.
Pretty good, this guy.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And Prodigy Fallen on the AWP.
One for the future, I think. The future is here, right now, today. And while Karsei can't break through, Furia will return to their winning ways. Nice shot, but will not do a thing. That's ugly for Skulls. He gets a good molly, but not a great spray.
Yeah, it's like an awkward moment you might just laugh off of your Furia if you win this round. But for Karsei, it's a bit of a golden opportunity that felt like would never come their way in this round. There's the nade from Fallen.
They were boosting. Let him jump up first.
And so that's dealt with a lot of the worry here. Cello tagged up, gets to don the AWP over in mid, and he bears down upon them. Now you've got to go past Queserato and Fallen. and you never even learn about the second man. Fallen goes springing on out to support Keserato. And it's well handled with Fallen top in the charts. Furia up 8-1. Tac timeout called in for Kase, but I don't know how they solve this.
It's just business for Furia. Yeah, they're playing really nice. They're playing together. They're doing double setups a lot. They're pushing as a unit on B.
They're playing like favorites too. They're really, you know, like
they're not playing scared.
Yeah.
Seeing ramp
which I think was
control.
maybe like a bit of the worry as well. You know, when you field that early L, you're 0-1 down now. Do you kind of, well, let's not mess up, guys.
Yeah, you can't play like that, especially in a game like this where you're such heavy favorites. We've never seen this head-to-head, right? Furia don't play domestically as much as already at all versus these other teams from the region. They're dealing with everything Kase throwing at them right now. Just one shimmer on the pistols. A couple of well-placed eagles, but right now Fury just using util really well and not giving Kase any advantages, any openings. Riccioli's also stopped getting his picks that he found in the first couple of rounds. Fallen holding the line. Waiting for a jump. Not a tall player. It's a pre-fireable angle. But Fallen just won't give it away. They're going B.
Other thing that's kind of scary here is like Furia were very ready for the pace change. They've kept all the util in check, right? They've thrown out the early utility, but with a minute still left on the clock, having, you know, multiple incendiaries still on the cards, smokes even. They're not feeling that pressure to burn it early in spite of the fact that Kase have played pretty up-tempo rounds. And so you might think you're going to have an easier time when it comes time to actually exec in towards B here, but you're not. You still have a lot to get through if you're Kase, and the util alone could be a real defining factor here for Furia.
If he hit the jump, that would be a 5v4. Just a little mistake can cost you the round, I think. I don't know how you recover this. 20 seconds, you're getting mollied out and wall-banged to make matters worse. Keserato may as well stay on this angle. They do find him with the orb, but there's two more players here.
Yeah, Skulls up close, will be accounted for. Quick turnaround, BSD's orb covers, and now it's all on Fallen.
Oh, man.
Rotate in.
Way to go.
This one came down to the wire, just seconds left on the round. Now Fallen's got to try and clutch up 1-on-3, and he's pushed out through middle. What a turnaround! That looked done.
I wrote them off.
I think that's fair enough, bro. When you look at what was happening in the round, when you look at what was left, they're going into a stack over on the B site. They've got util still to get through. There's nades raining in and streaming in through ramp. They lose that opener. I think everyone, even Furia, thought that round was done.
That was 3v5 after a failed boost that would have netted an easy opening kill into a mollied player. Got to give it to Keserato to recover that, and I don't blame him for going for a third fight, but it's actually the first domino that just falls, and that whole house of cards crumbling down. They're playing all the games right now. Okay, Kase have given themselves a lifeline. Can they break in and find 4 on the half? Or just going for a dry peek into A. This is a nice way to find an opener, but he's been spotted. Good repos for BSD. Reads a cello goes up and over. Molly's going to make life very uncomfortable, but they need to cover him. And the smoke will help him do so as well. Fallen's here to fight. Wall banged out by Yeps. And suddenly Kase have remembered what it's like to win, and they're picking up round after round. Unless, wait, that's an open plant. Oh my, no one was even
Fury
covering.
could stop that,
He could have.
Doesn't expect he can, and so didn't even try his hand at the peak.
Oh yeah, no saving for you, buddy. They're coming.
Terrorists win.
All right, maybe a chance for 4 at the half. That's a very nice recovery for Kase. It felt like Furia were absolutely rolling this game. Double entry here was ludicrous for Yeps. catching Fallen, re-peeking heaven. It's got to feel good for Karsei, who have now finally put their opponents on pistols.
Ooh, okay. I'm actually really nervous now because Furia went super strong over towards A with the goal of battling for that control early, and they actually get it, and they get the opener, and now they get the info that A ramp is clear. They hear this B exit coming in the meantime. Sure, they're going to be late to arrive, but in a 5v4, and a lot of this util burnt now for Karsei. Yeah. This is not plain sailing for the T side here.
This is a plan for Furia. I love that Skulls actually doesn't commit into B off the molly on Connector. He just gives it up. They want to go in 5v4 with the advantage. The only danger is there's no kit in the round, so they're on the clock.
You would really love an opener here just to alleviate some of that pressure, and BSD will provide it. The AWP fires off. Reaction yet from Fallen, hoping to go so late that all that attention is taken off of the backstab, but time is ticking away for Fury if they want to win this. Okay, Serato and Cello kills a piece, but Fallen's dropped the ball on the backstab. Yeps, they nearly line up for him. It's going to be close. Defuse tapped, but they can't win this. And so Karsei will pick up 4 on the half after all. Furia taking just a little too long to come in on that retake. And it ends up coming back to bite them.
Yeah, that really hurts as well when you hit all your shots.
Yeah, you get all the kills.
Damn, if only we had more time. But the util was in. They were double smoked out. They got mollied at the start. So, yeah, Karsei won that from the util game in the B site. Still a very nice half for Furia. Okay, sure, they lose a couple of rounds at the end. They let Karsei in for sure. With a surprising 3v5 on that B hit in round number 10. But ultimately, I think Furia can be pretty happy. They controlled the game. Their individuals are playing well. Fallen's playing confident. And, yeah, throwing a pistol round, suddenly we're cooking.
Yeah, I think, you know, the only thing here is, like, I'm fully inclined to agree with you because we're both kind of presuming that Furia are going to go from this to win. It's like, if this starts to get closer, one thing I think it's important to bear in mind is, like, the end of that game where Karsei do streak together 3, only one of them, like, came from the back of winning an economy battle, right? So yeah, they had to earn the other 2, and that was what allowed them to even make this a semi-salvageable scoreline. And that's going to, based on how this second half goes, like, that's really what you judge Furia by now. It's like, if they close it cleanly, cool. You gave them a couple of freebies at the end, but you ultimately locked in when it really matters. So let's see. Here we are. Pistols out. Karsei mid-push. Will Berettas lead the charge.
Oof, how?
Yuri reaping the reward. He loves that.
You die there, you just say Glock. The Glock, what can I do? It's pretty good. I think Julie's are better, but Yuri makes us doubt. Nice in, playing aggressive. And Furious start to group towards B as well. Serato and Fallen have the util. He's going back for more. Oh, he's been spotted. Careful. Oh, squeezing shots out by Serato. Wallbangs him through the grate. Oh, Yuri's having a round. He's having a game
he
right
loves
now.
a pistol.
16 and 6. Any more? No.
So it's only Urban left to get past. Done a good job of damaging Serato at the front of the pack, but there's just so many more where that came from. Hang on, one more from Urban. And Serato still tagged up from earlier on. He's onto something here. Urban gets it done single-handedly. Oh, man.
Okay.
4 kills quickly, and that one is robbed away from Furia. Pistol secured for Karsei. They now take 4 rounds straight, and slowly but surely, these individuals are coming alive.
Talk about getting ahead of yourself. You think you've won the game, mate. You've not won the pistol yet. And he proves it. That's despite a triple entry kill for Yuri. A 4-on-1. And Urban just comes out of nowhere. He's the guy who kick-started their first round with a double dig entry, and now he kick-starts the second half with a 1v4 clutch.
Urban, pistol merchant.
Yeah.
Like, literally, 6 of his 8 kills. from pistols.
Oh, this is... Okay, we've got a game on our hands, Harry, as they say. They being me. Like the elevated smoke, he blocks it, but he's still going to allow Fury to rush mid. And can't say understand exactly what that means. The issue is there's only one player at B, and he's flashed out. Another deep down the stairs, in trouble. Yep's getting chased. The Molly's not going to do a thing. They can run at you from all ways. And Furia land back on their feet after a bit of a blunder. Kind of arguably better than winning the pistol. It was all part of the plan. I like the set piece. That's what we talked about last game, right? With Bestia running set rounds in the second. Fury had even more to work with, right? They got the bomb plant, but elevator smoke, good flashes to blind the B players from middle, and just flood them from con.
Terrorists win.
Well, that's course correcting there from Furia. Because they do get out with like the best guns that they brought forward, so they still have the M4s as they now look to kind of force buy up themselves. I assume.
I think you're assuming correctly. Wouldn't make sense to eco.
The other thing that's wild there, though, is like two of the players of Furia get out of that round on like 2 and 7 HP, and if those have gone other ways, like maybe it's a bit more interesting. It's really fine margins. Timeout called in for Kase because they know like this is a lot of the game rides on you trying to immediately reply to Furia here and now.
Yeah,
you're past the point of being able to like go through the motions in this game. You need to have an idea.
Their first buy round will be at 11-5, you know, buy on buy. So
yeah, this is like one of 2 chances you have to keep your game afloat.
Oof. A trade, but they're ready for the boost. Furia don't fall for it, not in this round. Rifle retrieved. Yeps tries to put it to use. Both rifles spotted on B. Furia should call this either off or to delay it. They can't just keep taking fights with worse weaponry. So they go quiet. That's fine. You can recommit to B. You can hope that Kase rotate out. They've done exactly that. You don't necessarily have to go A. You just have to make him think you're going A.
I mean, you know, this is like the more experienced team playing with the nerves of the less experienced team, right? They fake sounds on the fallback, and they've fully expected that Kase are going to react to that, and they have.
Yeah, beautiful move for Furia. They're just going to walk into B right now. They do throw some nades, maybe expecting one rifle, but Yeps is only just getting here now. Really nice recovery for Furia, and fallen drive-by with the MP9 makes it a done deal as far as I'm concerned. Flank has good timing. There's no way Furia aren't watching. Yeah. Unfortunately, the right call. 10-5. And despite a ludicrous pistol clutch, Furia are going to stomp this T side, it seems. Kase have one full buy round to prove otherwise. Don't know why the pistol's so far away. An upgrade is actually huge here. Like, hunting an exit.
Seeing that kill from Cello's POV is even wilder. Because I was thinking like maybe he flicked to it or something, but nah, fully ready. Knowing that those hero guns are in play, expecting a couple of gimmicks. And that's exactly what they were given. There's another boost taking place with the rifle this time.
I like it. Put it to use. And if the top player dies, it just immediately drops to the bottom player. There's a map you can lose guns on, so that's something. They can't go right under this rifle, but Furia look to fight. What? What?
Cello, man! Stop it!
What?
Stop it every
Why are
time!
you ready
Every
for that?
boost, every variation of it!
That's like you watched one demo, or like your analyst watched one demo. Like, has Inner Shine done this? You watch one demo, you're like, yeah, they love these boosts. They keep doing these B boosts. Watch out for these B boosts. And back-to-back rounds, they hard clear the B boosts. I don't know why they're...
And there's no doubt in your mind, like, with how he peaked that one.
Yeah, he knew.
Again, like,
He
he's
knew.
fully ready.
Yeah, he knew.
Oh.
There is, like, logic to it where you're going, okay, they have bad money, they have one gun, what are they going to set the rifle up, what would I do? Okay, a boost is a good idea. We're going B, let's clear it. But
So sick that it's Cello both times
I feel
as well.
I feel like they've prepped. That feels like prep there. Because to do it back-to-back rounds in different boosts? Okay. He knows. Aware. And Fury, a beautiful game right now. Couple of slip in the mud, but they've stood right back up every time. That gun's gone off the map, buddy. Oh! He was okay, so he wasn't actually looking for that. Because that's a hard boost to clear. Hard for the other one. He's looking for close. Okay, I take it all back. Luck of the draw. Alright, final chance. First buy. And an open middle to start it all. But he's so wide, he can't escape off that flash. Beautiful utility.
Oh,
Hit a gap.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh, Yuri.
So
He's
cheap.
about to ruin everything.
They're everywhere.
Mid's lost as well. Yuri backstab ramp. And even though they're quick to pick up the trade there, they now know they've got this defense split in two. Nice it onto the M4, but as he jumps up right into the crosshairs of Fallen, Riccioli was last seen over towards this A side of the map, so it's a safe B plant for Furia. In what had to be a successful round for Kase, it now all rests on one man.
Gotta try it.
Is Riccioli on the menu for Furia?
45 seconds in boiling water to stew, but they won't give him that long. Fallen with a masterful game. 18-7 on the captain. Furia 12-5, and yeah, this is feels as good as done. This is not an opening game where you can catch Furia sleeping. This is a match where Furia have already fallen 0-1, and they have something to prove here in the RMR. Back to their winning ways.
I say adamant that boosts will be the solution.
One way or another. No one has ever cleared a boost, Harry. But what if they just don't go A?
I mean, at least Cello's over towards B.
They won't be boosting there anytime soon. Bomb going up ramp. Is there hope for the boost? It's actually fallen apart already.
That's it's a resource-intensive boost.
Yeah,
like, you actually can't
absolutely.
hold it forever because it's the three-man boost. So after a while, you kind of just need to go and take the real estate that it's locked down. That's a good opening to get down here in middle. And Furia, looking like they want to try and regroup over towards this B site. Walk the bomb out in middle for a B split.
Cheeky boost. Yep. And only one bullet needed. Here we go, 30 seconds. Time to close the net.
Fallen. Through the window, it's Yeps' MP9 that's got to withstand this, and sure, it's good for the first, but can't stick around. A layered peek there from Furia. Backstab's already arriving, but Keserato holds it. And so Urban, all alone, stops the plot. Another clutch up over towards B is needed, but he's not going to get it. Furia walk away with a clean win here versus Karsei. Couple of rounds given up down the stretch, but all in all, it is that recovery you were looking for from the Furia squad after starting the day going 0-1.
Yeah, you can't have a flawless game, can you? There's always going to be a couple of moments of madness, some brilliance, in fact, as well, from a few players. Urban with the pistols, especially the Deagle to the USP, but otherwise, it's Furia in full control. And that's what you like to see from a team that we rate as highly as Furia, especially with recent results as good as they were back at IEM Rio, beating the world's best team 2-0 as well in the group stage. So we expect Furia to be going through to the major, and that's the first step in the right direction.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's always like weird whenever you just get like the sort of expected result. It's not, I can tell you this was a close game. Really, it's just reassuring for a Furia that, as you say, you have expectations for, and you felt like they weren't met earlier on in the day. For Karsei, I think, you know, this is one where undoubtedly they were coming in as the underdogs. They had some nice moments in there. It's one where I think you could still leave it with your head kind of held high in a way, like this was what everyone thought would happen, and it happened.
Yeah. You got a few rounds, you got some practice. This is the best team in your region.
Yeah.
They're so good they're not even in your region anymore. They play in Europe. So I don't think this is anything shocking. I think for a couple of these teams, I think even Crew, we'll talk about them later in that Liquid match, but they said in an interview, we didn't expect to even make it to the RMR. Like, we're shocked we're here. So we're just happy for the opportunity. And I won't put that onto Karsei.
Yeah.
They haven't said that, right? They did win out their qualifier in their region. Yeah, they were in the top 2, so I think they have some expectations, but I don't think this is a game where you can really prove your worth when you have Furia not in an opener, but at 0-1. Like, there's no way Furia are going to come in sleepy to game 2 after losing their debut. So, yeah, it's good, reassuring to see Furia able to kick it up a notch after a very dismal, not very dismal, but, you know, after going 0-1, when they don't want to do it.
No, I mean, you have different expectations for different teams, right? And it's just like Furia fell flat in meeting that expectation at the start of the day. Now they're back on the right track. And for Karsei, the expectation's lower.
Yeah. You put
That's just kind of it, right?
You put it well, Harry. You put it...
Also, you know, I want to say, like, I think BSD had some nice moments on the AWP, kind of like was cool to get to see him play with that a little bit. I think as well. The obvious one, is Urban with the pistols, bro. I mean,
that 1v4 is a highlight. You go
the
home,
1v4, you feel good about that.
And you take that pistol 1v4 against Furia with you, right?
Yeah.
And you're happy. You got your highlight. You got something from this event.
2 highlights. The little double deeg as well was awesome.
You won him a couple of key rounds in this game. So,
and at the end of the day, you know, it's all about you.
All about yourself.
Yeah. So sure, like the team lost, but in a way, like you had a pretty good time.
As long as you had fun, that's a key, Harry. You can have fun as an individual.
If I'm ever getting trashed in a game, I think, well, I'm just gonna play for the frag movie.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have some Deagle.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, good to know. That explains a lot. We've got more games coming up, though. More 0-1 matches right around the corner, so stick with us, and we'll be back in a few with our next game.
changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
All right then. Well, we have a little bit. We just kind of finished dealing with the whole fallen angle within the Furious squad. Now we get to keep on looking down the list of former Brazilian legends. We have a little treat in the Red Canids versus M80 game. Hugo.
Yes.
How you feeling about this one? I think this is our most competitive game of the day.
Absolutely should be. It should be. Let's see. We've had 13-6, 13-5. I'd like to think the Red Canids can get a little bit more done, maybe even win this game. That being said, M80 to me is still the favorites, right? This is a team for M80. We'll get to Red Canids. I know you're very excited to talk about Volterra and Henny. We'll get to Red Canids. M80, last time they played the RMR, they played it with a coach, Harry. They played it with a coach. They played it before they brought in Sin as a new in-game leader to replace Manx after he took a break, and they played it with Malbs. Since that point, a lot has changed for M80. They lost Malbs, gone to G2. Def is still coaching, not in the server. He played pretty well, but he was still a coach. And now we have a German in-game leader, and we have a new star in this team in the form of Lake. And the results since making this roster change, or these changes, have been solid for M80. They've picked up better results. They've improved clearly, and I hope we get to see them make a run to the major. I think this is a perfect time for them to do so.
Yeah, and it's nice that there's no caveat around it, and like the form's been going from strength to strength. I agree with you. Let's take a look at who they're playing up against. Red Canids.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting one when you look at them, because I think in terms of exposure to the international level, they're not on that same level as M80, who quite often who quite often get to go to these international events. I think for Red Canids it's harder because there's this insane kind of gauntlet of like 4-5 teams in the South American region that are all kind of competing to be that top dog squad.
Bestia, Red Canids, Imperial, MIBR, and then even more.
So they kind of, trade wins with each other a hell of a lot. Like, to a certain extent, you could even throw in teams like Fluxo into that conversation, who Red Canids, I think, actually had to beat to make it to the RMR in the first place. So it's a bit of a revolving door of who gets to win what, and so as a result, it feels like the opportunities haven't been as plentiful for a team like Red Canids. That said, there are some very legit pieces inside of this roster, right? We touched upon two of them just to open up, and Cold Zero, but then Henny alongside him, as these guys who have already gone out there and shown they can do it on the international level. But even as you work your way down the roster to the likes of someone like a Davideus, even someone whose name has been put out there on the international level before, and now moving into this team, they do have some very, very good pieces, and they are one of those squads, as mentioned, within South America, where it is super competitive, always vying for the top spot. And we even saw that at the I keep forgetting the CBCS. God, I don't know why that's so hard for me to but at the CBCS, where it kind of was, the 4 teams that are all like trading blows with each other, and they were able to win that out, and they actually did it in a reverse sweep, which I think legitimizes it even more in a BO5 Grand Final. So kind of cool. They have been getting their reps in. They play a hell of a lot, so I have no doubt they're going to have a lot of ideas here in this 0-1 matchup versus M80.
Yeah, it's a spicy matchup, I think. At least our closest game in theory. We'll see if these players, these teams can show up and make it so here in another BO1 to go 0-2 or to bounce back 1-1. High stakes here. M80 want to make it to a major. It was taken away from them in Copenhagen. It was out of their hands.
Something I do always like as well with the Red Canids roster is, who do you reckon Venom Zera was named after?
couldn't hazard a guess.
But is there strength in the two Zeras together? Slow burn of a pistol, but it's kind of insane with how quiet and how slow this pistol round's been, how much room M80 have. They were in B and in mid and through camera, all in the same breath without having to drop any util or make a single footstep. That feels like a lot of space conceded from Red Canids right off the top, and it's come back to haunt them here. This pistol round looking to get locked in pretty comfortably by M80.
You don't want to call a save, but you look at it, 3v5, and you go, God, we are so out of position for this one. The thing that's tempting is a smoke kit. Yeah, Venom Zero gives it right over, because Henny can just smoke that bomb and get on it, and that's really your best bet. But you still need some kills to supplement this retake, and it's not coming through. Venom Zero dropped. Nice shot for Sin. And there's no survivors in this pistol. I also want to say, and I'm not just saying because they won pistol, I think M80 are kind of pretty heavy favorites for me. Like, Red Canids, you talk about this head-to-head in Brazil and how everyone can beat everyone, and, you know, it's very back and forth, and different teams get different chances, and sure, Red Canids were at EPL where they took down Ents and Falcons, but M80 have been doing this for even longer. They've been playing, you know, these players playing in Europe against Tier 1 teams at events, winning North American quals, when you consider that teams like Liquid and Cole have also been competing inside of those themselves. So I think M80, I've really liked following this team in 2024. So I do kind of have high expectations of them to win.
No, 100%. I think the other thing that makes M80 really interesting is, like, there were multiple times where the kind of project could have been in peril. You know,
you lose Malbs.
You lose Malbs.
Wow.
Prior to that, you had Mank step out of the roster, right? Like, you've had two gargantuan problems to have to overcome, losing your IGL, and then following that up by losing your star player. And both times they've been able to move past it and bring in new pieces and remain competitive. So I think they've had a real uphill battle from the guys that are left over to the organizational standpoint, and every single time they've been able to overcome it. So there is something very endearing and very impressive about that fact.
It's easy to get behind this team. They've been very aggressive with their roster changes, which I think is really cool. When we remember the first M80 show, it was Wolfie and Manx in this team, like, and it was, you know, completely apparent. Like, if this team wanted to be relevant, they had to upgrade an AWP. Like, they had to get a more consistent AWPing player. As North America, we know they struggle with AWPers. And yeah, Slacks was a great pickup, great timing as well with the Sprout project falling apart, and you know, grabbing Slacks and then getting a German in-game leader as well, who came off of a lot of experience in Big and Big Academy. I think a lot of timing things worked out very well for M80, even though there were polar opposites like Manx leaving and Malbs getting picked up. So I think they've done very well with what they've got. And for that reason, I think it'd be very cool to see them at the major. Let's see, though, because this is a loser's match, keep in mind. You're already on the back foot. M80 fighting forward with a 2-0 lead. Red Canids on an eco. Double molly mid of spawner. They send it. Full control of middle. Red Canids forced out here. Very hard to stop a mid take when you throw double molly. And they use it just to set up a lurker, but Red Canids are not really adjusting that much. They're just kind of sticking to their guns, and so with Lake faking this out, unless he clears A and calls them off the B hit, which he's done. Oh dear, now it's awkward. Now they're stuck in middle with neither site. It was a B stack all along. This is some awkward mid-rounding now for Sin, having to manage this round. Just walking back to B seems to be the call. Nice shot. That's bomb scene. They got to go quick.
We're going to have two players taking up this this water control very, very quickly, pushing all the way through A. Means the M80 will have to brave the four-man stack if they want to get this bomb, or not even get the bomb, just win the round. You're going to have to do it to kills here, and Swisher, no issues there. Cleanly done. And even though they walk into that stack, they deal with it well. You'll have to wait a few more rounds before you get to see the spectacle from Henny, as he's only on that USP picked up right at the close. M80 get handed a kind of awkward mid-round, even though they're only up against the eco, and still manage to get out looking good at the end of it.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than your player getting really deep in the site, calling, come to me, I've got the site, and then he dies in that moment. Beautiful deep shot from Davideus. But it, yeah, on an eco, anti-eco, doesn't cause too much calamity. Swisher keeps it clean, and here's the buy. Here's the AWP for Henny. Here's what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I want to see what version of Henny we get. Because we all know what a switched on Henny can do and what he's capable of. And how kind of single-handedly that AWP can dominate a game. So let's see what Henny brings to the table here, seeing as he gets that big green straight away into the first buy round for Red Canids.
BXEC, but Red Canid's a double con right now. They're not really positioned for this. They can afford to give up the site, play a bit of a retake. But M80 are about to show 4 players through main right now with a late con lurk as well. coldzera, a lot to do in this round. Davideus comes through and tries to play behind the side. coldzera swings out. That bomb being allowed right now. M80 a man down, but with the bomb in their favor.
Oh, Rek in a rough way gets sandwiched between that A push and the Dark players.
Such a big flank he's going for.
Zera finds one more in the meantime, and it's just down to 2, Sin and Slacks, but they're not going to be able to get a leash back on this one. Red Canids looking for a flawless first round bye here. Retake comes on through, and they managed to keep it real clean.
Was Rek going for the Omega flank, or did he just get spotted by Con and want to get out of position? Then Henny activated, pushing A main. I didn't quite catch what his intention was, but if he's going for the Omega flank, that feels very late in the round to do so. Already in a post spawn, he'd have to run the whole way. And even then, that's an awkward round for M80 where coldzera plays it perfectly, they get 1 kill, they give up the site, they play retake together. Good bit of teamwork for Red Canid shown. And Henny already trying to establish some control on this map. They're both in front of the smoke. Henny's still going for it. He just, yeah, finally pulls back. He didn't know Swisher was already on top. Lots of damage done despite no kills. Red Canids put M80 on their last legs. It's going to be a very hard round to convert now.
And he's moved over towards A with that AWP. And at first I thought maybe they wanted to try and trade out the position of Davideus, but instead you might actually have to like commit to pushing through A main here. Instead, just going to rotate back safely as Zera alleviates any pressure in this round with that double up. Oh man, he's on for the ace.
Slacks won't give it. He wants that AWP. Oh, I take it back. He's in trouble. They've got time to hunt this.
Go on then, get it.
Yeah.
There's the ace. Zera, with a little help from his friend Cold, able to lock in all 5 in the round. and leaves one hell of an impression to open up here.
Super awkward, right? They drop water. They had everyone surrounding B, and Red Canids didn't know. They weren't playing information on A. They're playing really safe. And as a player drops in water, Venom's there hears that and swings, and they both line up. It's just very bad timing. Nice hold on B, and now they got a bit of confidence to play behind it.
Swisher doesn't have a gun.
Okay. Well,
He's found one.
Yeah,
Little
he
Glock
does.
picked up.
yeah, hunting for another, but put down. All right, Red Canids back in the game.
Something that's been cool, like I thought it was going to be a problem. Red Canids are giving up, like, you know, there are different ways you can approach Anubis, and one of the things that we always talk about is how, like, CT aggression is hard to pull off. Like, it's hard to know exactly when and where to do it. But I think thus far, even going back as far as the pistol, they've given up a lot of ground here. So instead, you're always like relying on the strength of the kind of either the two-man A-hold and the crossfire they're able to establish, or, and as has been the case in really every round so far, the strength of your B players. They're not, you know, they don't have access to that like perfect info to kind of push and pull the rotates around the map and be in the right place at the right time. And so a lot of this has just been 2 or 3 players setting themselves up really well in nice crossfires and playing off of each other well, and that's how they've got these 3 rounds so far.
Anubis is so good for that, right? Crossfires are so powerful. Think about the mid cross from camera to temple. Think about all the positions available at B, from jail to pillar to plat to con.
But I just think there's been moments in this game where other teams might try and push to get the info to figure out rotates ahead of time.
Yeah.
And that's often the way you would look to do things, but they've just had a lot of faith in their kind of respective bomb sites, and it's worked out for them so far.
Or Miss Molly might make Lake doubt the mid push. He doesn't go for it. He'll wait for the flash instead. I'll give him door control. Presence in mid draws Davideus' eyes over. And they're going to crunch together. This could be really nice. Timing is awkward though. Switch put pressure on B. Davideus bails. And he has the cross instead on the AW.
Yeah, I mean, I think mid has to be the way in for M80, right? You're playing this 2-3 split every round if you're Red Canids, so somewhere gets left open, and that place is middle. Covered by Henny's AWP, sure, but as you see, it's limited angles, limited sight lines, and the util's able to disrupt him. There's the backstab onto the main player. And so with that, M80 have control over the A site. They're going to have a plant here.
Yeah, just have to pick up the bomb. That Molly bought a few more seconds. Oh, they grab it with 20 left and can get that plant in, but look at the timing of this main flank. Need a shot for Lake on the AW. He's going to hit one. Cold Zero with a trade out. Davideus moving in. 2v2. We've seen them do it before. They're going to try again, but the swing comes in from M80. 1v1 now. Sin with the round, and he can't close it today. Cold Zero rolling back the years and pulling up with a 4th round for Red Canids, a high impact round on that 2K.
Counter-terrorists win.
It's the bloody Zeras, man.
Up to it again. Back at it. That's a bit of a mess. That Molly bought so much time for that bomb pickup, like more than 10 seconds, because they're still scared it's being held in camera. It's really what feels like what wins the round, even though, yeah, it is Cold Zero, but it just allowed the flank to be really quick and no one could take good positions. They had to fight towards camera. Love to see that from Red Canids. A very confident start to this game, despite going 3-0 down. Swisher. Oh, he could get away with something here. Waiting in the fade, and he'll hear the clip.
Yeah, if you hear that smoke come out, you want to go looking.
Oh, changed his mind. He was was all
It's
a
a good fake, yeah. It's a lot of pressure applied over towards B. Two players known about, and so Red Canids keep that triple hold. Meanwhile, the rest of M80 try to move into A. Henny Zorp was blinded in the last round, couldn't get the ball rolling. But in this one, he's secured that advantage for the Red Canids. They try to come steamrolling through the util, looking to press that advantage while they know that there's still M80 players moving around the map, but doesn't pan out. And now some real estate's getting taken. Now the Tech-9s are up close and personal.
Oh no, the smoke!
Battling back, Sin gonna lend a helping hand to Slacks, who finishes off Venom Zera. It's just Henny out into the open, and Slacks with 4 puts M80 back on the board.
What an aggressive post plant for M80, right? It's kind of why Davideus is going through the smoke before his team and trying to fight. He knows that he can stop M80 from gaining space, from picking up weapons, force them back. And M80 just come to Red Canids and they don't let him out of heaven. Tech-9's trading contact. Very aggressive. And well put together by Slacks, who, a bit of luck, goes a long way. But not for long. Back to reality.
Yeah, this is a much more proactive start from Henny on that AWP. No longer just kind of watching camera from the A site to supplement that side of the map. Instead, being a lot more active. Takes that early mid fight. Now rotates over towards A. They haven't really had to worry about the AWP on that side of the map. So for M80, will they ever get that info? He's actually teeing up his teammates to take away the B main control. With that, there's a lot of info now for Red Canids. As we touched on earlier, they've been impressive in rounds where they're flying blind. Yeah. This time they have the gift of info. They know that it's not looking like the B play. And so suddenly Henny Zorp retakes control over middle. There's an option for assistance from Davideus, who's right now over in main with Nithon. There's that AWP.
Oh, element of surprise. They attempt it, but it comes back to bite them. With no smoke down, they are not getting through that choke. And Sin's just going to give it a go, try and look for some damage or a bomb plant. And Molly may allow the latter, but they will be on him immediately. Oh, should be fine. Right? Yeah. Plenty of numbers to go through. Interesting, at the start of the round, M80 had like a damage play where they smoke Con, they molly pillar close main, and then they double nade Venom Zera, but it did 24 damage, the double nade. It is a bounce, they land quite high, but I'm shocked at how little damage that double HE did. I feel like that should set you up for a kill. They've got little tricks. We know M80 love a bit of Anubis. Played that incredibly long game against Fnatic on this map. Got a lot in the tank to show. But right now, Red Canids are absolutely running this game. Aggressive move with a deep Molotov.
Dude, this is sick. The CT side's just been evolving as the game goes on. It started off, you know, with everyone kind of holding their ground. You're all responsible for your own little portion of the map. But over the last 2 rounds, you've been getting some of that aggression coming through from the CT side. You've been getting them taking away key real estate. In this round, they've gotten all of A main. Now, they do lose Cold Zera there to Slacks' AWP. But it's quickly looking to be made up for. Everyone came rotating in. Red Canids had everybody here. But they all die in a second, and the round is done.
Slacks just holding the smoke timing and gets very fortunate. But M80 make the most of that. Equal up the scoreline. And don't take any casualties in the meantime. Paramount to these last couple of rounds of the half.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rough one for Cold Zera there, right? Like getting caught on the smoke out towards main. Because if he doesn't fall, M80, they were always going to look to go B when they saw that util comes over from A to facilitate the A take. There's kind of 2 responses. You either go late and you re-clear that, and you try to retake that ground off of the CTs. What? Or, you know, you pick up the pace in the knowledge that there's like multiple players challenging for A, and so you quickly launch into the B hit. And Cold being available for the opener and falling right there is like the red carpet rolled out for the B play.
When Lake got that BS kill at the end here on Nithon, he starts shouting They can't hear you, bro. They're not in the room. They're in the other room. He's trying to yell them through the walls. Whatever hypes you up, though. I mean, M80 need that energy right now after a very impressive game from Red Canids. And even though the scoreline's equal, right, as off the back of M80 go 3-0 up off pistol, so Red Canids have absolutely won out the gun round so far. I mean, fair enough, Lake. You had no business getting that kill. Flame away. But this is very important for Red Canids to stay above water. They lose this, and suddenly we're looking at a 7-round T-half after just a beautiful assimilation of rounds from the Brazilians. Could be all for nothing. Yeah, they flash in, they flash out. Nothing to do with that. AXX, but they're not committing here. That's just one player going for it. Rec will get nothing from that play.
I mean, yeah, like, you know, you're trying to give the illusion you're leaning over towards A, but it's like you were never in a position if you're M80 to go fast on the back of this anywhere else. So even though you temporarily dismantled the B hold somewhat, you weren't actually in a position to take it yourselves either. And so for Red Canids, now that the whole map goes silent, they reconstruct the triple B lead. Now you hear the shots from Dark. You don't have info over towards main, and so yeah, coldzera will rejoin this B hold. M80 looking like they want to follow back through with the A play after all, but one step ahead is coldzera.
He's moving quick, but so are M80 trying to crunch down on this double sight hold. Do they expect a second player? Doesn't look like it. Surprise, surprise. Nython, though, only one, and enough time to plant. Means M80 might be in that golden position to win out the first half. Definitely should be saving this AWP. No business here for Red Canids. Doors are closed. And M80, got to give it to him, despite this streak of rounds. 5-1, 4 in a row for the Brazilians. They've landed back on their feet and broken the money for the final round of the half. This is a T-side of map. We do expect, you know, 7 5s, at least 6 6s.
Terrorists win.
Tables around here somewhere. There it is. Oh, Lake's just going to call the bluff on that smoke with the mid-take util down. He doesn't buy it for a second, and so Lake up close. Davideus here. And that one's free.
Oh no.
Just didn't have the util to counter that effectively, and Lake's head on a swivel. Second kill found.
Yeah, he knows. Even just the pressure's enough here. Doesn't even need to fight. He probably will. But Lake, that's a smart play. Just gets out. Living here is so big. It just ensures the round cannot be lost. And it's all mid retaking. Lake resets. That's the round winner. He's not even going for the kills on the way out now. He just wants to close it. And M80, this is almost a guaranteed 7th round. Retake exec. Good nade. Swishes blind. He's got so much cover. That smoke's not a wall. They'll shoot right through it. And there's nothing to save. Fantastic T-side for M80. I was with you, Harry. I was absolutely with you. Red Canids are piecing together some nice adaptations, throwing in Some surprisingly passive rounds, supplementing with some pushes near the end of the half. But somehow, M80 control this game.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would still say it's more like serviceable T-side, but you have your work cut out for you.
Certainly not done.
Like, you want the pistol to open up. Oftentimes, that can be like where the CTs do the bulk of their heavy lifting in the first halves here. Instead, I think Red Canids had to earn it all in the rifles. And so, I don't know. I think 7-5 still leaves this game very, very open, if I'm honest. The second half pistol is going to be worth a hell of a lot. That would ease up a lot of the worries for M80. Because you feel like, you know, you could have, were it not for a couple of these rounds going differently in the midpoint. Like, you had that one super close clutch round. If that one had gone your way and you kind of walk away with the 8-4, I think then you're feeling good about it. But one round can make all the difference here, Hugo. Let's see.
One round at a time. That's what Red Canids say in this pistol. Couple of util sets. Just the one for M80 spread out. It's very clear though, they hear all the steps. They just think they're mid. They think they're being split right now because of the steps earlier. Venom's Era over the smoke. Sin with a quick swap. Trying to hide inside. Trades places somehow. This is a mess. No kill for M80. They're out of there. That's one way to give up, eh?
Oh, nothing found on the follow-up though, and yeah, this is exactly what you were worried about here. Pistol round, Red Canids walk away with it. And so now it's a one-round game, but you're on the back foot. Red Canids on the favored side, and we know that they've got the ability to tango when the rifles come out. That's what the first half taught us. Gonna have the force buy in from M80. That means rifles don't come out to the fourth round if they fall down here. And so suddenly, you know, that would be a pretty serious lead for Red Canids. Bit of a golden chance to get off to a real hot start in this second half and capitalize on that CT side.
They seem pretty sure the switch is in the corner. So he'll get out. A-main attempted, but Red Canids push him back. Perfect time to just do an A-pop here. The whole map's quiet, and M80 have been denied on both their aggressive moves, so they're forced into pretty passive setups. Looking like they're going to try re-clear middle together, but that will all come too late. Good smoke for Sin. And actually will hold Red Canids back. This is getting awkward. Are they going to try retake B? Timing on the con push spotted. Everyone gets seen. And now Red Canids with a 5v4. They feel confident to just go in.
I mean, you know, there's only one guy there, Max, and Cold Zera makes it so that's not even the case. Save called for M80. They're just too far away, so these SMGs get grandfathered forward at least, but it's a tie game now. No jump in the gun there for Red Canids, waiting till they have the info to actually play off of before they make their move.
Slow and steady, but similar to the CT side in that they're just all grouped. They're all playing together, trying to play the trade game. Seeing a pretty comfortable couple of rounds so far for the Red Canids. Still got one more saved over bonus for M80. Not bonus, but force, essentially.
Util Paul is the invitation to go for that push.
Good flash.
And this is not comfortable anymore for the Red Canids. Cold's hesitant to leave this position. He kind of feels locked in here.
This is the dream as well, by the way. Like getting this timing on a push like this. Lake is cleared out, be at 50 seconds. He can either park up or he can start to full flank. Either way, his teammates can rotate out and reinforce the other site.
Swisher having this smoke still at 40 seconds left in the round on a no investment round here from M80. Just those saved SMGs is huge. The fact he's held on to that so long. They're going to make their way out, but they're not ready for Swisher. They're not ready for him. That MP9 tears it all away. 20 seconds remain for Henny. Jumpy on the push around in through main. But time is of the essence. Smoke still in his way. And Swisher has delivered this round to M80 in more ways than one, holding onto that util and then taking it one step further. 3 kills. Beautifully done from Swisher.
Yeah, won it off positioning, right? Just completely avoided that Molotov just enough. And by the way, Sin is playing like a genius in that round. Not only the guy to set up a flash here at the start of the round to get the kill, but he's the one who pushes through the smoke to trade his teammate after Nithon like hard pre-fires him in main. If Sin doesn't get that kill, then Swisher doesn't have the room to bait in the site, to play safe behind the molly. So it's such a good example of the teamwork there of M80 that wins them around. They shouldn't be winning. That's a save. That's a couple of SMGs and a bit of util. And look at what it does for them. Anubis CT can be a drag. I mean, the amount of things that needed to go right there for that round to be won. The B main push. The A push with the kill, the trade out in main, and then Swisher letting them in. But it happened, and now M80 hold the lead and may even break this money if they win a rifle round now. Cheeky.
Okay, Nithon.
That's sick. They use a flash just to get him past them. Not so he can fight them, but so he can slip behind.
Even 1 kill is huge, but it's completely on Nithon when he shoots, and so just holds the shot.
Slack's never moved. He had no idea.
And that's the round.
What a cool idea.
Yeah.
What a cool idea. You get that much mid-room, you just flash him off camera. And like that CT saying I'm blind, you know, there's a timing, but he took that timing to the extreme.
Yeah, I think sometimes Red Canids have this issue where it feels like they're waiting too much for the perfect info or like the perfect play to present itself. But in moments like that, you see the versatility in it. Like no one on this Red Canid squad is gonna get caught kind of overextending there or jumping the gun. They were always gonna give the room to Nithon in with the backstab. And it just works beautifully in that instance. Great util to get him across in the first place. And that was the idea from the get-go, even, you know, kind of linking into the Molotovs that get thrown to actually give that mid-control to Nighthon in the first place. It's the ones that leave a kind of channel open around the doors so that you can peek down mid. He got the info, it was fully clear, and once they know the space he's got, they tee it up so he can cross and win them the fight over on B. That's big picture thinking there for the Red Canids. And you can see MAE
How?
not happy and very dismayed as to how that even happened. They don't know how he got there.
Sure, they can piece it together in retrospect, but they've got to be very careful about middle now. So Slacks will take it with the AWP instead. Where's my bloody nade gone? Second one will hit? No, it won't. Cole just backs up. Saw it coming. Double molly mid-take. A lot more eyes on this one though with Slacks on his AWP, expecting more control towards this part of the map after they just want to round with it. They're trying to figure out something in A, some sort of swap.
Yeah, MAE need a solution here because the pressure is really on at this point in the game for MAE. Like, they're on the harder side. It's now an even score line. Their money is the one that's like on the edge of being broken, and so you're about to start to lose out on the economy game. So you really need this to be the round where it all comes together.
Brutal.
It might have to be an individual moment of brilliance here, as it's just these two players in at the back of the site. Slacks won't see a thing through these smokes, and with Lake spammed out, never even getting the chance to play. Looking for that way in. Tag on a Henny. Venom Zera doesn't give the kill over, and instead it's Nighthon from middle to deal with Rex backstab. Everyone's getting wounded for Red Canids, but MAE just can't get the kill to bring them back into this round.
Save.
And they've got to back out now. They can't hang around. They can't justify fighting for this. So much damage done, but never getting the kills, never enticing themselves in. Red Canids up into the lead. Save guns at least, so a buy up in the next, but it's really tenuous right now is the money for MAE. It's balancing on a knife's edge. Even this save, if you go for the buy here, it still has some serious limitations. You're going to be missing util. You've dropped Famesis over. It is not the ideal buy. Far from it, in fact. And this is you fighting for the economy. This is you know, really fighting for the momentum of this game. You've staked a lot of it on this round here and now as Red Canids up in the lead. Tac pause called in. They know that winning this one, winning this round, tees them up to start sprinting towards the finish line.
It's been such a grind, this game. I mean, the amount of back and forth rounds. Red Canids, I mean, neither team has been comfortable, safe to say. But Red Canids certainly feel like they are sneaking in at the final hour. A hopeful buy for M80 here with the AWP still. I want to see them go back to making their plays. As passive and as punishing as Red Canids has been, we know M80 have the firepower, and this is it. This is more like it. Aggressive, dropping through the water. Great deep utility in middle. Sets them up with a 5-on-4. They're going to try peel out while they can. Get back to that B-bomb site through the safety of Con. Red Canids, will they react off this window of opportunity? It doesn't seem like it. They're still scared of more aggression.
I mean, that's such a great judgment from MAE in this very desperate scenario. Red Canids have just taken a pause. They've been wanting to play slow anyway. You know that they've just talked a whole game plan over in that timeout, and so you throw caution to the wind. You give them nothing but issues. You don't let them run on what was just discussed in the pause.
Switch is having a hell of a game right now. Another impactful double. It can all fall apart though if Slacks falls early. He's been mollied out. He's trying to hold on. Smoke down. Swisher sent through it, but he's going to get traded. This keeps M80 in the lead for now. Bomb plant complicates matters worse. Util, no kit, 3-on-2.
to the orb. Delivered over for free as Davideus Henny. 2 bullets in this AWP. A backstab coming in. And so many angles left to worry about. He knows one man over towards heaven. But everyone else, it's just a big question mark. And there's that backstab. Very late on the trigger pull there from Sin. But the patience, the pace, the time that they're willing to lend to him does a world of good for M80. Swisher, a thorn in the side of the Red Canids as he entirely uproots the game plan after that pause.
I can't believe that insta drop. They all knew exactly what they were doing. A nice little dry run with mollies in middle with a stairs smoke, jumping through the window. It's risky. You can get spammed out instantly, but M80 make it work. Like to see Swisher playing like this, for sure. Can they keep him coming? 9-9. But the Orpa says yes. Push deep to main. Another mid-take, looking very nice for the Red Canids. A try, high risk, and no reward from it. They know there's an AWP. Slacks needs a multi-kill. He's trying to escape. They allow it. Still a mid-lurker in the camera smoke. M80 have no idea. Oh, Swisher's on another level right now. If he walked in A, he had 2 backs turned. And now they've got to bail. Hope for the best. Lake on the B-bomb site. And they've even revealed it by accident. From bad to worse, Red Canids have dug themselves a shallow grave in this round.
Three strong here for M80.
Good flash.
Oh, a little awkward as they block each other, trying to get back into the site. Ooh. Henny and Cold Zera battling back in. That last man's found by Cold, and now it's just Slacks. Lengthy rotate around through the spawn side as Henny and Cold Zera successfully turn this one around. Now they've just got to finish the job. It's this AWP as Slacks moving in. Shot sails past Cold.
1 bullet. It's done.
And he fades away.
No
M80
way.
thought they had this one.
No way.
And by all margins, it looked like they did. They read it well. They dealt with the mid-lurk. They made that A-main push happen. But right at the close, Cold Zera and Henny able to play off of one another. Cole with that bailout kill onto the site player was huge. Dude. Like if Henny falls there, it's a 1v1. It's all up in the air. Slacks can very much go for this.
That's a classic Cold Zera round. Just pull it out of nowhere when you think it's already done in a near unwinnable B hit into a 2v4. My God. This game is cinema right now. Anyone could take this dub. Beautiful entries. I don't know how Red Canids stay above water.
It's awkward as well, like that blocking each other in the site felt like it was going to be inconsequential in the moment. It's like, yeah, okay, you kind of gave up the first kill through doing so, but then things got really awkward once Cold gets to stretch his legs out and go for a bit of a walk over towards B.
That was a run. And M80 have to buy. They save an AWP at least. They've got a bit of this and that. But
this is that economy pressure that you were so close to getting away from. Now coming back to haunt you. As sure, you buy up here. Once again, couple of limitations, but not the end of the world. It's the next round. It's the fact that if Red Canids get onto 11, you're ecoing. Yeah, we've essentially giving over match point at that point.
We've not seen an eco in this half, really. It's just been buying, right? Other than after pistol, it's everyone either saving enough or trading rounds so they can always buy. And to eco 11-9 down, play for OT, not where you want to be. Red Canids doing it late in the game when you're ready to write them off. Slacks realizes he can actually sit on that molly, but it takes a bit of damage when he tries to re-peek. hit, but the nade is too early. He doesn't know. They're walking through the smoke. Good flashback. Swisher's not in cover, though. They line up. Swisher trades. There's a chance here for M80 to stay in this game, but right now, coldzera is entering once more. Double kill in the B bomb site, back-to-back rounds.
Cold loves these pushes out through the connector. Back-to-back rounds now where coldzera has found the multi-kill to tee up his squad. Slacks trying to fire off to send them back through, but it's those damn Zeras. coldzera and venomzera locking in 11, breaking the money of M80, and maybe their hope here on Anubis. Scores would have to be settled in overtime right now, as M80 don't have the money to buy. It's left to an eco.
Cold still got it, man. Why would you doubt? New game, same Zera. Such impactful kills in the same position. And of course, M80 have to eco. They must respect the economy at this point. Even getting dealt a little fake by Venom, dropping onto the box. And they hear that. They are heavy on A right now, falling for this, while Reckonid's still default. If you're here so long, so blind, you might feel like you have to make a play, but luckily enough, Reckonids are announcing some presence. So M80 with a little, you could call it a VP stack. As soon as they see this, the bomb goes B. Good flash. Well, not for wreck. Oh, a couple of guns. Get out of here, boys. Even this is a tough call. If you don't get another kill for free, do you save? Do you go for it? The only thing that's tempting them right now is the advantage and the fact that bomb is not down yet. It's going to take some time.
Oh,
so tight.
Oh, it's just a tag. Bomb's going to get planted now. They try to flood in. They try to flood through. Nighthon puts a stop to it, though. And the flood of M80 cancelled out. So close to finding success on the eco.
Nighthon just wipes his face. Oh, relief. We almost choked the anti-eco. That was meant to be the free round. Reckonid, I mean, they lost the first half, but they had a beautiful string of rounds. I wasn't sure if it would amount to much. There were numerous chances in this half to lose the game. And, man, they have absolutely dug themselves out of every sticky situation you can imagine. Can they walk that final walk and take this map?
Slacks really wants to be involved off the rip here, but as many of these rounds have started for Reckonid, they're in no rush, working this map control. Nice and slow. It feels like they always want a clear picture before they make their move.
Oh.
Trade set up there.
They know it's
facilitates the 4-on-4, and they know that Slacks was floating around on the AWP. Backstab denied. Lake cautious of middle. They've learned. Nighthon's been caught trying to do this a couple of times now since his big success of the B flank prior.
Ouch.
But that peek from Slacks is punished.
Just Lake.
Goes to pad out this B site. Lake, can he be the difference maker? The one that keeps M80 in Anubis that much longer. Just the one and done. Wreck him with the backstab. Leaves it all on Henny. This AWP has not been a requirement for the Red Canids. Henny has not had to do much. But in this 1v2, both players right there down in dark ahead of him. Henny taps it.
Ooh.
They hear the AWP scope up. They don't call his bluff here. Henny gonna have to go hunting for this, and that shot misses. Can't seal the deal. M80 live to fight another day.
dude, this game is so tense. It's so tight. The margins of which rounds are won are coming down to seconds and singular kills. And M80 don't want to go down without a fight. They call for as many overtimes as it takes. Good save from Lake there again.
You know, I like...
Sometimes you see Lake just on his own on B as well. Sorry.
No, I like how, you know, a lot of the Red Canids game plan is like this slower style, waiting to see what M80 gives them, trying to be risk averse. But I think there are times where avoiding risk is a risk in and of itself, right? Like when they get that kill on Slax's AWP down in Dark, I would have loved to have seen Davideus, who was up close in B main, immediately take the space.
Yeah.
But he hesitates, and it's only for a moment. But that moment allows Lake to actually get in the sight, offer up resistance. If they could nail down just a few of these moments where it is appropriate to move faster, something like this, where suddenly they're just running down the A site. There's the risk, there's the reward. Red Canids 3-on-2 in the post plant.
This might be the end of the game. This might be M80 going down 0-2 in the RMR. Henny concedes position, goes all the way back to play the bomb, to play for the win. And that feels inevitable right now for the Red Canids. They've got a smoke, they've got a kit, they've got 2 players, they've got a chance, but M80 have to battle back against the odds. Molly himself, that's awkward. Lake does get his kill, Swisher comes through the smoke, and in a blink of an eye, M80 live to fight another round. That's a bit of a overstep for Red Canids. They don't even try and play the bomb. They're all fighting, they're all in the open. They could have just abandoned the site player, played that package. That's very weird to see. That was such a perfect hit. You were calling for it. You get it, Harry. And then they just all peek in the post. No business winning that round, M80.
Yeah.
No business at all.
Dude, kind of a really crazy way.
I was ready for that to be over.
The penultimate round to go. You walk into a stack. It's another fast round.
No.
That flash is brutal, and Swisher lays waste to the Red Canids. Can he get the ace? 4 out of 5. Just cold Zera running on in. Swisher falls, but he's done his job. Overtime is locked in as M80 demand extra time.
Oh, they are going to be kicking themselves, Red Canids. They had the perfect opportunity. They won so many disadvantaged rounds, but who knew it was the one advantage post plan, a 3-on-2, that they couldn't close. And now we go into overtime. What? M80 on overtime Anubis. That's their bread and butter.
I mean, Swisher is very much the backbone of this right now.
Yeah.
Top in the charts, 25 and 13. Having a crazy performance is Swisher. He's been, when he's needed to be, he's been the anchor. When he's needed to be, he's been the driving force.
Def trying to keep the boys locked in. I mean, he's an experienced coach, not just as coach, but he's played in the RMR, Harry. He was here last time. Got to keep their head in it right now. This is a very tense game. Like, just with the way that the rounds flow, with how indecisive the rounds are, changing favor in the final seconds.
Yeah, I just don't know how Red Canids are now going to feel, because I think they were kind of favored in this game for a while, and to have gone from playing so safe, so by the numbers, to having your fate decided and like throwing away a 3v2 after battling through the stack, after being so close to victory and then it getting away from you, I don't know if you can get back to that now. Red Canids try their hand at like a nade stack over towards B main early, hoping that that would have netted them something off the top. But no love from it, and so now they just regroup outside of this A site.
To me, the winner of this overtime is going to be which AWPer can get activated, right? Like, both of them have been pretty inconsequential. Slacks has missed some sitters. Henny has been pretty irrelevant on the AWP. Sure, we've had some hero rifle rounds from players like Cold Zero, players like Swisher, but I want to see if an AWP can be a real figure piece in this overtime, as it's now not constricted by economy. Push through middle for M80. They send every single player in mid to push. 3 of them flanking. Now Sax goes back to the site, tries to assist Rek, who's got to give it up completely as they wait for this heavy backstab.
All right, Henny AWP finally gets to be involved here, does Henny. Opens up the post plant, an early 5-on-4 for Red Canids. In the timeline of that bomb, half the time ticked off of it, so M80 have got to make a move sooner rather than later. They play their hand now, and it's Henny's AWP again, striking them off the tally. Nighthon, quick work made of the last 2 as they trickle out through heaven.
Yeah, they really need that first entry on the flank there. Even though I like the idea that M80, you know, they smoke off main after they lose Lake, but I don't think Red Canids fell for it because they realized that someone else flashed Lake into this position. The flash came after. And he's on a nice angle there to deal with the flank. And a pushed up post plant. They fight together. Red Canids on the board for the first.
It would be a very Red Canids decision to go and retake this B long control. Like, they don't like going super fast. If one thing's been clear over this game, and the few times they have, it's not really worked out for them. So they want to go back and try and deal with that side of the map. But M80, I think you're aware of this fact. They show their hand with the B aggression and then so quickly have tripled up over on the A side of the map to go and take this control away. This is a really nice bit of adjustment from M80 to the pace that Red Canids have been playing at. And in the same way it felt like it was maybe obvious to us that Red Canids were going to go and do this, I think it's obvious to M80 as well. They're about to go reinforce B with a 3rd man moving over in Sin.
Yeah, but scared of mid lurk, and for good reason. No eyes on middle all round, but it's just Henny holding with the AWP. He'll be left out of the picture. It's Lake on the B side, like an anchor. Just 3 drowns them on the B side. M80 level the playing field with 1 apiece. And time for the decider of the half.
That was a very well put together round from M80.
Yeah.
Just a great understanding of what Red Canids would look to do based on the info they get. And so full control for M80 in that round there, and suddenly in with a chance to win out this first half of OT. It's going to be more of this early aggression. Venom Zera, Cold Zera in this crossfire again, but this time there's no opener for Venom Zera. Last time Cold was able to play the trade game here. That's no longer the case. They've snuck past Henny's AWP. This could be another kill on a platter. Henny moving in. Who will fire off first? He's missed it, and there's Rek with the backstab. This 1-2 punch of Slacks and Rex destroys the Red Canids on that A-hole.
That could not have gone better for M80, even though it almost went very wrong with the AWP walking into Slacks. And he had 1 shot, and he missed it. And that just gives Slacks a trade onto Cold. The house of cards crumbling yet again for the Canids. And a nice safe information gather means Davideus is known about and surely can't win this round. He's got 1-1v1. Take it while you can. Lake will not give it. Molly down. 30 seconds, 2 in B. Hoping for the best. But M80 win out the half of overtime.
Yeah, this was a really nice change from M80 once we got into OT. Like, I think when they were playing within regulation, there was always this worry that they can't do a lot of the aggressive moves. I think they wanted to because they feel like that would be the solution, but the scoreline was really tight, and Red Canids were the ones who were one round away from winning this game. And so they couldn't do that. But once we got into OT, risks taken in both of those last 2 rounds. They win both of them as well. They put a stop to the Red Canids default. And that was what was netting the Brazilians all those rounds early on in regulation on this T side. Now it's M80 in the driver's seat, and that's off of the back of their CT side, the one that they struggled with in regulation. Moving into a T-half now where they need just 2 rounds to put this game to rest. M80 are now the favorites.
That should be, in theory, easy. Obviously, everything changes when you hit overtime, but they had a really solid T-side towards the end, winning 7-5.
I think the thing that's problematic is just that, like, Red Canids aren't huge. You know, they play a lot off like that intuition. They try to piece together the info on how the round's going to pan out. But in the early stages, they just kind of stay in that 3-2 split, and we saw that so often on their CT side. And if you do that and M80 just exec on you with 5 players, they're always going to have that advantage of the numbers, right? And so do you start playing for info now if you're Red Canids? Do you use that to try and better your judgment here and lean into the stacks? When you weren't doing that all throughout the first half of play, it's a really awkward decision to have to make. You don't envy them for it. I think M80 are very firmly in the driver's seat here.
Again, they abuse middle, and immediately is given up, and now he's sitting at 3-2. Last time, Henny got a kill here. He's going to fake it out and try and reinforce A. It's exactly what you're talking about, Harry. They seem indecisive. That bomb could be going anywhere. Oh, Molly forces them both out. No one can punish that. But it allows M80 to drop in and put a bit of a probe on B to scare Red Canids, keeping Henny out of position for the time being. Aggression in A main, that's the answer. Red Canids could get popped through this smoke though.
Oh, they see now Thani can't chain together the double. Davideus hears the footsteps, they're closing in on him here. Tries to turn and deal with it, but can't get a bearing. Ouch. That 3-man push. Able to get past him, and now slacks his AWP, bears down upon middle. No movement on this rotate for Red Canids as that AWP very much controls whether or not they're able to help out the A site. And so Red Canids lean into the save. M80 now have 2 chances to get this over the line.
What a painful loss this would be for Red Canids, considering how well they held on to this game near the end of their T side. The advantage they had felt like this game was literally over in one of these rounds at 12-10. But they couldn't do it. And they're going to pay the price. M80 forcing a save of irrelevance. As Red Canids call out their 1 timeout to try and stay in this map. We just see nothing in their CT side that would suggest they would make a play like M80 did, where they have a set call out of spawn and go for information, go for a move, push A main, drop water, even fight B main. Like, look at the amount of times you see Sax gets boosted up, goes for a deep B pick, a double A trade. We've seen that twice in this game already. M80 have all these moves on CT side. We haven't seen Red Canids even attempt it.
No, the only few times they had is like when Henny would be that 3rd man over towards B and he would sometimes flash them out B main. But because they're so worried about middle and they've kind of gone half aggressive over towards A main, so they're not watching mid from A like they do when Henny is that free, you know, moving piece between mid and B, he wasn't there to do it. And so instead you're flying blind throughout the entirety of the round. And they might have been able to make that work in regulation, but here, you know, when the pressure's really on, when every round is worth so much. They're kind of scared into this very rigid CT side with little to no movement. We're not seeing enough movement from the Red Canids.
3-2. Davideus eyes on middle, able to back up. Might have to as the camera smoke comes in. They elude vision. This is a fake execute right now, I think. They've still got players lurking outside B. This fake is perfect because Rek's pushed in. He's done a lot of damage. Lost Lake in the process. Davideus, don't walk through the smoke. Oh my god, he might get away with it. Rek just turned at the worst possible second. And despite the damage done on A, it's B the Red Canids hold on for. For how long? That molly slows the bomb. Red Canids rotating all through spawn to group up and trade out to try and keep this game going.
Davideus is low. Slack's left alone in the site. Henny picked out from the back lines and Swisher now returns. There's the backstab. They're pincing in. Davideus again, man, and Swisher rounds it out. And the victory secured for M80 in overtime as they battle back. It might have been Red Canids with multiple chances to walk this one over the line, but in the end, M80 emerged victorious.
My God, that was a roller coaster, Harry. That was cinema. That was a fantastic BO1. We said it was our tightest game of the day, and it showed up in every way.
Yeah, just a super sick stylistic clash between these squads. Like the risk-averse Red Canids versus the kind of wild and info-gathering M80. It was very fun to watch, I think, for that reason. It's one where for Red Canids, it's going to hurt knowing that you had multiple chances to get this over the line. And if anything, it was like you went from being too safe at times to not safe enough in the round that could have decided it all when you're 3v2 in that post plant.
Yeah.
Once this one got into OT, I think M80 had warmed up into the game a lot more. The individuals were looking sharper. And I feel like because you no longer are playing with that pressure of being one round away from going 0-2, suddenly you can go back to some of those ballsier moves, right? Some of those pushes that you had out of guys like Swisher, who is very much the kind of big man on campus for M80.
Yeah. Swisher was the guy for sure. Cold Zero was the guy for the other side until we hit overtime, and then him and really everyone went a little bit quiet and cold. And I think there's a couple of rounds that Red Canids are really going to kick themselves when they think about that 12-10 round when they have the 3v2 post. But even that last round there of the game, that was a 5v3. They kill both A players. Sure, there's a gap on the B bomb site, but Red Canids off numbers alone, highly advantaged. A really painful way to lose a game when you had so many bright sparks in there for the Canids. But I also propped up this match by saying I want to see M80 at the major, and I think they've made the leaps and bounds and the strides to actually put together a competitive roster that we know can do damage against some of the best teams in the world. And so I want to see that in Shanghai, and M80 are now one step in that right direction. 1-1.
Yeah. Still having a battle for it.
It's not easy.
Yeah,
They're
not
far
by a
from
long margin, dude. Yeah, you know, I think the thing that was super interesting to me, because I felt like we had a bit of a kind of disagreement about the first half. It was weird. I don't feel like Red Canids played a particularly spectacular CT side.
No.
I think conceptually, M80's T side was better. It was just in the actual execution of it, right? They were frequently getting uprooted by 2 or 3 man crossfires. And I think that just comes down to, in the early stages of this game, you didn't have everyone necessarily firing on all cylinders. But as it went on, because at its core, M80's vision, I think, is the better one for how this game was going to play out. Once we got into OT, it felt like they were kind of, you know, destined to win this now with everyone switched online.
It definitely helped that M80 had the depth to adjust and adapt in the game. I think that gets a lot easier when you've got the track record that M80 do on Anubis. It's been their go-to map since this roster started, really, like even before it was this very core. So they've always wanted to play Anubis, and yeah, they've got the experience, and they're able to know when to pull in the aggressive rounds, know when to play a little bit safer, take risks that Red Canids weren't comfortable doing. So yeah, maybe a lack of experience on Anubis, or a lack of depth, I think is a better word, on Anubis for Red Canids. Ultimately, it's a BO1 veto. Everyone's happy with the map. Red Canids knew what they were buying, but yeah, it's It's an unfortunate way to lose a game. Yeah, they pulled that back in the second half, man. That one is a kick in the teeth.
I feel good though. We wanted this to be our most competitive. We said
game.
it was the
We
most
wanted a
competitive
game.
of the day, and it delivered in that sense, right? Nice little OT matchup. But there's still more Counter-Strike to come. We have one more left. It's the Team Liquid squad after falling down 0-1, taking on Cruise. Join us for that in just a moment.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Well, it's a matchup where one of the teams feels lucky to even be in with a shot of making it to the major, and the other, they're called Crew. We'll be taking a look at this one. Hugo, maybe we start by recapping Team Liquid.
Oh, yeah.
We can start, I guess, by looking at kind of the disaster class that was last year's RMR, and how this one has started for the new look Team Liquid squad.
Yes, of course, the Copenhagen RMR didn't go too well for Liquid, did it? They ended up... Now, in fairness, I'll give the caveat. It was a different format.
Yeah.
Two losses, you go home. Liquid, they played Furia in their debut. They fell a bit short. They lost, I think, a 13-11 or an overtime game on Inferno. And then they go on and end their final game against Complexity in a cannibalism, in a cannibalization, if that's even a word. But no, it's not.
Look out, they're doing a cannibalism.
They're eating each other alive. For North America, only one of Cole or Liquid could make it through, and it was Cole who took that final spot for the Americas. So Liquid actually didn't even make it to Copenhagen. That was a bit of a shock, bit of a restructure, had a better look as of late, but that late ended today when they choked a 9-3 lead over Wildcard, Harry. Now, I will say, because I'm on this little rant, I will say Wildcard, underrated as hell.
Yeah, fair.
Very strong team. Finally at land with their full roster, something they've not been able to do. I actually really like this project. That being said, 9-3 off an Inferno T side, Liquid in America's RMR, you really got to win those.
Yeah, I think if you're Liquid, you're happy that there's more chances this time around to course correct, right? Because otherwise you'd already be halfway there. The squad they're going to be facing off against, not too long as this squad existed, right? At least in its current form, you've had changes as little as 4 months ago. When you look kind of down the roster, there's some names here that you might recognize from stints on other South American teams, but in terms of when you actually look at them within their region, I would say it's very hit and miss, and as of late, over the last month or so, it has been misses only. They got
they had a good run here. Otherwise, we've not got a lot to talk about for this team, right? Like, they've got a couple of pieces that are really cool. I think Reversive and Deco, we've seen across the years. They've had numerous RMR appearances in different teams, you know, over the past 5 years or so. So these players have experience, but there are also some young pieces on this team. Cool to note that Yell is the coach of Crew, old Brazilian player who we've seen at a major before. So there is experience on this team, but there's also inexperience on this team. And like in a matchup like this, Liquid heavy favorites, no doubt, but Liquid also still choked the game today. So I'm questioning what's going on. Can they recover?
I mean,
this is the way I look at this. So this is like the Fury. In case you're going to say this,
exactly.
Is like
I
the
was
Fury
going to say
game
this
because now they are such heavy favorites.
Yeah,
they have a chance to be nice, beat up on their opponents, and that's exactly what they should be doing.
You're dead on, because as you kind of hinted to, wildcard team on the rise, team with experienced pieces, one where, sure, it's not out of this world to think that that is an upset that could happen, even if it does go against where you have Liquid, you know, like pegged in terms of expectations.
It's the first game of the tournament.
Exactly, right? So this one is one where there shouldn't really be a world where Crew are able to win this.
Much like you said before, Carsey versus Furia, or like we were talking about, I can't, based on the data, based on the knowledge we have, I can't sell you a Crew win. I can't buy it. I don't believe it. It doesn't exist. It's not in the market. So from all angles, Liquid are heavy favorites. Liquid should win this game. There's really no excuse unless something's going drastically wrong. And so let's see if Liquid can do, as they should do, and bounce back from a shaky start to the day. They're up against Crew. Let's see what these boys have got. A little Argentinian mix. Not a mix, a real team, of course, but a mix of Argentinians. That's kind of where I was going with.
Yeah.
Trying their best, Harry. We've got a Kazakh in there as well.
One thing, I'm hoping that Liquid, that the Canadians can rise to the occasion.
The pacifists, we call them today.
Because they really were, you know, and I really like the Canadians in this team.
Pretty nice guys.
They're good dudes, but they just didn't play well in the opener, and I think they would admit that too. Whatever the reason, like they just didn't play well. It was kind of a game that was attempting to be held together by Ultimate and JKS. Your kid, I don't get a pass on this either. He was also bad. Just not Canadian, so it would have been weird to speak about him earlier on.
Okay, well, let's see what Liquid have in store in this little A contact right now. They're walking into main with a bit of a pop going in. JKS gets his entry. He was the one guy performing in that earlier matchup, but he's put to bed swiftly by Riki. Twist fires back. He's going to have to leave, though. 3 HP and the bomb on his back. 2v3 for Liquid. It's the Canadians, Harry. Up to no good.
Let's see. What are they able to do?
Ooh.
Nice!
Oh.
Natfly, there it is!
They're back.
More than just a pretty face. Natfly puts up 2. That's what you want to see. Oh, just laser left to beat. Naf's gonna do it. 3 kills. And that's more like it from my guy Natfly as Team Liquid battle their way to a pistol round win.
Oh, Canada. They've done it. I don't know how that is. That how they're.
That is.
That is it? Okay, yeah.
Maybe without like the
It was kind of the South Park.
insanely thick Canadian accent.
Well,
Oh,
got to give him. Got to make him feel at home, Harry. Here in Shanghai, China. Big round for Twists.
and he's hyped up.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see.
He's had his rice and veggies. He's ready for more. And we got a bit of a pause, so hold your horses, Harry.
Russia's a real trendsetter. They're all getting mustaches now. All the North American players. It's kind of sick, honestly. I want Naf to get one.
Yeah?
Big old pair of handlebars. Grab a hold of.
For you?
No, just for like in general. Like he can grab them.
Okay.
Me personally, I can ride my bike with no handlebars. But that's enough about the Flowbots.
Because, yeah. Okay, sorry. They bought a bunch of auto shotguns, and I got a bit scared. But they're trolling. They're not buying auto shotguns. I mean, they could. They definitely could. Maybe they should. But yeah, you mentioned, you touched on it before this game, talking about how, you were joking that Liquid didn't even think they'd have a chance. But obviously, we were talking about crew. They said, in an interview the other day that, we didn't actually expect to make it to the RMR. Like, we're actually kind of surprised we're here. We're going to make the best of this opportunity. We're going for nothing less than making the major, as you should be. Every team who's made it this far should be gunning for the major. You're not coming to land like, we hope to get a map. No, you're here to win. You're here for the major. And the thing he basically took away from that interview was, whatever happens, we're going to be a better team after this event. We're going to learn. We're going to play some good teams.
That's a nice mindset.
It's a great mindset. We're going for the major.
Plus, I think, there's something innately scary about a team that kind of have, nothing, there's no expectations, and there's kind of nothing to lose. Okay, if crew go out, well, they themselves were surprised they were here, And you're already at the point where you're going to learn from it. So it's about what more can you take? How much further can you go?
Well, they're deep on long right now. A very aggressive B execute for Liquid, if you want to call it that. It's more of a pop in your face, but wait, how's it come crumbling down? It's a 1v2. Getting caught off guard, the nade should be perfect. But it's still a 1v1. Ataraxia has not been in the kill feed this round. They don't actually know he's behind default. Can he tuck in? Been spotted now. Ultimate. Keen Deeg. Headshot! That's disgusting. 4 kills for Ultimate. He saves the day.
Roland from Poland ain't messing around, man. Even in that first match that you saw Liquid fall down in, he was very much doing everything he could to keep him in it. And now standing to the occasion here to offer up one hell of a clutch. Everything about it played lovely. From the nade to soften up the last remaining player and get the kill to bring it into the 1v1 anyway to that beautiful Deeg, that blistering Deeg that puts a stop to Ataraxia. Which, by the way, is a sick name.
Yeah, that is kind of cool.
It's really fun to say.
Yeah.
You're watching at home, just say it out loud a couple of times. You'll love it, seriously.
Ataraxia.
He might become your new favorite on that alone. Ataraxia.
Loving seeing Twist get hyped. It's a good sign. Energy is in the room. Break on the smoke, but 5-7s, good as they are. Not going to get anything from that range. Liquid clear out middle, but they're going back to a B contact into Laser. Only a P250, overwhelmed with ease. They can flip-flop. Still got JKS lurking in A main. And in fact, the kills are going to come to them, as they often do on the ancient anti-ecos. Patience pays off. Just this rifle in the sight. They are walking into it. But now they don't need to.
Yeah, they've learned where it is. You can change this one on the fly. Ataraxia over here. On the long side's been spotted. Gonna have Yakindar to face off against. Pistol v pistol, and Yakindar comes out ahead. Twists, finishes the job with 4. And even grabs himself the upgrades. So Team Liquid 3-0 secured. As Crew now get to bring out the rifles proper in round 4.
I want to see Crew just immediately come in with a confident display with a lane take or a mid take, get up heaven. You know, show Liquid they're here to play. Don't just let them control the whole map on this T side. You can be very constricting in the early round on CT Ancient with the right util. So let's see what the call is. Insta with a molly nade. Liquid molly heaven. There's a lot of util used in the early stage, but Yakinda's got up heaven very quick without a cave smoke. Got to be careful. He looks surprised. Laser catches him off guard. Oh, Ricky with a well-timed molly. They will not respect. There's a CT molly. You don't need to. Ultimate stops inside of it and still gets through with 20 health.
Fast in through Temple, 3 strong here. I've heard some footsteps, but isn't aware just how many players lurk inside of the Temple. Still, quick work made, JKS, 3 kills cleanly done.
Wow, that was instant. They just got swept.
Yeah, I didn't really get a lot of time to kind of build that one up. It's just an instant over and done with round as Team Liquid hold their own in the post plant.
Yeah, it's Crew just trying to flood them while they are still in the site. Don't let them reposition, get a boost tree, get back to better spots, but Liquid all still kind of in main because of the Molotov, so they can trade out really quickly. And now an eco. Some bits and bobs. This is a Nafly entry. Maybe. He's a bit scared. Cowering behind the smoke.
You know, in the same way we kind of set up the expectations of the game in the Fury Akase one, I think it would be good to do the same thing here in that, like, Liquid can win this game and still lose this game in a way. Like, if they come through the win, but it's like a really hard-fought battle or whatever, I think that would be a bit of an L, as they say.
The worst way to win it.
Yeah, but what you're hoping is like a super clean victory here if you're Liquid, a bit of catharsis from how the RMR started. So they're at least on track to do that. 4-0 off the rip, and here for their 5th round, it started in a 5v4 up against the Pistols and already a lot of damage done. So it's quickly building to be that 5-0 scoreline.
Saw Yakinda just throw that flash that everyone's been talking about. Everyone, you seen this? You heard about this? The little Mongols or Lin Vision flash, whoever threw it first. Into the cave. Easy done for Liquid on the anti-eco. JKS makes it look good. And we have Liquid 5-0 up on this T side of Ancient.
Juzzy's in good form, isn't he?
Yeah? You like that?
Started strong.
Yeah?
8-3 now.
Yeah. Probably a major MVP.
Yeah. Oh.
Gotta get there first.
Yeah. Yeah, he's back on the continent.
Back on the continent, yeah, sure. The wrong continent, obviously, because Oceania is a different continent.
But, you know, near enough.
Near enough.
Kind of right next door in a way.
Yeah, kind of like how NA is right next door to... You're trying. You're selling me something.
Look, man, you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Lies.
right next door to the continent.
Yeah, right. That's true. I'll give you that. And he is in form. 8-3, 5-0. These are all numbers. Get ready for a bye round. Kinder went fast heaven last time. He is leaning that way. This time with Naf to help him out. Twist in the mid-smoke. Are they going to break it, maybe? Oh, good flash. Or good flash, good break, sorry. And he peeks in with the AWP as well. So Crew, that's a nice set cool combo. 3 mid to get a player up heaven on the boost. No way. Naf just runs up through B as the smoke comes down. And Liquid make the best of a bad situation. They've recovered this round. They can make something of it. Good shot for Ataraxia. Doubles up. God, that name does sound nice, though.
It just hits, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now Fly. 6 bullets left here, but that Ataraxia orb continues to destroy Team Liquid. The moment it's reared its head, the effect is felt. JKS, we said he's been playing well, but a 1v4 is asking a hell of a lot. Waiting to see if they give him anything. He's got 45 seconds to play with, but he's going to need one hell of a red carpet rolled out if he actually wants to attempt this.
Call it. You think he will?
No.
Oh.
But you never know, right? It's just, let's see.
The orb's here, though. That's the first line. You want to play contact on your first fight and into the orb. If it's any other gun, you have a shot, but not today, baby. 4 kills for Ataraxia. Fantastic way to showcase your first AWP in the map. Look at this. The cave break, great assist. And I presume run boosting because that was so quick up heaven. Yes, they do.
Oh, he's playing through the window smoke, playing anti to open up. Faith in Riggy to take the opening fight, and he secures it. Now an A main push from Crew. Ooh. 2 men committed to it. JKS tries to turn around and deal with it, but he was in the mid smoke. Oh dear, Team Liquid. 3 on 5 now. And some nice ideas put forward from Crew in the last 2 rounds.
Ooh, wow.
Ataraxia on the receiving end of the orb now. His ultimate's opened up the B play. Now Fly there alongside him.
Good molly though. Orb slow. Naf's got to swing out, and Chance shot just swings and hits ultimate. Naf gets aggressive, fake steps, comes back for the kill on the long side, and he might get it, but he runs out of ammo. Meanwhile, this is all a fake out for Yakinda to roll out that red carpet and run it up to 8. He's got to stick that bomb immediately, no doubt, for Yakinda. So here we go. Cooking up a clutch. They're going to double flank. They've got the nades for this as well. He's going to park up in Donut, looking for a kill early. Oh, he's committed. Did they see him get in this corner? They could nade him if they did. They're just going to go in for the hard clear. This should be around. Oh my God, Yakinda. They line up. And they fall down. I really thought that they got to that angle just in time to see him get parked, but it's a very risky position. And as we've said all day, with risk comes reward. Huge save from Naf on the B-bomb site, multi-kill entry. And Yakinda uncleared. Tuts, tuts, tuts.
More aggression from Crew to open up this one. This time they take lane. Problem is, Liquid have their sights set on this A-bomb site. Crew had no one there. Ataraxia moves in on the Deagle, but as they lose Deco back over towards the spawn, this isn't feeling like a doable round for Crew. Ataraxia's Deag cancelled out. Oh, Twist, it's on rails right now. And so Team Liquid The moment that call comes in, that Crew are attempting the B lane aggression, just double down on the A plate, and there's no one there to stop them. 7-1 lead secured for Team Liquid.
Yukinder is in his monitor right now, dude. It's so... Seeing these camera shots are crazy every time. May as well hunt these kills, right? Just remove everything you can. And they will do exactly that. 7-1. Brutal game out of Liquid right now. This is kind of what we hoped for and expected from the Liquid camp. A palate cleanser after a difficult debut against Wildcard, losing a 9-3 lead if you missed it in OT. This one goes down a hell of a lot nicer. Easy to swallow. See if they can keep it up and close out this first half with ease. This should be exactly that. Half buy for Crew available. Feigning an A-rush.
Oh, Riggy.
That smoke goes off the map.
Oh, man. They've walked right by him, and he hears this, and now he's right behind him. Oh, my God. They turn. They deal with him. And everyone falls over in middle. That was certainly something could have happened there, but hang on. Reverse.
Something is happening.
What's happened? In through red, trying to make magic, but it's all on laser. 5-7 secures one, and Liquid win the round.
Can we replay that round? Like, I just want to watch it again. I want to take that in, the whole from start to finish. It was quick. We have time. I don't know what happened. They throw A fake smokes, but Crew at 0A, they're heavy mid, and they know it's a fake because they have Riggy in the smoke. He whips. Liquid no. Crew must be in donut because we've thrown an A execute. I don't know. Nap spams the smoke. The round's over. There we go. 8-1. Let's buy now. Forget about that.
Woo.
Riggy is thanking God he died first. No one was spectating.
Yeah,
Only
true.
thousands of people. None of his teammates, though.
But if you forget about them,
Yeah,
you know, like,
none of
it's
his
easy to
teammates.
think like no one saw.
Only the ref. Oh, dear.
Very wild round there.
One of the rounds of this game. This is the Liquid we know, and some of you may even love. Just brutal. Oh,
Taraxia tries his hand at the early pick with that AWP. He's been nice and varied with the approach, but we're looking at AWPers. It's ultimate gracing the scoreboard
God,
first
no.
and then
I was
second.
gonna say,
Not quite third.
that would be
Didn't
too much.
go all the way, but the B-side's actually been lost in amongst all this. Reversive tries to clothesline them. Learns that both players made it up through ramp the hard way.
It's a very nice trade from Naf. Instantaneous, even though he didn't know player was there. You can have slipped by for a second, and Naf waits for a re-swing. A lot of damage done. Laser, yeah, committing is nice here. It's your best way to win the round, but man, we just see some ugly shots in this game for Crew, to be honest. That was handed to him on a plate.
You want to be someone to lean on, make it to the major, Laser. You got to nail them.
That's a good one.
That's Araxia's AWP.
That's a good one.
1-on-2. Does he want to try this?
Molly, your teammate. Good work. He thought about it. Unfortunately, probably should save. Probably the meta play right now. No kit either.
You know, I think Crew have had ideas here, and it's nice to watch them try and execute on that. I think it would be easy to wind up doing a lot of nothing in this game, but they've certainly tried to come through with aggression. They've tried taking key map control and real estate away, whether that's Ataraxia getting involved on the AWP in these early opening fights, wanting to be part of the conversation, them trying to take that lane control away or the mid fights that they've looked for, which is exactly what you want to see from a team like Crew. But I just think there is a big disparity in where these two teams are at. And so, you know, Liquid are probably the worst matchup you could have hoped for as this Crew squad.
At the same time, while I'm with you and I'm willing to give Crew the benefit of the doubt here, it's like we have seen some chances where they've really whiffed. So maybe some nerves, like the pressure getting to them, but also if you're missing shots at this level like that, you were never going to be in the game. Ataraxia has been a bright spark. He's won them their one round with a big AWP play. Can he do it again? Oh, he saw the arm, but goes for the hip shot. Ultimate gets a tag. And he might be in trouble. Low health on this B-bomb site. Re-smoke, just trying to block Liquid right now because they are chomping at the bit to execute into B. Smokes will buy a few more seconds. But right now, this B hit feels pretty inevitable. Deco mollied out. JKS playing with his food. It bites back. A reversive trade to Yakinda, but that just means Liquid can go with their original plan.
This is a potential route to a second round here for Crew. Ataraxia stands and delivers. Liquid, the problem they have, they lost both their mid players. Like, the option to go back isn't really there anymore. And so they kind of have to commit into a B site where they know there's too strong here for Crew.
Oh,
Ataraxia, or like Cataraxia, all he sees is white as the flashbang goes off there. And now Reversive left up in this one alone. Plant comes in. I'm going to be hard-pressed to find that first incision. Liquid have split up a little bit here. Twist is trying to remedy that by moving back up ramp.
Okay.
But won't be in a position to get that trade. Instead, has to just play around the bomb. Reversive. Chance for the round. And locates Twists in at the ramp side. Crew pull up with their second round here on the CT side.
And Liquid probably want to reverse this. That was an awkward 1v2 given away. 2 1v1 heads-up fights that Liquid are taking due to confidence, due to the scoreline. And they both fall. Could have played it safer. Not the end of the world. Feeling pretty dismayed on the cams, but that will inject a bit of life at the end of the half. 3 ain't bad. If it's all you got. Fight in middle. Deco gets trapped out. Deco will not be allowed to leave. Riggy will. Meanwhile, Yakinda walks out of A. It's a bold move, but it will pay off. Break on the smoke. JKS can just tuck in, play late, and he hears Reversive rotate as well, so JKS an ample time to play this red. As his team group up in A.
Ataraxia right into Yakinda. Didn't realize he was so deep. And so double digits looking to be secured for Liquid here after all. They're just thankful they dodged that dreaded 9-3. Team Liquid do let a couple past, but all in all, this is a good T-side put forward.
Good game out of really everyone, right? Everyone's had their moments. Twist recovered from a slow start this morning. And Liquid redeeming themselves definitively. I guess I can't speak too soon, as we learned earlier, but this feels like a different game.
I think, if anything, though, that's like the weird thing about this sort of matchup is it doesn't let you say, well, they look like they're back on top because, you know, this is a matchup I feel like even if Liquid are kind of at 75% in, they should be winning. But they're doing it nice and cleanly, and so it is the makings of Liquid returning to what we want from them.
For sure.
As to whether or not they're all the way there, I think you're going to have to monitor their progress throughout the rest of the RMR. But yeah, in a matchup where they are heavy favorites, they are certainly playing like heavy favorites.
Yeah, the style.
That's what we're happy about.
The style is indicative of the stakes. So here we go. second pistol, and maybe final chance for Crew. If they don't get this or the Force, we won't see a buy. I'd be shocked to see them eco at 11-2 down. So all the pressure on the pistol. 1-4 here for Liquid. Swinging mid to clear. I do like this strat. It gives them quick heaven control and Yikinda just plucks them out. Careful, you got all the nades back here as well. You don't want to lose all that, but Yikinda doesn't care what you want. 3 headshots and there's still more players behind him, but Ataraxia keeps our eyes on the prize. 2-on-3 as he fights back into this round. Crew want to still hold on.
And I mean, now they can make it a bit weird, right? They actually pump the brakes here. Twists backstab. Spots out all the util on reversive and locates that second player. So they know right now they have Crew pinned in over here towards B, but you're also kind of hesitant. You have Twists aggressive through the backline, but it means that Ultimate is kind of stuck here waiting to see if they come back through middle. And so for now, even though you have the info where Crew are, you still only have one player inside of the B site. They might look to remedy that a little bit, getting active, because they still have the 3-on-2. They're going to jump up heaven and try to refight this lane control again. Ataraxia gets in B. Plant secured for Crew. Considering this started with the Yikinda nailing 3 down the lane, getting out with a bomb plant here is a job well done. Just can you take it any further? Ataraxia going to have to ace if he wants it to be the case. 1-on-3. And he's been spotted getting up through short. Nafly, quick work made of that last man. Team Liquid 11-2.
It's a shame. If he snuck there before the smoke faded and got behind, that's his best shot, right? It's not a great plant for him, but he has a chance. But Liquid catches legs coming up the ramp, and he has no shot in that round. If I were going to bet on any player in this game, it would be Ataraxia for Crew, but fantastic showing for Yikinda in this pistol. Just makes it easy off the top with 3 kills down lane. And Liquid, yeah. This feels par for the course now. Force buy for Crew. And like I said, if they don't win the pistol or the Force, there's no buy round in this T side. They simply don't have the chance to show what they've got.
Lurk smoke out, and that kill found over in main. They're going to be able to get close at least, but JKS threads the needle. Might not even be needed because Twists and Nafly have annihilated everyone else as they try to play through these smokes. It's reversive, and there's JKS finally getting his kill. Team Liquid just one away from at least feeling like they've recovered from how this all started. 0-1 to open up the day after that loss to Wildcard. They come into this, a far more one-sided game. And they play up to that fact, looking for a dominant win to go 1-1, our Team Liquid.
Crew with more Mag 10s. More Tech 9s, and more hopes that not many chances as Liquid look to just end this as they began, dominantly, decisively, and quickly, 13-3, and it's an absolute knockout blow. Team Liquid may have had their fumble this morning, but they have absolutely redeemed themselves coming up against Crew.
Yeah, you know, I think for Crew, the sad thing here would just be that, like, you didn't really get to play any sort of T side. I think it would have been nice.
Yeah, that's a side you want to play.
to like get the prac in, but for the Liquid squad, a win that was expected, a win that they needed, and a win that they've secured with no worries to get them there.
Literally no worries.
Yeah.
Nothing can go better than that, apart from 13-0. But do you really need it at that point?
No.
Do you really need it? I don't think you do. So that's good to see. That's some sweat off my brow, Harry. Liquid are back, Fury are back, and we're done.
I guess, yeah. Is that it?
No,
That's
no,
how
we
you,
don't just cut the stream
just...
there. Let's wrap it up. Let's package it up. Let's look at the highlights. Let's look at the scoreboard. Let's talk about what we learned today, Harry. What did we learn today? Well, doing great there.
What did we learn?
What did we learn?
Go on.
You're
flip
asking
it back
me
on
now.
you.
Okay,
Yeah. What did we learn?
We learned that first impressions are the most important, that teams start slow, that you can recover from 0-1. We also learned that there are some surprising teams performing better than you would expect. Look at Wildcard. They came in 2-0. Complexity, consistent in the NA RMR. They beat Liquid last time. They're 2-0 up at the end of the day. We learned some cool things. We learned Brazil's back on the menu and the barbecue tastes fantastic. We learned that Crew tried their best, but it wasn't enough. Do you feel educated?
Yeah, wow. You actually taught me and we learned a lot.
Damn right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you?
I learned twice over.
You want to add anything to the lesson?
I don't know. I think I just, I
enjoyed
agree with
your
you.
time, at least?
I enjoyed my time.
You
It's
had
nice
fun?
to be back in the saddle, man. And it's all exciting at the RMRs. So that's the thing. They always start off, it's all full of promise in the early stages.
Yeah.
Each day, more and more teams fall short.
Yeah.
Each day, more and more teams achieve their dreams. And so it's only going to keep getting more emotional as time goes on, Hugo.
You didn't say better. You said more emotional because it's good and it's bad. It can be sad, Harry. Look at that scoreline. That's pretty sad.
For some, your wildest dreams get realized at these events, and for others, you come so close only to fall out. And, with this being the last RMRs, it's going to hit even harder.
Why'd you do that to me? Now I'm emotional. Because you're right. You are right. It's the last RMRs and maybe the last chance for some of these teams that wouldn't have the opportunity to play such an important event that can have such impact on your career as an individual, as an organization, as whatever. The chance to get in the game, a legacy in the game, stickers, money, fame, opportunity to play tier 1 teams. All these things come with RMR qualification to the major. And even though we end today in Americas, we don't know who is at the major yet. We know who's close. We know who's within touching distance.
Yeah, here's a little recap of how the day went. Opened up with Bestia versus Nouns. I actually think that was a really sick game.
That was a fun,
right? Because that was like the taste test. That was our first one coming in, so I wasn't really sure how to rank it. But bro, Bestia had some really, really nice ideas.
Sneak pick, maybe.
And I like that. Yeah, very interested to see how they do across the remainder. Furia, they were able to battle back against Karsei. That was nice and easy for them. Sick day in the office for Fallen. When you look at his ex-teammate in Coldzera, a bit more of a sour one here. That was our closest game, and that was arguably the most heartbreaking game. But it was always going to be the case. Whenever it's super close like that, someone is leaving the day upset. And today, it was the Red Canids, as they had multiple chances to close that out, ended up going into OT, and by the time we got there, M80, they just picked up too much steam, man. They had too much freedom. The map was theirs for the taking. And then lastly, Team Liquid versus Crew. We all just saw that one, and it did happen.
It did. It was a game that went on. Takeaways for me, M80, good to see them recover. Right? Like, obviously, that's devastating for Red Canids. The way they lose that game, they had the advantage. But cool to see M80, who I think have proven they are good enough to be at a major. Now they can achieve that dream. Also, on the other streams games we didn't cover, things like Wildcard looking really, really good. I'm happy to see that. I think they have great shot. They're 2-0 now. As well as the obvious recoveries of Liquid and Furia. Complexity 2-0 up. That's a great sign. Even Boss got a win today.
I think, the thing with this stream, if you've been joining us for our games, is it's more about finding out the ones that are close to getting their hearts broken, as opposed to the, setting anything up for the big payoff just yet, as all the winners of this now find themselves 1-1.
And we're going to see that tomorrow, Harry. We're gonna see dreams be made and dreams be broken. We're going to see teams qualify to the major tomorrow, if I'm correct, and teams get eliminated from the running tomorrow. BO1s into BO3s. That's our setup. It's going to be a heartbreaking day and a heart-making day. As we've learned, emotions come in all shapes and sizes.
It's Schrodinger's emotions, like it's both great and awful till you see the results. So
that's,
there you go.
Any expectations for tomorrow before we get that schedule up? Not what games we're getting, but who do you think, take it wherever you want, really.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that we see, like, all can continue to have good runs at RMRs, right? It's kind of been, they've emerged. I think, for the longest time, Complexity kind of were playing second fiddle to a squad like Liquid, and now to have seen them at multiple majors actually be the ones to look to secure it, only makes that team cooler. So yeah, I'm hoping it's a good day for Complexity fans.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who they'll face up against. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, they were pretty decisive today. And I'm with you, actually. I want to see more Bestia. I want to see that team play one of the higher ranked teams of this event.
Yeah, because I want to.
I mean, they played Liquid, right? They lost. No, sorry, not Liquid.
No.
Who did they lose to? They lost to Cole in their opener. So okay, yeah, they got kind of owned. But I want to see that again. I want to see if they can, with the confidence of smashing Nouns in the way they did. I think I was just very impressed at some of the players.
Nigel Thornberry type
smashing,
yeah.
cracking, fantastic. And we got the schedule as well for tomorrow as we look to BO1 to the A stream.
If you wanted to see Bestia play
a good team, that's actually a sick matchup. We have Fury at Boss, a BO1 at 1-1, and then we have Liquid Bestia, the same case. Oh, going into BO3s to qualify to the major, it's wildcard taking on 9Z.
Bro, that is mad. That's exciting.
And Cole MIBR. I'm glad we don't have regional head-to-heads. I actually like the NAV SA. Not Cole wildcard, 9Z MIBR. I like the rivalry.
I feel like that's usually what we end up with.
Yeah, we always end up with cannibalization.
Yeah. No, these have shaken up really nicely, I would say.
Yeah, I do like these draws. Okay. Expectations, Harry. Oh, we got more. We got more.
Yeah, I was going to say,
B-stream.
but also it went. So here we are. Let's take a look at the B-stream schedule. Legacy taking on M80.
Oh, it's a hard game for M80. Legacy played great today.
1-1. Pain Gaming versus Imperial. There we go. There's a bit more of a regional matchup, but it's nice just having one of them sprinkled in there. And at 1-1 as well. Love that. Then when we look down at the BO3s, this time it's for elimination, not for glory.
No.
Nouns versus Crew. And Red Canids taking on Carsate. So
I think it was a pretty fair matchup. So I think Nouns probably favored in that game.
Nouns favored in that one, I would say.
And then Red Canids.
Red Canids favored in the other.
Yeah. Based on what we saw today, I think it's a reasonable breakdown of what we've got on our screens. So M80 Legacy on the B stream, highlight of my day, only a BO1. But just because, ignore Legacy's second game. They took down Furia. They had Dumao, Lato pop off as they do. And M80, I don't know. I've just got a thing for them, man. We're cool.
Yeah.
Cool?
I'm cool.
Fantastic.
And I'm cool with M80.
Okay. If you're cool, I'm cool. He's cool.
You guys all cool?
Cool.
Because if so, we can get this whole thing over and done with.
See you tomorrow.
world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.